What's the point of cultivating immortality if you don't have money? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Taking the Heavenly Spiritual Route. Xian High School. Lian Xianji sighed. When we, the ordinary high school students, are still studying childcare loans, studying which small loan platform has the lowest interest rate, and studying the preferential activities of bank loan handling fees, the strongest high school student has already started to raise funds for cultivation with his own name, Alice. Compared with us, Zhang Yu, his potential for immortality is no longer at the level of another dimension. I really envy the top student in the grade who can always study with him. Thinking of this, Lian Xianji was suddenly slightly stunned. Wait, I remember that the interest rate of the loan platform is about. Lian Xianji listed the interest rates of each lending platform. He thought to himself, and Zhang Yu borrows money from there and returns it at 1.3 times, comparing the interest rates on both sides. Lian Xianji's eyes suddenly lit up. Then doesn't it mean that I can make money lying down if I borrow money from the bank and lend it to Zhang Yu? He soon thought of the only risk. Will Zhang Yu not pay back the money? Thinking of the fact that the other party is now the strongest high school student, famous in the first floor of Kung Su, and is about to build a foundation, as well as Lian Xianji's past understanding of Zhang Yu. Let's fight. As long as I survive this disaster, my potential in the immortal way will be transformed. Which university I will go to in the future and whether I can finally build a foundation may depend on this wave. Inside Bailong High School. Song Hailong looked at the content on his mobile phone, but he was not interested. But at this moment, he saw Yu Xinghan walking to his side without knowing when. Hey, Xiao-song, lend me some money, I will pay you back 1.05 times. Song Hailong was slightly stunned, thinking of Zhang Yu's 1.3 times, and thought to himself, this guy won't. Yu Xinghan urged, huh? You don't listen to me, the top student in the grade, and I'm not paying you back. Don't be so stingy. Okay, lend as much as you can, just a few tens of thousands will do. After receiving Song Hailong's transfer, Yu Xinghan smiled slightly and walked towards the next student. Yu Xinghan thought to himself, by borrowing low and borrowing high, I can make a profit from the interest difference. As for why Yu Xinghan didn't take out a loan. Loans are not as good as borrowing money. You have to pay back the loan when the time comes. Borrowing money from classmates is a little less, but it's safe. Even if my investment fails this time, I can delay it for a long time. Songyang High School. After Wang Hai completed the transfer, he thought to himself, boy, hurry up and build your foundation. When you successfully build your foundation, I, Wang Hai, will be considered a gold medal teacher who has taught students who have built their foundation. Haha, this teaching career can be considered regret-free. On the other side of the training ground, Lei Jun silently put away his phone and sighed in his heart. Although I haven't achieved much in my life and haven't passed a foundation building certificate in 10 years of college, but at least, my students have built a foundation. Go, Zhang Yu, take over my potential, let the people above keep a close eye on it. Poor people can also build a foundation. In Songyang High School, a students' union cadre found He Dao and shouted, President, have you seen the message in the group? Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen are borrowing money. Is this a scam? Should I kick them out or ban them from speaking? He Dao, who has become a senior in the third year of high school, sighed softly and said, I have confirmed the matter. It is not a scam. It is indeed Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen who want to borrow money, the students' union cadre said cautiously. Should we intervene? He Dao was silent for a while, thinking to himself, with their relationship with Mr. Wang of Oasis Group, how could they be short of money? Is there a problem on both sides? He Dao remembered when he was a freshman in high school, he thought that a poor guy like Zhang Yu would never catch up with him. But now, with the decline of the He family and the decline of the powerful families in Songyang City, He Dao has a new idea in his mind. Poor people, rich people. Haha, in front of Wang Yin, what's the difference between me, Zhang Yu, and Bai Zhenzhen? They are just poor people of the first level. Looking at the junior in front of him, He Dao said lightly, don't worry about it, let them go. After the junior left, He Dao glanced at the messages in the group and finally took the lead in transferring 10,000 yuan. Since we are all poor people, this is all I can do for you. In the past 9 months, Due to the publicity of the Oasis Group and the value of the foundation building qualification certificate itself, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen have long become the strongest high school students of the first level who are known to everyone, and have become inspirational idols in the hearts of countless students. This is even more vividly reflected in their hometown of Songjiang City. Not to mention how proud the students of Songjiang High School are. Even the students of Bailong High School would proudly puff out their chests whenever they think of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen coming to Bailong to compete. When Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen came to Bailong to compete, I watched every game without missing a single one. I bought a kneeling ticket in the first row, and was only a few meters away from them when I was closest. And now, when the news of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen borrowing money spread more and more, it immediately attracted the attention of a large number of students. As expected of the strongest high school students, they are so generous when borrowing money. Nonsense. If you want to reach the peak of the immortal path in Kung Fu, you have to be able to borrow money. If Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen are not good at borrowing money, how can they become the strongest high school students? Is the news true? It's not a scam, right? At Group Master. Oasis Building. Wang Yin soon received the news that Zhang Yu was borrowing money everywhere. This poor bastard. Wang Yin's eyes narrowed. Because I froze your account, you want to borrow money to build your foundation, don't you think about it? If it weren't for the company's publicity, how could you be so famous, and how could so many people lend you money? Thinking of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen borrowing money by taking advantage of the reputation and fame that the company helped to build, Wang Yin felt a strong sense of discomfort. In his opinion, this was poaching from the company. A traitor. Freeze his new account immediately. Block his social media accounts. Did you hear me? The voice of the righteous God rang in his ears. We have tried, but the other party's account authority is not low, and there is a righteous God behind him. Wang Yin frowned and said, you can't handle it either. The other party said, it seems that it is the group of righteous gods who have been secretly investigating and hindering us recently. Hearing this, Wang Yin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen. I have been so good to them and spent so much money on them, but they actually colluded with outsiders and sold out the company. You are a bastard. He called Chi Energy. I have already called the patrol team for you, and no one will stop you from now on. Hurry up and find them for me, and the other party may order the heavenly spiritual route. Remember to pay attention to the courier company. In just over 3 hours, with waves of transfers coming in, the amount in Zhang Yu's account continued to grow. 49.58 million, 52.7 million, 56.1 million. When Zhang Yu watched the numbers in his account grow, it was as if he saw countless people's hands reaching out to him from afar, passing on their immortal potential and injecting it into his body. Zhang Yu could feel that, under the push of everyone, he was moving step by step towards the foundation building realm. At this moment, Fuji looked at the amount that was still growing and reminded, you will soon be able to buy the heavenly spiritual route, but Wang Yin must have known about your borrowing of money. He will guess that you want to borrow money to build your foundation, and may find a way to intercept the delivery of the heavenly spiritual route. Also, Zhang Yu, when you are building your foundation, you will not be able to move for at least 30 to 60 minutes, so someone needs to cover the heavenly spiritual route and cover you in building your foundation. Bai Zhenzhen said on the side, let me do it. Ah Zhen, Zhang Yu said, they are here to catch you. Bai Zhenzhen smiled and said, so this is our advantage. She pointed to her head and explained, I didn't make an impulsive plan because I was hot-headed. I've thought about it carefully. Wang Yin cannot tolerate the failure of the promised company transaction, so their main purpose is to catch me. Once I appear, I will definitely attract most of the forces. Secondly, in order to complete the transaction, they dare not kill me easily, but I dare to fight them to the death, which is another advantage. Also, they know we want to buy the heavenly spiritual route, which can also be turned into our advantage. Anyway, now, it's the best strategy for me to cover you. Bai Zhenzhen smiled and said, Yuzi, the next thing you have to do is to build your foundation well. Only if you succeed in building your foundation can we win this game. And our efforts in the past 2 years of high school will not be in vain. Promise me, Yuzi. The next moment, Bai Zhenzhen hugged Zhang Yu tightly. You must succeed in building your foundation. Feeling Bai Zhenzhen's determination and the throbbing heartbeat in his chest, Zhang Yu also hugged him tightly and said word by word, Ah Zhen, you must hold on until I build my foundation. Whoosh! In the northern suburbs of Songjiang City, a courier left a series of afterimages and was speeding towards the delivery location. According to the agreed delivery location, He came to an abandoned factory and walked to the deepest part of the factory. At the same time, Chai's command came from the courier's headset. Keep going forward, turn right, it's this room. The tracking signal is coming from inside. Knock on the door first, don't worry, we have surrounded the factory and can rush in to support you at any time. The courier took a deep breath, knocked on the door and said, the heavenly spiritual route has arrived. Is anyone inside? After knocking on the door several times, no one responded. Instead, the door opened slowly with a creaking sound as the courier knocked. The courier was slightly stunned and looked around. He saw that there was no one in the room, only a piece of human skin fell on the ground. The courier quickly reported through the headset, Zhang Yu took off the human skin. They are not here. The human skin that Wang Yin gave to Zhang Yu had a tracking function. Since the Oasis group started tracking the two people today, this function has been activated. But because of the interference of the righteous gods, they have never been able to track each other perfectly. Outside the factory, He heard the courier's response and thought to himself, did he deliberately lead us here? He guessed that we would intercept the package. At this moment, an astonishing murderous intent enveloped him, accompanied by a crackling sound, and the number of electric charges in the air increased wildly, causing He's skin to feel a tingling pain. Chapter 252 Zhang Yu builds his foundation. Not good, Chai suddenly jumped to the side. At the same time, a sword light emerged from the shadows on the side, like a thunderbolt, slashing at Chai who was hastily dodging. Looking at the figure in the thunderbolt, Chai's eyes were about to burst. Bai Zhenzhen, this crazy woman. She didn't run away, but ambushed me instead. After deciding to take action, Bai Zhenzhen did not intend to let go of any advantage. The other party knew that we wanted to buy the heavenly spirit route, so they would keep an eye on the express delivery, which means that where the delivery address is, the battlefield is there. In other words, the battlefield is chosen by me, and I can ambush in advance. Bai Zhenzhen, who had been ambushing outside the factory for a long time, decided to make the other party the first target after discovering Chai's appearance. Wang Yin's lackey, this time he must lead the team to arrest people. Killing him first will make them chaotic. Using the mental method of the cold soul ice heart art, he improved his physical activity in this desperate situation, making the reactions of muscles and nerves faster. With the help of the true spiritual root, he gathered all the physical strength of his body and launched the strongest attack. He accelerated his speed with the electric field arranged in advance by the Thunder Walk 9 Heaven Step. He used the Thunder God Thunderbolt to release all the thunder magic power in one breath and slashed out this swift sword. Since the end of the foundation building exam, although Bai Zhenzhen's hard power has not improved much, the practice and deduction of the skills, and the repeated speculation of swordsmanship have made her gradually have a deeper and deeper understanding of her own martial arts and the sword that surpassed the sound in the foundation building exam. At this moment, he suddenly broke out and slashed out a shocking sword, which pierced through Chai's chest in an instant and broke a big hole. Boom! The sword, like a thunderous sword, instantly attracted the attention of all other masters. Facing the shocked, stunned, angry, or frightened eyes of the crowd, Bai Zhenzhen shouted, the patrol team is on duty. Who is looking for death? Just like this person. After kicking the half-dead Chai away, Bai Zhenzhen continued, let me remind you that it is not illegal for me to kill you now. If you dare to attack me, be careful to lose everything. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Zhenzhen had already activated all the remaining electric fields of the Thunder Walk 9 Heaven Step, and the whole person retreated violently. At the same time, along with the breathing in her body, the true spiritual root has begun to frantically collect spiritual energy and continuously restore her mana. After 9 months of practice, Bai Zhenzhen was able to leave a trace of mana to operate after performing the mana burst of Thunder God Thunderbolt Absolute again. Coupled with the spiritual energy breathing of the true spiritual root, she did not have a gap in her mana to be completely exhausted. Especially with the help of the true spiritual root, every time she breathes a little more, she can recover a part of her mana to fight. When Bai Zhenzhen killed people with the sword and shouted loudly, the other key refining masters present seemed to be stunned all of a sudden, and watched Bai Zhenzhen retreat violently. At this moment, a burst of divine power fell from the sky and poured into Chai's body. Chai's body, which was already on the verge of death, began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Someone exclaimed, it's the surgical talisman from the Ministry of Health. At the same time, everyone's mobile phones rang, and then they were automatically answered, and Wang Yin's voice came out from them. I will cast the talisman remotely, so you don't have to worry about dying. As for losing everything, no matter how much you lose in the next battle, I will pay twice the money. As for the reward afterwards, I will never let the people below down." Hearing Wang Yin's words, everyone immediately became excited. After all, they all remembered Mr. Wang's generosity and magnanimity in their hearts. At this moment, they were all full of fighting spirit after hearing a few words from the other party. Yi Mansion even took the lead in chasing in the direction of Bai Zhenzhen. Catch her! Bai Zhenzhen's heart sank as she watched this scene. Especially when she saw Chai, who was severely injured by her after she had finally seized the opportunity and exhausted her magic power, recovering in the blink of an eye. She couldn't help but curse in her heart, "Damn rich man, this is going to be difficult," but she was secretly glad that she had the identity of a patrol team member as a cover, and Deng Bingding also said that the gods on both sides would not go down directly. Otherwise, the opponent's talisman would probably be used directly on her. Humph! Looking at the people chasing after her like mad dogs out of a cage, Bai Zhenzhen turned around and flew away with a string of lightning. "Then come on, see how many times I can kill you." Just when many masters of the Oasis group were attracted by Bai Zhenzhen, Zhang Yu slowly walked out of a shopping mall. Looking at the box in his arms, he exhaled lightly. The box was the Xianlingjun he had just bought in the shopping mall. As for the express delivery used to attract opponents, it was just a false appearance of cash on delivery, used to attract the opponent. Arriving deep in the sewer prepared in advance, Zhang Yu opened the box, knowing that he would not be able to move until he completed the foundation building. He secretly said in his heart, "Ah Zhen, hold on, I will come to you after I complete the foundation building." Zhang Yu swallowed a heavenly spiritual root into his body in one gulp, and began the process of integrating the spiritual root with the flesh and impacting the foundation building. In the sound of swishing through the air, more than a dozen figures chased each other in the alley, and bursts of collisions broke out from time to time. As the battlefield specially selected by Bai Zhenzhen, this abandoned factory area has a complex terrain, with many alleys, underground passages, and unfinished buildings. In the process of chasing Bai Zhenzhen, some of the dozen pursuers were fast, some were slow, and coupled with the complex terrain, they soon distanced themselves from each other. At this moment, Yi Mansion, who was the fastest in chasing them most closely, was only a dozen meters away from Bai Zhenzhen. The farthest pursuer was thrown more than 100 meters away. So when Bai Zhenzhen suddenly stopped, turned around, and drew her sword, the only opponent she had to face at this moment was Yi Mansion, who was closest to her. Yi Mansion also understood instantly. At this moment, although Bai Zhenzhen was still being chased by more than a dozen masters, he was the only one who could help Yi Mansion. Boom! With a loud shout, Yi Mansion's muscles suddenly swelled, and his fists blasted out with all his strength like a battering ram. Stay! He believed that as long as he could hold Bai Zhenzhen for a few breaths, the teammates behind him would catch up soon. And with his strength, even if he couldn't beat the opponent, couldn't he hold on for a few breaths? However, in Yi Mansion's shocked eyes, Bai Zhenzhen didn't fight or dodge, but raised her head and rushed towards his pair of iron palms. Yi Mansion knew that Bai Zhenzhen was definitely not a master of horizontal training, and he didn't practice any iron head skills. This palm might crack the opponent's head. Not good. Yi Mansion clearly remembered that Wang Yin and Chai had repeatedly told him not to kill Bai Zhenzhen. Wang Yin, even if you are seriously injured, you must not kill Bai Zhenzhen, dead or alive, fresh or frozen. The price is completely different. Yi Mansion roared wildly, and suddenly retracted his palm and withdrew his strength. He had just burst out with all his strength, but now he suddenly withdrew his strength. He felt like he was competing with himself at this moment. Not only did his muscles seem to be sprained, but his mana was also colliding back and forth. But Bai Zhenzhen seemed to have expected this. A burst of thunderous sword-light came from her fingertips and jumped over Yi Mansion's stiff body. With a bang, Yi Mansion's body flashed with blood, and his hands, feet, eyes, damshin, were all swept by the sword light. Then Yi Mansion fell to the ground with a bang, and could only watch Bai Zhenzhen's back as she left. Yi Mansion thought to himself, this woman is really a lunatic. Isn't she worried that I didn't stop just now? She is simply gambling with her life. Bai Zhenzhen looked at the power of the surgical talisman falling on Yi Mansion, and watched the other party begin to be treated, thinking to herself, sure enough, since there is such a means of remote treatment, not killing is the best result, although I was certain that I could kill this man just now, but once the killer is used, under the threat of life, even if the other party is suppressed by Wang Yin, He may not continue to hold back at the critical moment. Looking at Chai, who made a big circle and blocked him in front of him, Bai Zhenzhen felt the state of his own mana, and his figure flashed to the other side. In this way, relying on the complex terrain and fighting and retreating, from time to time leaving the electric field to accelerate suddenly, sometimes actively forcing out of the encirclement, and sometimes accumulating sword moves, slashing the 15th sword of Wanjian was Hengju, breaking the sound barrier. Bai Zhenzhen rushed left and right like this, dragging for more than 40 minutes. But the crowd was getting tighter and tighter, leaving less and less room for her to dodge. Just when they were about to capture Bai Zhenzhen, she cut open a manhole cover with a sword and jumped into it. My physical strength, magic power, and space to dodge are almost at their limits, Bai Zhenzhen said to herself. Follow the retreat route I left before, and retreat for a while. Under the angry gaze of Chai, Yu Mansion and others, a figure suddenly rushed out of the sewer. The person who came was Zhou Yang from the Zhou family. He disguised his face and even hid his title of Purple Gold Meritorious Lord. With a low shout, Bai Zhenzhen was enveloped by boundless cold air. Feeling the shocking cold that seemed to freeze her blood, Bai Zhenzhen looked at him in disbelief. Who is this guy? When did he come? Zhou Yang had already started to act when he realized that the Oasis group was searching for Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. On the one hand, he wanted to try and see if he could take this opportunity to catch the two. On the other hand, as the Zhou family continued to decline, he wanted to take the opportunity to please Wang Yin and find a way out for himself. So he had been collecting intelligence and tracking the actions of Chai and others. After discovering that the two sides had a conflict, he quietly looked for opportunities, and finally waited for this moment. With the full force of the frost and freezing aura, Zhou Yang slapped it hard. With a loud bang, Bai Zhenzhen hurriedly took the palm, and the whole person's body temperature dropped rapidly, and groups of frost instantly formed on her arms and face. Bai Zhenzhen hit the wall with a bang, and the whole person vomited a large mouthful of ice blood emitting bursts of cold air. She was about to retreat violently, and Zhou Yang's palm had already gently pressed on her shoulder. With a stream of cold air pouring into her body, Bai Zhenzhen was completely suppressed by Zhou Yang. Qi and others had already gathered around. They took a look at Zhou Yang in disguise and Bai Zhenzhen, who was suppressed by Zhou Yang, and frowned and said, "Who are you?" Zhou Yang nodded slightly and said politely, "Just a small person who wants to work for President Wang." Qi sneered, "Leave Bai Zhenzhen to us, I'll take you to see President Wang in a while." Zhou Yang was delighted and was about to hand Bai Zhenzhen over to the other party when a thick white fog suddenly appeared around him. The original factory, alleys, and buildings were all swallowed up by the white fog in an instant. The entire factory area seemed to be pulled into another world by the white fog. At the same time, Zhang Yu's cold voice slowly came from the thick fog. "Clown, let go of your dog claws." Chapter 253: The Gap Between Key Refining and Foundation Building. While Bai Zhenzhen was fighting with many key refining masters, Zhang Yu also planted the spiritual root he had obtained into his danshin, opening the fusion of the spiritual root and the body. The spiritual root that Zhang Yu chose to build his foundation this time was the Qi Si spiritual root. Fuji said, "Different spiritual roots have different effects after building the foundation. If you use combat spiritual roots to build the foundation, the combat effectiveness will increase more rapidly after building the foundation. But in the long run, it is not as promising as cultivation spiritual roots. But after you build your foundation, you will need to fight, and some pure cultivation spiritual roots are not suitable for your current situation. After thinking about it, this Qi Si spiritual root is the most suitable for you." Zhang Yu agreed with Fuji's suggestion. The Qi Si spiritual root is nicknamed the Wall-Penetrating King. Its biggest advantage is that it has a large coverage area and can penetrate various walls, buildings, mud, sand, soil and stone to collect spiritual energy over a large area. It can not only enhance the efficiency of his future mana practice, but also improve the effect of his mana recovery in battle. If the foundation is built with a Qi Si spiritual root, it can be said that it has both the potential for cultivation and the improvement of combat effectiveness. As the Qi Si spiritual root was introduced into the danshin by Zhang Yu, it seemed to take root and sprout, extending sections of crystal-like roots, and piercing into the surrounding mana. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy swarmed in, and along with Zhang Yu's breathing, it poured into his danshin. Next, as Zhang Yu continuously injected mana into the Qi Si spiritual root, the spiritual root seemed to be stimulated by something, and continued to take root and sprout, spreading towards the entire danshin. And when Zhang Yu injected 60 units of mana in his body into the spiritual root, the spiritual root ushered in a qualitative change, and crystal-like tentacles spread and grew along the meridians. The entire Qi spiritual root began to take Zhang Yu's Danshan as the source, and gradually merged with the meridians of the whole body, becoming a part of Zhang Yu's body and his new organ. Boom! As the spiritual roots merged step by step, more and more spiritual energy came, and Zhang Yu could feel that the range of his spiritual energy collection was getting larger and larger. From the initial 50 meters, it expanded step by step to 60 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt like he had become a huge funnel between heaven and earth, madly devouring the spiritual energy within 100 meters. After becoming a part of my body, is this the true power of the Qi spiritual root? At the same time, as the Qi spiritual root completely took root in Danshan, the tentacles of the spiritual root merged with his meridians, and Zhang Yu felt that with every breath he took, the pores of his body were breathing in the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The speed of the spiritual energy and mana in the meridians also skyrocketed several times. If the original movement of mana in the meridians was like a car driving on a mountain road, then from this moment on, Zhang Yu once again circulated mana in the meridians, as if the car was driving on a highway. The breathing efficiency, operation speed, mobilization scale, output scale of mana, all skyrocketed at this moment. With a crazy increase in the efficiency of mana, Zhang Yu's cultivation of the immortal way also ushered in a qualitative change. A flash of enlightenment flashed through Zhang Yu's mind. Mana is like the power source of the immortal way. With a rapid increase in the efficiency of this power source, the operation of all my exercises and the effects of the exercises have been improved. It's like an engine installed on the original bicycle. With the influx of spiritual inspiration, Zhang Yu's mana, which had just begun to be consumed due to the fusion of spiritual roots, began to recover rapidly. Even after the mana was restored to 100 units, the refining of mana did not stop. Boom! In an instant, the original limit was broken, and Zhang Yu's mana directly broke through to 100.1, and then continued to increase wildly. Obviously, with the fusion of spiritual roots, Zhang Yu's mana limit was also broken. This wild increase in mana did not slow down until after 180, and finally stopped at 198.4. After the mana in his body surged beyond the limit, driven by the mana, Zhang Yu's Tao heart also began to stir. So Zhang Yu visualized the crippled ox in his mind and began to practice his mental method. It was not the crippled ox's body and mind technique of the Qi refining period, but the crippled ox's body and mind technique of the foundation establishment period, authorized by Deng Bingding this time. Roar! The crippled ox in his mind seemed to roar to the sky, and the mud around it rolled and surged, as if it had turned into a pair of black hands to drag it into the depths of the quagmire. But the crippled ox's body was larger, with more knife wounds, sword wounds, fire and other scars on its body, but it was filled with a sense of holiness and emitted a faint white light. The white crippled ox seemed to be more and more high-spirited and unyielding in the rolling black mud. Dao Heart Level 10, 100.0%, Level 11, 0.1%. After the breakthroughs in mana and Dao Heart, Zhang Yu already felt the stirring of his flesh. His muscles twisted all over his body, and the surging mana was transformed into longevity mana, and he began to practice the spring and autumn endless Zen of the foundation establishment period. The body was like a long dried land, madly absorbing the nourishment of the longevity mana, and then also broke the boundary and raised the physical strength to level 10.01. Dao Heart Level 11, 0.1%, mana 198.4, physical strength 10.01. Feeling the surging power in his body, Zhang Yu understood at this moment that he had truly entered the foundation building realm. From this moment on, his Dao Heart, mana, and physical body can continue to improve. Among them, the upper limit of the Dao Heart level reached level 20, the upper limit of mana was 1000, and the upper limit of physical strength was level 20. But Zhang Yu did not continue to practice Dao Heart, mana or physical strength, because these are difficult to improve greatly in a short period of time. At this moment, he urgently needs to improve his combat effectiveness, so the best way is. Zhang Yu looked at the 9 sky clouds and sky power in his mobile phone. This is the last foundation building period technique that Deng Bingding gave him, in addition to the Kanyushi body and mind technique and the spring and autumn endless Zen, and it is also the so-called former military level technique. Fighting skills, 9 sky cloud sky power level 0, 0/1, After switching the feather book to 9 sky cloud sky power, Zhang Yu also began to practice this skill that can only be practiced in the foundation building period. 9 sky cloud sky power, the creator of Wuji Cloud Hand, created the foundation building period skill. Like Wuji Cloud Hand, it doesn't emphasize moves. There are only 3 moves back and forth, which is convenient for me to practice. As Zhang Yu finished practicing the first 9 sky cloud sky power, countless pictures flashed in his mind, and his understanding of this skill was completely introduced. 9 sky cloud sky power level 1, 0, 10. This skill and Wuji Cloud Hand are completely in the same vein. It's a skill choice tailor-made for me. Did Deng Bingding do this on purpose? When practicing 9 sky cloud sky power to level 5, Zhang Yu could feel that the power of this military grade skill had surpassed any of his actual combat martial arts. But Zhang Yu no longer had the heart to continue practicing. After all, the more time he practiced, the greater the danger to Bai Zhenzhen. So Zhang Yu flashed and rushed to the battlefield where Bai Zhenzhen was at full speed. Zhang Yu had just arrived at the battlefield when he saw Bai Zhenzhen being captured by Zhou Yang. Although he did not recognize who Zhou Yang was after his changed appearance and body shape, it did not prevent Zhang Yu from having a strong killing intent. 198.4 units of mana roared wildly in his body, turning into a stream of milky white formless cloud. Without using the newly cultivated 9 sky clouds, which was his hidden killer move, Zhang Yu only used the Wuji Cloud Hand. In the past, when Zhang Yu used the Wuji Cloud Hand, the Genki could only cover a few meters. At this moment, after integrating with the Qi spiritual root and entering the foundation establishment realm, Zhang Yu's mana limit, mana dispatch efficiency, and output efficiency all far exceeded the limit of Qi refining. In the blink of an eye, the Wuxian Yun gang had covered a battlefield of dozens of meters around, like a thick fog. Zhou Yang was slightly stunned when he heard the voice coming from the thick fog, and the next moment he saw that the other party had stepped in the sea of clouds. At the same time, the Wuxian Yun gang around him had already attacked unconsciously, like undercurrents under the sea, entangled Zhou Yang's hands and feet, blocking his movements. Boom! Zhang Yu slapped Zhou Yang lightly. Zhou Yang subconsciously took over, using the Zhou family's frost and freezing aura, and waves of palm power with resentment and corpse cold had already blasted towards Zhang Yu. The two palms collided, accompanied by a light bang, but Zhou Yang's face suddenly changed drastically. He felt that the opponent's palm seemed to be inconspicuous, until it really touched. He felt how fierce the Wuxian Yun gang contained in it was. If the frost he blasted out was a gurgling stream, then the aura blasted from the opponent's palm was as turbulent as the Yangtze River. The Wuxian Yun gang tore through the frozen air like a rotten wood, poured into Zhou Yang's body, exploded his meridians, and shattered his bones. With a bang, Zhou Yang's right arm shattered and exploded into a bloody mist. After Zhou Yang was severely injured by a palm, he fell to the ground. His heart was shaking wildly. Build a foundation. This is the level of mana output that can only be achieved in the foundation building realm. Zhang Yu, however, seemed to treat him as air, silently walked to Bai Zhenzhen's side and held her in his arms. Looking at Bai Zhenzhen's pale face and the injuries on her body, Zhang Yu said, "Sorry, I'm late." Bai Zhenzhen smiled slightly and said, "Isn't this just in time?" From Zhang Yu's entry to severely injuring Zhou Yang with a move and holding Bai Zhenzhen, it only took a few seconds. In these few seconds, the many key refining masters around him did not stop their actions, and they had already rushed into the thick fog and attacked the direction of Bai Zhenzhen in their memory. Facing the siege of more than a dozen key refining masters, Zhang Yu held Bai Zhenzhen in one hand, exerted his strength with the other hand, and then blasted out through the air. If Zhang Yu had just used a flat attack on Zhou Yang in order to save Bai Zhenzhen first, then at this moment, Zhang Yu also superimposed the power-conserving techniques of the dragon-flipping mountain hand and the dragon-elephant collapsing mountain palm in one palm. Although these two are only key refining martial arts, at this moment, under the blessing of Zhang Yu's foundation-building magic power and the saint embryo of martial arts, they burst out with unprecedented fierce palm power. Everyone only felt a crackling sound in the air, and then it seemed like a dragon and elephant roared. Roar. Yi Mansion only felt that there was a giant dragon roaring and crashing into him in the sea of clouds. He burst out with all his strength and raised his palms, but he still collapsed at the touch. With a bang, he flew out and crashed into a small building. Yi Mansion barely stood up, but suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. He felt that his internal organs were torn apart, his muscles and bones were broken, and he fell to his knees with a bang. When he looked up, he saw that the clouds and mist that were just thick had dispersed with a strong wind caused by the explosion, revealing a scene that seemed to have experienced a big explosion. And none of the many masters who had just fought bravely could still stand. Some crashed into the broken walls, revealing only part of their bodies. Some fell to the ground covered in blood and had lost consciousness. Others were left with only broken limbs and arms, and no longer had a complete body. Yu Manchen looked at Zhang Yu, who was standing in the center of the battlefield with one hand around Bai Zhenzhen, and said bitterly in his heart, "Foundation building." At the same time, a series of divine powers fell from the sky, and the surgical talisman launched remotely by Wang Yin had begun to treat Chai, Yu Manchen and others. But even though they felt their injuries recovering quickly, whether it was Chai or Yu Manchen, the hearts of many masters present were chilled. They dared not move at all, let alone show any fighting intention or hostility. Because they read the same message from Zhang Yu's cold eyes. Whoever moves will die. Chapter 254 Sweep. No one wanted to die, so no one dared to move. Glancing at the crowd who dared not move at all, Zhang Yu whispered to Bai Zhenzhen, "Some of Deng Bingding's support has arrived. You go to meet up first, and leave this to me." According to Deng Bingding, the support personnel must form an effective combat force within 6 hours, which means that support forces will continue to arrive within 6 hours. And now, it is obvious that some people who are useful to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen have arrived. Bai Zhenzhen nodded at him, "Then you be careful." Bai Zhenzhen did not act pretentiously, and jumped directly into the sewer that was originally intended to escape. Everyone watched Bai Zhenzhen disappear on the scene, but no one dared to move. After Zhang Yu asked Bai Zhenzhen to leave first, he watched the other party disappear in the sewer, and he was slightly relieved. The doctor arranged by Deng Bingding should be able to treat Zhen, right? Then Zhang Yu turned around and looked at everyone at the scene coldly. Fuji reminded, "Bai Zhenzhen is temporarily safe, there is no need to worry now, kill everyone at the scene, if you let them go, they will definitely continue to track Bai Zhenzhen." Zhang Yu knew that Fuji was right. In this life and death battlefield, there is no room for mercy. So the next moment, the Wuxianyun gang rushed out, and the scene was once again filled with clouds and fog. Zhang Yu's voice came from the clouds and fog. Obstructing the patrol team's law enforcement and attacking the patrol team's outsourced personnel will increase the crime of knowing the law and breaking it. Next is the time for legal killing. It's your turn to escape. Almost at the moment of hearing this sentence, the fighting will of the people at the scene was completely extinguished, and they all retreated backwards, wanting to escape in all directions at their fastest speed. However, this method of fleeing in all directions and leaving their backs to Zhang Yu is the best situation for Zhang Yu, which allows him to complete the next task more calmly and efficiently. Zhou Yang is the person closest to Zhang Yu, and he is also the one who ran the fastest after hearing Zhang Yu's words. He kicked the ground with his feet, and the whole person left a series of afterimages, like a toad. When he just jumped a few meters away, he felt a terrifying suction from the clouds. It was the Wuxianyun gang that brought all kinds of entanglement, vibration, or deflection, like a whirlpool under the sea, sucking him back. At the same time, an extremely tall black giant shadow emerged from the clouds behind Zhou Yang with the roar of a dragon. At this moment, Zhou Yang felt like a small fish wandering on the seabed, and was sucked into the abyss without resistance as the sea beast opened its huge mouth to swallow. Looking at the black shadow getting closer and closer in the thick fog, Zhou Yang screamed, "Wait! Boom!" The surging palm power bombarded, as if to press the clouds and atmosphere into substance, and also pressed Zhou Yang's half-said words back into his throat. Facing this death crisis, Zhou Yang's eyes flashed with despair. He shouted in his heart and had already fought with all his strength for the last time. He brought a surging cold air with his palm and blasted towards the black shadow in the cloud. But when Zhou Yang blasted out with his palm, he only felt that he was blasting into a ball of air. Then, under the operation of Zhang Yu's immortal seal, the cold air rushed into Zhou Yang's body, freezing his body instantly. Then Wuxianyun gang drove straight in, accompanied by the sound of bangs, crushing his flesh and bones into mud. The first one, Zhang Yu waved his hand casually, sweeping away the blood mist in front of him, and the whole person flashed again, chasing after another master. The waves of the sea of clouds transformed by Wuxianyun gang surged back and forth under his feet, making him feel like a fish in water, and his body movements were extremely swift in the sea of clouds. On the contrary, Chai, Yu Manchen and others felt that the clouds and mists were alive. They not only entangled them from all directions and hindered them, but also absorbed their attacks and rebounded their fists and palms. Whoosh! In the rolling clouds and mists, Zhang Yu had come to another key refiner. The other party was full of fear, roared and hugged him, performing a set of grappling techniques. Zhang Yu showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and collided with the other party's palm, twisting the other party's center of gravity, smashing the other party to the ground, and smashing a big pit with a bang. Looking at the other party whose internal organs were completely shattered and was slowly spitting blood foam, Fuji reminded, the other party can perform the surgical talisman remotely. Remember to kill him. Zhang Yu kicked out, and the other party's brain was already shaken into a ball of paste. Even the surgical talisman could not save it. The second one, then he flashed again and killed another person. Yi Mansion struggled and sneaked in the thick fog, listening to the loud noises, screams and Zhang Yu's voice counting from the depths of the clouds and fog. The third one, a shrill scream sounded, as if the body was torn apart by a giant beast. Boom. The fourth one, I'll fight you, everyone, don't run away, you can't escape, bang. I'll pay to buy your life. The fifth one, listening to the voice that sounded like a death countdown, even though Yi Mansion was a favored child from Xiandu, cold sweat kept pouring out of his forehead at this moment. He felt like a small fish swimming upstream in a river with an undercurrent, trying to escape from the hunting of an underwater monster. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How could this happen? Zhang Yu has already established his foundation, why hasn't Mr. Wang sent support? As he looked at it with great fear, a black shadow gradually emerged from the clouds and fog. The sixth one, in extreme fear, Yi Mansion also burst out with all his strength at this moment. His body expanded like an inflatable, and he roared like an elephant. With a fistful of violent energy and accompanied by crackling air explosions, he had already slammed towards Zhang Yu. Facing Yi Mansion's desperate efforts, Zhang Yu simply stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The surging energy rolled and stirred, and directly crushed the opponent's fist. Then he slammed his palm towards the opponent's head. Yi Mansion wanted to block with his other arm, but it was useless. Zhang Yu's palm force first blew his arm apart, and then hit his head hard. Bang! Yi Mansion's figure flew backwards suddenly, and this time he finally flew out of the clouds, but his head was already broken, and the bones were flying red and white. After killing Yi Mansion, Zhang Yu did not stop, wandering back and forth in the clouds. In just a few seconds, 4 more bodies fell to the ground, all with shattered skulls and brains turned into paste, deader than dead. Zhang Yu caught up with another key refiner. However, the other party roared wildly in the desperate situation of death, saying madly, I can also build a foundation. If you want me to die, then I will fight you. In an instant, a large number of inspirations rushed towards the other party, and there was actually a strong man at the peak of key refining who was planning to build a foundation and break through on the spot. At this time, Deng Bingding in the Divine Power Network snorted coldly, dare to break through the realm in battle? What a courage! Another righteous god in the Divine Power Network also shouted, break through without a license. Kill him immediately. In a blink of an eye, the righteous gods of both sides who were originally fighting in the Divine Power Network had stopped fighting. The divine power in the sky shone, turning into purple thunder as thick as a bucket, and turned the key refiner who was breaking through into ashes. After doing all this, the righteous gods started to fight against each other again in the Divine Power Network, checking and balancing each other. Zhang Yu looked at the place where the lightning disappeared with lingering fear, and continued to chase the others. From the time Zhang Yu started to chase, to the time when everyone fled everywhere, suffered heavy casualties, and the divine thunder fell, it seemed that a lot of things happened, but in fact it only took more than 20 seconds. But at this moment, a divine wind tornado blew between heaven and earth, and it actually blew away the clouds and mist in the sky. Zhang Yu raised his head and looked at the noble figure in the sky. He saw that the other party's head was surrounded by 8 layers of divine light, and under his left and right feet were crawling a giant dragon transformed by the strong wind, with thousands of blood shadows entangled around him. Like the emperor of this world, his indifferent eyes swept across the whole scene, and finally stopped on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked at the other party solemnly, thinking in his heart, Wang Yin, he actually came directly here, after realizing that I have established my foundation. He doesn't intend to leave me any chance and just wants to kill me directly. While Bai Zhenzhen was moving forward in the sewer, she opened her mobile phone and looked at the message sent by Deng Bingding, and came to a remote place according to the other party's instructions. A middle-aged man with a beard was carrying a big bag. He looked at her and said, "Are you Bai Zhenzhen?" The middle-aged man looked at Bai Zhenzhen with a hint of admiration in his eyes, and said, "You are really brave to dare to confront a wealthy upper-class person like Mr. Wang from Oasis Group." Bai Zhenzhen knew that the other party was an outsourced person hired by Deng Bingding, and said, "Are you a doctor? Help me treat it first." While receiving treatment, Bai Zhenzhen asked, "Deng Yaoshan said that you brought the Dharma body." The bearded man pointed to a large package on the side and said, "Yes, it's the Jiaolong Lingshu from the Dragon Soul Workshop. With my skills, it can be installed in about 15 minutes. Do you want me to help you install it?" By the way, Bai Zhenzhen said, "Why do you want to install it for me? It will be more useful if it is installed on Zhang Yu, right?" The bearded man said, "I'm afraid there is no time to install it on Zhang Yu. Wang Yin has left the Oasis building. He's coming." Bai Zhenzhen's face changed when she heard this, and she looked at the Jiaolong Lingshu and said, "Can I use this?" The bearded man said, "It's best to use it during the foundation building stage. For the key refining stage, it's fine to use it for a short period of time, but the spine needs to be replaced completely. The equipment here is limited. If you want to join the battle quickly, the process will be a bit painful." Bai Zhenzhen gritted her teeth and said, "Come on, help me install it." Bai Zhenzhen knew that if she didn't install the Jiaolong Lingshu, she would not be qualified to participate in the next battle. On the battlefield, Chai, who had escaped death, quickly ran to the bottom of Wang Yin, with a look of relief on his face. "Wang. Mr. Wang." Wang Yin ignored him, just glanced at him indifferently, and said coldly, "A bunch of useless things. I spent so much money on you, and in the end I still need to do it myself. Do you know how precious my time is? After you go back, your salary for the next year will be deducted." Chai lowered his head and let Wang Yin scold him, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. Wang Yin then looked at Zhang Yu and said calmly, "Zhang Yu, if you just took Bai Zhenzhen away, I could regard you as wild and unruly, and have not yet overcome the bad habits of the poor, and I would continue to spend some time to train you, but you too." The cold murderous intent surged from Wang Yin. "You two have done something that is absolutely unforgivable, colluding with foreign enemies, betraying the interests of the company. Why can't we sell it?" Zhang Yu sneered and retorted, "If someone buys, we will sell it. Business is business. Isn't this the rule of Kung Fu?" Wang Yin heard the other party refute him with the words he taught, and snorted coldly. "Are you qualified to talk to me about the rules of Kung Fu? Clarify your own identity. You are just a dog I raised." Chapter 255, The World-Shaking Fist. Thanks to I Am a Reader for rewarding the leader. Before Wang Yin finished speaking, his semi-automatic spell casting without a scroll had already started, and divine light and auspicious aura descended from the sky and surged towards his body. But in the next moment, the divine power network was agitated, and Wang Yin felt that his connection with the network was cut off, and the semi-automatic scroll that he was using also stopped working. The eightfold divine light that was originally behind his head was like a neon light with poor contact. After flickering a few times, it slowly dissipated. The giant dragon that was originally transformed by the strong wind and crawling at his feet also twisted for a while and turned into a gust of strong wind again. It scattered everywhere, blowing sand and rocks between heaven and earth. Without the support of the giant dragon of the strong wind, Wang Yin, who was originally standing in the sky, also fell suddenly, falling towards the earth like a meteor. Feeling the strong wind blowing in his face and the ground that was constantly enlarging in his sight, Wang Yin's face did not show any panic. He just crossed his hands and let himself fall faster. At the same time, he thought to himself, did the righteous gods on the other side temporarily block the network here? But Wang Yin knew that this kind of blockade could not last long. The righteous gods on his side must have been working hard to restore the divine power network. It would not take long for his semi-automatic talisman book to work again. Moreover, even if there is no spell and no divine power support, what's the matter? Looking at Zhang Yu, who was rushing towards the direction where he fell, Wang Yin sneered, "Do you think you can fight me without a spell?" With a loud bang, Zhang Yu jumped up, and his body was full of formless clouds. With the roar of a dragon and an elephant, he slapped Wang Yin with one palm. The terrifying power seemed to drain the air around him at this moment, and the fierce wind blew in all directions, sweeping out a large amount of smoke and dust. Facing Zhang Yu's attack, Wang Yin did not dodge. He pinched his fist in the air, bent his elbow slightly, and then punched hard, hitting Zhang Yu's palm head-on. Logically speaking, Wang Yin fell from the air, with no place to use his feet, while Zhang Yu rushed all the way, accumulating strength for a long time, and obviously had the advantage of terrain. But as the fists and palms collided, with a loud bang, waves of air exploded from the collision point of both sides. Zhang Yu only felt the bones all over his body cracking, as if he was repeatedly crushed by shock waves. He paused slightly in the air for a moment, and the next moment he fell back to the ground with a bang, smashing a big hole. But Zhang Yu was not surprised by this. He didn't expect that he could defeat the opponent in one go. Originally, this attack while Wang Yin was not stable was just for him to test the opponent's strength. At the moment of landing, Zhang Yu had already evaluated Wang Yin's data. Your physical strength is better than mine, but your mana output is not much higher than mine. At the same time, Wang Yin on the other side had already stood firmly on the ground. He crossed his arms and looked at Zhang Yu indifferently and said, "Your mana has increased a lot, but your physical strength has not increased much? It seems that when you were building your foundation, you should have used the heavenly spiritual roots such as Ki Hai, and now, are you thinking that after I abandoned my cultivation, the mana I retained is not much higher than yours, and my physical strength is only a little stronger than yours? You have no chance to fight me." Zhang Yu snorted coldly and said, "You talk too much nonsense." At the same time, Zhang Yu's Ki Hai spiritual root in his body was fully operational, and the spiritual energy within a radius of 100 meters was frantically collected, constantly replenishing his consumed mana. With a loud bang, the Wuxian Yun Gang in his body also exploded again. The big pit under him sank again with the impact of the Gang Ki, and shattered layer by layer. And the white airwaves transformed by the Wuxian Yun Gang have already rushed out of Zhang Yu's body and enveloped the entire battlefield. Wang Yin let the thick fog blow over his body, and then he said, "I'll give you a chance to fight you, but it's just to see how much you are worth now, and whether you are suitable for fresh or frozen food in the future. As for the real battle," in the thick fog, Zhang Yu's figure suddenly emerged, and with a palm that made the sound of a dragon and an elephant roaring, he fiercely slammed towards Wang Yin's back. But facing Zhang Yu's attack, Wang Yin did not move, but blood shadows appeared all over his body. Each of these blood shadows had a distorted face, howling and crying in front of Zhang Yu's palm. And with every inch of Zhang Yu's palm power moving forward, more than a dozen blood shadows were shattered, and the blood light that burst out also turned into a group of resistance, like thousands of layers of flesh and skin blocking him. The more Zhang Yu's palm power moved forward, the more it squeezed the blood light, and the more terrifying resistance he felt. In the end, the palm power moved forward 5 inches in a row, and the dense blood light completely exhausted the power of this palm. Wang Yin's voice came from behind the blood light, "You don't even have the qualifications to touch me." Zhang Yu didn't say anything, but he continued to blast towards Wang Yin with another palm that brought a strong wind explosion, but was also blocked by the blood light. Wang Yin said faintly, "This magic weapon of mine is called the Dark Blood Shadow Cover, which can refine the living soul and transform it into blood shadow to protect the body. Each blood shadow can block a blow from the peak of Ki refining, and I bought the living souls of tens of thousands of mortals on the first floor, refined them, and put them into this dark blood shadow cover. How long do you think it will take you to break it, you fucking?" Listening to what Wang Yin said, Zhang Yu's eyes condensed and said, "This guy, is he advertising?" In Zhang Yu's opinion, he actually had the time to introduce his magic weapon during the battle, and introduced it so clearly, which was obviously advertising this magic weapon. Zhang Yu thought, "Are you going to sell this nether blood shadow cover to the people on the first floor?" But Wang Yin ignored Zhang Yu and continued to talk to the hidden camera on his body. "Tens of thousands of living souls are worth a lot on the second floor. You have to work for a long time to buy them, but buying tens of thousands of living souls on the first floor is more than 10 times cheaper, but this is not the cheapest price. Next time I will take you to see the first floor where the purchasing power is stronger and the living souls are the least valuable." After listening to Wang Yin's words, Zhang Yu instantly understood. Wang Yin is not shooting a magic weapon advertisement, but a video about the purchasing power of the first floor, promoting how cheap the living souls and human flesh of the first floor are to the upper level. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu felt an indescribable anger in his heart, and the white crippled bull in his mind roared, and the crippled bull's body and mind relinquishing art became more and more intense, causing his muscles and magic power to throb slightly, becoming more and more active. At the same time, Wang Yin on the other side said calmly, "Okay, this battle should be over." The next moment, a terrifying aura surged out of him. No, not aura. Feeling the subtle changes in the other party, Zhang Yu's face changed slightly. Is this fist intention? Zhang Yu, who had learned the Xian Wu Liang Ju, knew that the so-called fist intention, like the sword intention and the knife intention, was a kind of martial arts intention, which was generally cultivated through martial arts mental methods and had various different uses. For example, the martial arts intention cultivated by the Xian Wu Liang Ju could allow Zhang Yu to enter a state of full concentration and speed up his own reaction. Under the cover of Wang Yin's fist intention, Zhang Yu felt that the spiritual energy of the entire battlefield began to become disordered. Especially as Wang Yin slowly made a fist print, it was as if he wanted to hold all the spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of meters in his palm. Zhang Yu felt that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly became several times thinner, making it difficult for him to collect his sea of key spiritual roots. Can the boxing intention do this? Zhang Yu had never seen such a domineering boxing intention that could directly interfere with the operation of the spirit. What Zhang Yu didn't know was that the martial arts that Wang Yin was performing at this moment were divided into two schools. One was a boxing method called the world-shaking fist, and the other was a mental method called the Emperor's Heart. These two martial arts were originally created by an ancient emperor. With the heart of the emperor controlling the domineering boxing method, the two could work together to exert the supreme boxing intention. But now there is no emperor in the world, so where does the heart of the emperor come from? These two martial arts gradually declined and no one cared about them. Until decades ago, the descendants of this emperor improved the skills, subverted a city with huge wealth, dominated the people, and finally forged a very powerful boxing intention. At this moment, Wang Yin performed one of the moves, the sky-swallowing force. Once this momentum was released, the battlefield with the extreme fist intention covered hundreds of meters in radius. Not only could it intimidate the opponent, but it could also monopolize 99% of the spiritual energy, making it impossible for the opponent to recover mana. Although Wang Yin could not monopolize 99% of the spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of meters, he monopolized 70% of the spiritual energy, which made Zhang Yu feel that the spiritual energy was thin and the speed of mana recovery dropped sharply. After a move of swallowing the sky, Wang Yin held the fist seal and punched Zhang Yu through the air. The world-shaking fist spiritual surge. As Wang Yin's fist intention surged, the spiritual energy that was monopolized by 70% suddenly changed and concentrated at a high speed towards the place covered by his fist. After the spiritual energy was highly gathered and expanded, a loud bang was heard. Without any sign, Zhang Yu felt like an air bomb exploded in front of him, and his head was buzzing. Seeing that Wang Yin's second punch was about to continue, Zhang Yu raised his strength, twisted his body, and the cloud of formless aura surged around him, and the whole person had jumped several meters away. Boom! The place where he just stood exploded again, and a big pit was blown out directly on the spot. Then the sound of explosions rang out one after another. Every time Wang Yin punched out, it was like the roar of artillery fire, and the position locked by his fist burst out with waves of air. With his endless fist bombardment, it was as if a giant beast was rolling back and forth in the thick fog, and in a blink of an eye, most of the white Wuxian Yun gang was shattered. On the one hand, Wang Yin's spiritual surge was extremely powerful and tyrannical, shattering the sky-filled Wuxian Yun gang. On the other hand, Zhang Yu no longer maintained a large range of Genki, but chose to gather Genki to resist Wang Yin's fist. Bang! Feeling the oncoming explosion, Zhang Yu raised his hands, and with the surging of Wuxian Yun gang, a series of body protection techniques in his body were running. His body shook, and he had already taken the punch head-on in the explosion. I said it, Wang Yin punched out one punch after another, and the explosion of spiritual power again and again blew Zhang Yu away. You don't even have the qualifications to get close to me. Chapter 256, Battle with President Wang. On the periphery of the battlefield, Chai had already stood with the newly arrived Oasis Group employees. Chai also noticed that, in addition to them, the periphery of the entire battlefield had been surrounded by more and more Oasis Group employees. Chai thought to himself, this time Zhang Yu can't escape. But, he looked at Zhang Yu, who was completely suppressed by Wang Yin and had no power to fight back, and thought to himself, with President Wang personally taking action, he didn't have the slightest chance. At this moment, a company employee on the side was eager to try and said, President Chi, don't we go up to help President Wang? Chai glanced at him and snorted, going up with your level is just delivering food to Zhang Yu. Besides, President Wang is now recording a video to introduce Zhang Yu's material. Without his permission, who dares to go up? Boom! Wang Yin punched out again, and a big pit exploded on the ground, and a cloud of blood mist exploded from Zhang Yu's body. But he seemed to be fine, and directly dispersed the blood mist and rushed towards Wang Yin again. Wang Yin was surprised to see Zhang Yu, who had received dozens of punches from him, still looking vigorous. He thought to himself, after receiving so many punches from me, you still have such strong vitality. The next moment, Wang Yin smiled. Good. Good. Good, the better you perform in the video I recorded, the more people will bid for you. At the same time, Zhang Yu's blood and ki surged, his mana turned wildly, and he kept using body protection skills. At the same time, he used the Wuxian Yun Gang to the extreme to resist the damage of the explosion of spiritual energy. But even so, Zhang Yu could feel that every time he received the opponent's punch, his flesh and bones would show a little shock, or even cracks. Fortunately, the self-healing effect brought by the martial arts fetus allowed these minor injuries to heal continuously, which ensured that Zhang Yu could fight until now. But even so, Zhang Yu knew that he couldn't keep going like this. This guy has monopolized more than 70% of the mana. The mana I restored with my Ki High spiritual root can't keep up with the mana consumed by Wuxian Yun Gang. If we continue to stalemate like this, he will exhaust me to death. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu frowned, knowing that exhausting him to death was the other party's goal. Zhang Yu thought to himself, do you want to catch him alive? I don't know how much support Deng Bingding said he had received. Let's wait for a while and see. If it doesn't work, I can only use the trick. Zhang Yu protected his head with both hands, and once again blocked Wang Yin's punch in the air, and then rushed towards the opponent's position. As Zhang Yu rushed forward again and again, he was blown away again and again, and his whole body looked bloody. The battlefield was even more broken and ruined. The entire abandoned factory seemed to have been plowed by someone. There was no longer a complete wall, only large and small pits. Feeling that Zhang Yu's movements were gradually slowing down, Wang Yin thought to himself, is it almost over? As the disadvantage became greater and greater, the pressure Wang Yin brought to Zhang Yu became stronger and stronger, but Zhang Yu's fighting spirit did not decrease at all. Instead, as the crippled ox sacrifice art was running, the fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more vigorous. The white bull in his mind roared again and again, and the broken horns on his forehead emitted bursts of sharp cold light, and the white back was even more red, as if it was about to drip blood. Facing an opponent like Wang Yin, Zhang Yu, under tremendous pressure, also pushed the crippled ox sacrifice art to an unprecedented level. At the same time, Zhang Yu felt his remaining mana and physical strength, and gritted his teeth slightly. Although there is not a good enough opportunity, I can only fight. Thinking of this, he began to operate the former military level skill 9 Sky Cloud Sky Power in his body. However, at this moment, there was a crackling sound in the air, and a flash of lightning shot out, like a lightning piercing the night sky, and shot violently towards Wang Yin's back. Zhang Yu was shocked when he saw this scene. Zhen. At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen's injuries were completely healed. She was holding a Yuanzi shock sword, full of fighting spirit, and was stabbing at the back of Wang Yin's head with a sword. This Yuanzi shock sword was the support equipment that Deng Bingding had just sent to Bai Zhenzhen when she left after the operation. Bai Zhenzhen took it directly. At this moment, under the infusion of thunder and magic power, the Yuanzi shock sword not only had a fast sword speed, like a stream of light, but the sword blade also maintained tens of thousands of high-frequency vibrations per second, tearing the atmosphere all the way, and breaking through the sky like thunder. But the next moment, the long sword hit the dark blood shadow cover, and was stopped by layer after layer of blood shadows, stopping at a distance of 12 inches from Wang Yin. Bai Zhenzhen's eyes condensed, and she immediately drew her sword and flew back, and saw that Wang Yin had already punched and hit a series of explosive air waves. The punch missed, but Wang Yin laughed loudly. Finally, I'll take care of both of you. After that, the Jideo fist locked onto Bai Zhenzhen, and Wang Yin punched out again. Zhen. Zhang Yu suddenly blocked in front of Bai Zhenzhen, and with the Wuxian Yun Gang surging, he had already taken Wang Yin's punch. Bai Zhenzhen said, Yuzi. Let's blow him up within 15 moves. Zhang Yu's heart moved when he heard this. He knew that after Bai Zhenzhen's Wanjian was Hanju was deduced, each move would be faster than the previous one after accumulating sword power, and the 15th sword would be able to break the sound barrier. Zhen, do you want to create an opportunity for me to break Wang Yin's netherworld blood shadow cover when you use the 15th move? Zhang Yu said yes, And the next moment he and Bai Zhenzhen went to meet Wang Yin together. Bai Zhenzhen unfolded her sword power, and Wang Jin's Hengju was performed one by one, with each sword faster than the other. But because she had to ensure the continuous sword momentum, she could only attack but not defend. Even though her figure flashed and her speed was fast, she could easily be locked by Wang Yin's fist. Fortunately, Zhang Yu always protected Bai Zhenzhen and blocked her spiritual explosions again and again. In the flash of lightning, Bai Zhenzhen had already performed the 15th sword in a blink of an eye. At the same time, the thunder magic power left in the whole field brought up the electric field, further accelerating her. Bai Zhenzhen rushed out in a flash, and the dazzling lightning burst out from her body. The long sword tore through the atmosphere, and the whole person had poured all the magic power into the shock sword. It was not until she stabbed the sword into the netherworld blood shadow cover that the roar of the long sword tearing the atmosphere reached Wang Yin's ears. This sword was surprisingly faster than the sound. Seeing the long sword piercing through layers of blood shadows like lightning, Bai Zhenzhen was delighted. Sure enough, it takes time for the blood shadows in this cover to be mobilized to different positions to resist, so the faster the attack speed, the less time the blood shadows have to resist, and the slower the cover will form a strong resistance, and the more likely it is to be broken. In short, to deal with this cover, you have to stab it in all at once before it reacts, but Bai Zhenzhen could also feel that even her sword that broke through the speed of sound was still far from breaking through the netherworld blood shadow cover. But she was naturally prepared for this, and she remembered the doctor's warning again. This giant Longlingshu was originally prepared for the foundation building cultivators. With your cultivation at the limit of ki refining, you can only use it for 3 moves at most. After each move, your meridians will be damaged and your muscles will be severely strained. Once you exceed 3 moves, your body will begin to collapse. If you want to cure it at that time, I'm afraid it will cost tens of millions of yuan. This will exceed the 3 million medical insurance limit arranged by the gods for the personnel in this operation. With a tremor in Bai Zhenzhen's spine, the giant Longlingshu installed in her body suddenly started, directly mobilizing the power of her tendons, pushing her physical strength to the point beyond the limit of ki refining. With a sound of swish, the longsword accelerated violently again, and there was only 8 inches of distance from Wang Yin's eyebrows. Wang Yin looked at this scene coldly. How can you break my ki refining realm? But the next moment, Bai Zhenzhen roared wildly, and a terrifying pressure was released from her body. While performing the operation, the bearded doctor introduced to Bai Zhenzhen, there is a dragon-like Taoist technique sealed in the giant Longlingshu, called the Dragon Power Technique. Once it is activated, it can shock the spirit, making it difficult for cultivators with a Dao heart level of 20 or below within a radius of 100 meters to use their mental skills. Being hit by the Dragon Power Technique, Wang Yin felt dizzy, as if he had lost consciousness at this moment. The mental skills that had been running in his mind also suddenly stopped, making it impossible for him to burst out the extreme boxing intent and monopolize the surrounding spiritual power. Damn it, Wang Yin covered his dizzy head, but he was still calm in his heart. He knew that no matter how hard the ki refining cultivators struggled, they would never be able to break through the blood shadow cover. But Bai Zhenzhen also knew this. So the next moment, Zhang Yu, with his vigorous Genki, had already come behind Bai Zhenzhen. 9 sky clouds and sky power. This military-grade martial art is a pure combat martial art. After practicing it, you can open up a void in the Genki. This void can temporarily accumulate its own power during the battle and explode when needed. And every time it is upgraded by 1 level, 1 more void is opened, and the power of 1 more attack can be accumulated, which can instantly explode with amazing lethality. It is even more magical when it reaches level 10 and 20. It is a pity that Zhang Yu did not have enough time to practice, and now he has only cultivated this military-level martial arts to level 5. However, even at level 5, it is enough for Zhang Yu to explode with unprecedented lethality. In the process of the battle just now, Zhang Yu has accumulated his full strength 5 attacks and a void of Wuxiang Yonggang, but he has been hiding this killer move, waiting for the opportunity to win. At this moment, he slapped out with 1 palm, and the surging Genki had already hit the hilt of the Yuanzi oscillating sword. At this moment, as he blasted out with all his strength, several dragon elephant roars rose in the air, and the atmosphere seemed to be compressed into substance under the bombardment of this move. Zhang Yu's own palm, plus the 5 attacks accumulated in Wuxiang Yonggang, a series of 6 attacks broke out in an instant. Under this tsunami-like force, the surrounding wind exploded and smoke and dust flew. and with Zhang Yu's earth-shattering blow, the two of them pushed the nether blood shadow cover and Wang Yin with a bang, rolling all the way, carrying smoke and dust, like a dragon. The surrounding scenes quickly retreated in the eyes of the three people as the two people exploded. The Yuan-Si oscillating sword accelerated again with a sneer, directly penetrating through layers of blood shadows, and only the last half-inch was left from Wang Yin's eyebrows. Roar! Bai Zhenzhen exerted force again, and the stimulation of Jiaolongling Shu made her muscles seem to be torn apart, pumping all her strength into the Yuan-Si oscillating sword. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, grasped the back end of the hilt, twisted his muscles, and with the overload state and the activation of the word Zen of Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, he and Bai Zhenzhen pushed the long sword towards Wang Yin's eyebrows little by little. Seeing the vibrating sword approaching, Wang Yin raised his eyebrows and said in shock and anger, "How dare you?" Bai Zhenzhen roared, "Only by eating people can you become a superior person. You taught me that." Swish! The tip of the sword was already tightly attached to Wang Yin's forehead. Zhang Yu shouted angrily, "If you want to eat the fattest one. I'll eat you today." This is Kung Fu. Amidst the roar, the crippled ox self-sacrifice art reached an unprecedented peak. Zhang Yu only felt the crippled ox in his mind let out a long roar, and drops of blood emerged from the wound on its back, forming lines of words. Bang! The next moment, accompanied by the collision of the long sword and the forehead, the Yuan-Si vibrating sword had already shattered. Wang Yin stared at the two of them and said coldly, "This body of skin and body was stripped from a foundation-building master with a physical strength of level 20. Do you really think you can hurt me by breaking through the netherworld blood shadow cover? Who can hurt me at this level? Who dares to eat me?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Pre-Battle Improvement. Thanks to I Am a Reader for rewarding the leader again. Just as Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen attacked together, knocking Wang Yin all the way out, and together they used the Yuan-Si oscillation sword in their hands to continuously break through the layers of netherworld blood shadow cover, and the tip of the sword was getting closer and closer to Wang Yin's forehead. Many company employees who were observing the battlefield immediately moved and rushed over anxiously. "Boss Wang, cover Boss Wang, go. Catch those two beasts." Many Oasis Group employees saw that Boss Wang was in danger, and they were really anxious. They wished they could block Boss Wang in an instant and take the sword for him. "Boss Wang has given me a salary increase 3 times. A man will die for a salary increase." These two were born. The company cultivated them so much? Is this how they repay the company? Wow, ha 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 ha, as long as I can catch Boss Wang's eye, it's worth it even if I go bankrupt in this battle. Baffing platform, give me the potential of the immortal way. I want to rent a combat heavenly spiritual route. Just as the employees of Oasis Group were surging and rushing to the battlefield, groups of masters with different temperaments emerged and blocked them. They were the many outsourced personnel sent by Deng Bingding. On the other side, the Songyang city director of Xianayan Group moved lightly. In just a few moments, this foundation building expert could cross a distance of several kilometers and cut into the battlefield. But the next moment, his footsteps had stopped, looking at the silver-haired woman in front of him. "Li Zulian," the director said calmly, "you should be neutral, right?" Li Zulian smiled at him, stretched out her hands, indicating that she had no hostility, and then smiled and said, "I came here today just to get an extra salary. Let's not fight if we can," the director said coldly. "If someone wants to hurt Wang Yin in front of me, how can I explain it?" Li Zulian curled her lips. "The boss of Xianayan Group is Wanfa sect, not Nether Palace. Why are you in a hurry?" she continued. "If the boss didn't give you an order, would it be that they hope you will let nature take its course and not interfere in the affairs of Oasis Group? Make money when there is money, and hide when there is trouble, isn't it good? Besides, the money Wang Yin gave you is not enough for you to fight me, right?" The director didn't say anything, but he knew that Li Zulian was right. The profit Wang Yin gave him couldn't make up for the possible losses in a battle with Li Zulian. But it was enough for him to stand here and check each other. Looking at the two people who were restraining each other, Deng Bingding thought to herself, two salary thieves who were punished by standing. Then she looked at the entire battlefield and saw countless Oasis Group employees, outsourced employees, security team members, all rushing towards Wang Yin. The outsourced personnel sent by Deng Bingding also took the initiative to intercept the people from Oasis Group. At the same time, the Divine Power Network has become a mess as the two righteous gods fight. From time to time, there are spell failures, account freezes, tax defects, and other phenomena that happen to people. Although the battle in front of her has only just begun, and most people have not really started yet, for a righteous god like Deng Bingding, such a moment is enough for her to analyze the whole scene. The time is still too short. There are too few outsourced personnel to stop most of the people from Oasis Group. If the full-scale battle continues, more people from Songyang City will join the battle and support Oasis Group. The few outsourced people won't be able to hold out for long, but fortunately, at least the key figures are here. At this moment, a dazzling firelight appeared in the sky, like a meteor falling to the ground, directly in front of the large army of Oasis Group. Looking at the immortal starfire in the sky-high firelight, all the Oasis employees who rushed to the battlefield stopped in unison. Immortal Starfire glanced at everyone lightly and didn't say much, but even if he just stood here, he alone was enough to stop thousands of monks. From the Oasis Group's people rushing out, to the outsourced personnel blocking them, to Immortal Starfire's end, although there was a lot of noise and many people were moving, with the skills of these monks, the whole process happened very quickly, only a few seconds. But in these few seconds, the situation in the center of the battlefield has reversed. The long sword that pierced through the netherworld blood shadow cover hit Wang Yin's forehead and shattered. Wang Yin, who is unharmed, shouted, bent his arm slightly, clenched his fists, and punched out with a strong punch. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen had just burst out with all their strength to push the long sword. At this moment, the old strength was exhausted and the new strength had not yet been generated. It was the moment when they were full of flaws. Boom! Wang Yin's fist was imprinted on Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's stomach. A huge dent formed in Bai Zhenzhen's stomach, and a large piece of blood mist spit out of her mouth. The whole person flew dozens of meters away in an instant. Zhang Yu's bones rumbled, and his internal organs were also squeezed violently under this punch. The whole person dragged two long traces on the ground and was knocked back several meters away. Feeling the cracks on his bones and the bleeding internal organs, Zhang Yu knew that if he didn't have enough time to heal himself, and continued to fight at a high intensity, it would probably be a matter of time before his bones were broken and his internal organs were burned. But looking at Wang Yin who was striding forward, Zhang Yu still forced himself to raise his mana and stood in front of him. Because he knew that behind him was Bai Zhenzhen who was more seriously injured. Wang Yin walked forward step by step, his eyes swept coldly over Zhang Yu in front of him. One has just established his foundation, and the other is just refining key, and you want to hurt me. You are so flawed that my fist broke your internal organs. Do you know that any piece of skin on my body is more valuable than the two of you combined? Why do you want to fight me? Just when Wang Yin was about to attack Zhang Yu again, he slowly loosened his clenched fist and said coldly, "Old man, what do you mean?" Xing Zhenren had appeared on the battlefield at some point and stood between Zhang Yu and Wang Yin. Hearing Wang Yin's question, he laughed and first glanced at Zhang Yu who was still in a fighting posture, with a trace of residual Wuxian Yun Gang being squeezed out of his body. This kid is really like me when I was young, just as daring, just as courageous, just as talented. It's a pity for a young man like this to die here. Starfire Master shook his head and thought to himself, hey, I really don't like hiding behind young people like this. Well, the high school students have stood up. How can my old bones continue to be a coward? I will come to help him half. Starfire Master's long flaming hair fluttered slightly, and he looked at Wang Yin and said, give me some face. Wang Yin snorted coldly, do you think you are still the peak of the golden core as before? Doctor of all laws, an optimized half-golden core, what face do you think you have? Young man, don't be so angry. Starfire Master smiled helplessly, you don't have to give me face, but you have to respect the company's profits. Just agree to my next request, and I will no longer interfere in your affairs on the first floor for the next year. How about it? Wang Yin did not answer immediately, because the other party was right. He could not give face to Xing Zhenren, but he had to consider the interests of the company. During this period of time, the progress of Oasis Group has been obstructed by Xing Zhenren. If there is no obstruction from Xing Zhenren in the next year, the progress of Oasis Group's first-level plan will surely advance by leaps and bounds and bring huge benefits. So Wang Yin asked, what is the request? Xing Zhenren said, your battle will be suspended for 3 hours, and then continue after 3 hours. How about it? Wang Yin frowned. What are you going to do, Zhenzhen, in these 3 hours? Let this kid receive treatment, and then let me teach him a few moves, and then you can fight again. How about it? Wang Yin raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking, this old guy thinks that Zhang Yu can defeat me in 3 hours. After a slight calculation in his mind, Wang Yin knew that this was impossible. But he still said, at most 1.5 hours. Zhenzhen frowned, turned his head and looked at Zhang Yu behind him, who was still full of fighting spirit. Zhang Yu felt a voice directly reaching his ears. Good disciple, I am transmitting the message to you now. Just nod or shake your head slightly. Don't make any sound. Let me ask you, I saw you fighting just now. Have you already mastered the 9 heavens cloud sky power? Starfire Master had just observed the final burst of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. However, the forces of both sides were superimposed on each other, and there was also the barrier of the netherworld blood shadow cover, and he was very far away, so he could only vaguely see that Zhang Yu had already mastered the 9 heavens cloud sky power, and it should be more than level 1. Zhang Yu looked at the 9 heavens cloud sky power that was already level 5 in the U-book, and nodded slightly. Starfire Master asked again, level 2, seeing Zhang Yu nod, Starfire Master suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, level 3, seeing Zhang Yu still nodded slightly. Starfire Master had no expression on his face, but he was already extremely shocked in his heart. Unlike those rich people who like to sit in the office, invest, and play with finance, Zhenzhen, as a practical doctor, knows a lot of skills in detail. Even though he can't practice many military-grade skills, he has tried his best to find information and study them carefully. In his memory, the 9 sky cloud sky power is a standard skill that is difficult to learn and master. Although the moves are simple, they can be used on various martial arts. The mystery of the movement of the martial arts is profound. True man Zhenghe thought to himself, 9 skies cloud sky power is about opening up a void in the inner energy and accumulating strength. It is a superior martial art that uses inner energy to imitate the human body. The various ways of cultivation are said to be wild and unrestrained, violating the common sense of martial arts, and are very different from most martial arts. Even a genius in the foundation building period needs 2 or 3 days of effort to master the skill and open up the first void. After that, with each level of improvement and each additional void opened, the difficulty will increase dramatically, and the time and energy spent will also double. This kid just built his foundation today, but he has already cultivated 9 skies cloud sky power to the 3rd level. Is this the legendary martial arts saint body? Thinking of this, true man Zhenghe sighed secretly. Oh, if only I hadn't met you Zhenghe at the beginning. Although he thought a lot in his mind in an instant, there was no sign of anything unusual on true man Zhenghe's face. He just looked at Wang Yin and said, 1.5 hours, then 1.5 hours. So, in the surprised eyes of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, Zhenzhen and Wang Yin signed the contract directly under the gaze of many righteous gods. Deng Bingding, who was watching this scene, thought to himself, I knew it, how could a dignified Zhenzhen, even if he is only half Zhenzhen, fall into the first layer so easily? I'm afraid that when he came down, it was planned by the higher-ups, just to help Zhang Yu at the critical moment. At this time, Wang Yin said to Zhenzhen, by the way, in the next battle, tell the righteous gods on your side not to block the divine power network randomly. It will affect my live broadcast. I won't use the talisman. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether it is used or not when beating him. Chapter 258, Fighting Wang Yin Alone. In the temporary operating room, the bearded doctor and several other doctors were treating Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen while transplanting Bai Zhenzhen's Jiaolong Lingshu to Zhang Yu and restoring Bai Zhenzhen's original spine. Zhang Yu, after taking a large amount of painkillers, was still awake, feeling the touch of various surgical tools passing through his body while listening to the teachings of Zhenzhen. According to Zhenzhen, time was running out, and Zhang Yu had to hurry up to learn in the next hour and a half, which was the time for the operation. I only heard Zhenzhen transmit the voice. After you have the Jiaolong spiritual pivot, your physical strength can be increased by 1.0 level, which can be regarded as narrowing the gap in physical strength with Wang Yin. In addition, the dragon power technique and the spiritual pivot conceal the mental method and prevent him from displaying the 2 most powerful forces of swallowing the sky and spirit surge in the world-shaking fist. But you still can't beat him with just these. His skin and body were stripped from a cultivator with a physical strength of level 20. It was made through 9,981 processes. In addition, With a netherworld blood shadow cover with tens of thousands of souls, it is extremely difficult for you to hurt him, and even if he gets a little hurt, the spiritual root in his body will make him recover quickly. That spiritual root is called the Sun and Moon Spirit Root, a heavenly spiritual root that cannot be bought. Although he abandoned his cultivation and cut off the fusion of the spiritual root and the body, it is not difficult for a rich man like him to buy another heavenly spiritual root. This spiritual root can convert mana into blood to heal injuries, and can also convert blood into mana to restore mana, as long as the mana is recovering. His injuries can be healed, even if you can break through the netherworld blood shadow cover and his skin. The injuries left behind must be minor, and he can recover in an instant. Hearing this, Zhang Yu frowned more and more. He thought that the opponent's skin was already a huge obstacle. He didn't expect that even if he could break the skin, there would still be some Sun and Moon spiritual roots. Zhang Yu said, "Then, doesn't that mean I can't beat him?" Zhang Zhenren smiled slightly and transmitted his voice, "Of course there is a way." After that, he stretched out his hand and pressed a finger on the center of Zhang Yu's eyebrows. The next moment, Zhang Yu felt a meteor crash into a sea of consciousness. After circling for a while, it stopped. Zhang Yu looked carefully and found that it was actually a golden brick. He asked puzzledly, "What is this?" True man Zhang said, "This is the magic weapon that Deng Bingding said he would lend to you. This magic weapon is called the Soul Injuring Brick, and it is a magic weapon that specializes in the soul. As long as you can use this magic weapon to injure Wang Yin and break his soul, you can immediately win the battle, and he will have to go back to heal his soul. But if you use this soul injuring brick directly, it will definitely be blocked by his netherworld blood shadow cover and that layer of skin, which will make him defensive and it will be difficult to succeed. So you have to break the netherworld blood shadow cover and his layer of skin first, and then use this soul injuring brick unexpectedly, and you will win." Listening to what true man Zhang said, Zhang Yu felt that he had gone around in a circle and came back again. Doesn't he still have to break the opponent's double layer of defense? True man Zhang seemed to know what Zhang Yu was thinking, and then said in a voice transmission, "In fact, the solution is in your own hands. The Juxiao Yunquangjin that you have practiced is a former military-level martial art. It can accumulate all kinds of strength and magic power into the Genki. The power of any martial arts in your hands can be multiplied, it's just that you have been using brute force before, and you haven't been able to really bring out the mystery of this martial art. Since you can do multiple attacks with one move and can add several levels of power, why are you limited to just one? You must know that the superposition and interaction of different forces can be far more powerful and mysterious than just using one kind of strength. It's like the same person. Is it more powerful to only use a straight punch, or to use fists, palms, and grappling together?" Zhang Yu's mind seemed to buzz when he heard this, and all kinds of wonderful ideas immediately came to his mind. Seeing his expression change, Zhang Zhenren smiled and said, "I already know the flaws of the netherworld blood shadow cover and the skin corpse. I will teach you next." When the operation was completed, Zhang Yu also knew how to fight Wang Yin. Zhang Zhenren said in a voice transmission, "I have already told you the fighting method. In the next period of time, you should hurry up to practice the 9 heavens clouds and sky power. You can improve as much as you can. Every improvement can increase your chances of winning. At the same time, it is also an opportunity to adapt to the dragon spirit pivot." Zhang Yu glanced at Bai Zhenzhen, who was still in a coma, took a deep breath, and planned to start practicing the 9 heavens clouds and sky power. But before he started, he thought of something. Zhang Yu looked at the doctor and said, "Give me medicine." The other party asked in confusion, "What medicine?" Zhang Yu said, "Any medicine, the more toxic the better." After taking a bunch of medicine sent by the doctor, Zhang Yu felt the surging mana and blood in his body, and then he began to practice the 9 heavens clouds and sky power. This skill only has 3 moves back and forth, and Zhang Yu can practice it once in about 10 seconds on average. Especially after knowing that he had to hurry up, he didn't pay attention to the proper operation of power or the standard of posture. He just wanted to be fast and practiced several times before the battle. During this practice, Zhang Yu felt that Jialong Lingshu mobilized the tendons of his body to bless his strength and raise his physical strength by 1 level. At this moment, his punches and kicks burst out with far more power than before, and he gradually adapted to this Dharmakaya. At the same time, this Dharmakaya was constantly extracting the mana in Zhang Yu's body. If it weren't for the support of Kihei Lingjin, he would probably not be able to fight for more than 10 minutes before being exhausted by this Dharmakaya. And with this crazy practice, the level of Juxiao Yunquangjin continued to improve. from level 5 to level 6, then to level 7, level 8. After upgrading again and again, a large amount of practice memory surged in his mind again and again. But Zhang Yu just digested it silently and continued to practice in the fastest, most labor-saving and most perfunctory way, without caring about the quality of each practice. Time's up. As Wang Yin sensed someone to remind him, Zhang Yu also stopped and asked, "Do you have any more medicine?" Several staff members hurried over and said, "Mr. Zhang, let us help you equip the protective gear." Zhang Yu's heart moved when he heard this. Did Deng Bingding allocate funds to buy the protective gear? Was it to increase his chances of winning? He saw several people in front of him putting small advertising posters on Zhang Yu's body, one by one. Zhang Yu twitched a corner of his mouth and said, "Is this protective gear?" The staff member who was posting the small posters explained, "These are battle posters specially used in battles between strong men. In order to prevent the posters from being destroyed and damaged in battle, the advertising company specially created this kind of fireproof, frostproof, acid-proof and puncture-proof battle posters. The effect of wearing them is better than combat uniforms." Damn, advertising posters are more defensive than combat uniforms, right? Zhang Yu rolled his eyes in his heart when he heard this, and reminded, "Stick it a few more times on my chest, and don't forget the inner thighs." At the same time, several more staff members came over and said, "Mr. Zhang, this is the advertising slogan you will read next time you go on stage." Looking at the medicines and advertising slogans brought by the other party, Zhang Yu's eyes moved. "Is the live broadcast of this battle popular?" The other party nodded repeatedly and said, "Oasis Group took the initiative to promote it, and now the number of people on the live broadcast channel has reached the first place. Here is the advertising contract. Please sign it if you think there is no problem." Zhang Yu signed quickly, watching the money flash before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he had nearly 10 million more. He thought to himself that he made money really quickly. After completing all the preparations for the battle, Zhang Yu slowly walked towards the battlefield. Behind Zhang Yu, a trace of worry flashed in Xinghuo Zhenren's eyes. This kid made a lot of mistakes when he was practicing just now. I can't see any progress after more than an hour. Is he too nervous? Or is Jian Longlingshu not adapted? Zhang Yu looked at the 11th level of Jiuxia Yunquangjin on the U-book, and suddenly a surge of confidence surged in his heart. The 11th level of Jiuxia Yunquangjin not only allows him to open up 11 holes in the Genki and store the power of 11 attacks, but also has the special effects of 10th level. After Jiuxia Yunquangjin reaches level 10, it can not only accumulate its own power, but even each hole can accumulate a force from the opponent. Now that he has taken the time to upgrade Jiuxia Yunquangjin to level 11, Zhang Yu remembered the changes in the Kenyu Shixingsenju in his mind. While walking towards the agreed battlefield, he looked at the Kenyu in his visualization and found that there were spots of blood on the white cow's back, forming lines of handwriting, which seemed to be a few mantras. What does it mean? Just as Zhang Yu was trying to comprehend the meaning of the formula, he heard wailing and screaming from the front. Wang Yin's house was surrounded by thousands of blood shadows. He said calmly, "I used the money I earned in the past hour and a half to buy hundreds of thousands of mortal souls. These mortals have no cultivation, are stupid and ignorant, and their souls are the most valuable. Instead of rotting in one layer, it is better to shine brightly in my hands." Zhang Yu was slightly stunned when he heard this. He looked up and looked around. Sure enough, he saw countless cameras of all sizes, all aimed at the direction of the battlefield. At this moment, he didn't know how many places were broadcasting live. Zhang Yu thought to himself, live streaming on the first floor can increase his prestige and promote the purchase and sale of fast-moving consumer goods like Shenghen, which will facilitate the implementation of the next plan, and the live streaming above the second floor is to promote the purchasing power and cost-effectiveness of the floors below. You want more people above to support the transformation of the first floor, right? Or, it also has the effect of promoting my product. At the same time, Zhang Yu could also notice that every time a camera swept by, the expressions of the Oasis Group staff would change. Some people dodged to the side, thinking to themselves, don't take pictures of me, what if I'm noticed by the big shots above? Some people also moved closer to the camera, expecting, isn't it just selling the body? The money given by the higher-ups is spirit coins. As long as the price is fair, there is definitely money to be made. On the other side, Wang Yin continued, whether it is giving birth to or raising mortals, it is extremely simple and requires almost no immortal resources. Our group has decided to promote the mortal breeding technology on the first floor. establish human breeding farms, and carry out batch and large-scale breeding. We must completely drive down the price of mortals. Listening to the endless propaganda from the other party, Zhang Yu snorted coldly, took out a bottle of potion and drank it, and then said in the same way, Belam Pharmaceutical, Bai Zhenzhen, your exclusive medicine steward. At the same time, Yu Zhenghen, who is watching the live broadcast, cursed, are you kidding me? It's been 5 minutes and it hasn't stopped. How much money did this kid make? At this moment, there was a change in the picture, and Yu Zhenghen's eyes fixed. It's finally started. Zhang Yu took one step after another, faster and faster, gradually changing from a quick step to a sprint, and quickly approached Wang Yin, who was still talking and reciting the advertising slogan. It's none of my business if you haven't finished talking. I don't have time to wait for you. The Jialong Lingshu on Zhang Yu's back twisted, like a big dragon stretching its body, making his body burst out with surging strength, and the speed of sprinting increased by 3 times. The surging Genki rushed out of his body, leaving a long track on the battlefield as he sprinted, making Zhang Yu at this moment like a white dragon, opening his huge mouth and biting Wang Yin fiercely. At the same time, Zhang Yu had already let out a roar, and the dragon power technique in the Jialong Lingshu suddenly started, sweeping across a radius of 100 meters. Facing the dragon power technique that was coming towards him, Wang Yin was well prepared and did not use his mental method at all. Although his mind was shocked and stiff for a moment, the dizziness caused by the forced suspension of his mental method did not increase. Although Wang Yin did have a Dharmakaya that could resist the dragon power technique, he had abandoned his cultivation now. The skin Dharmakaya on his body was already the limit, and he could not afford a second Dharmakaya. So he would rather choose not to use the mental method. Although the heaven swallowing force and spirit surge force that require mental methods cannot be used, and there is no way to monopolize the spiritual energy, but the world's shaking fist does not have to be used with a mental method. Wang Yin's right arm was slightly bent, and his hand was clenched into a fist. The surging magic power had already gathered towards his right fist. The world's shaking fist, collapsing earth. With a loud bang, accompanied by the pouring of magic power, Wang Yin's punch caused the spiritual energy to explode. Then, as if a chain reaction had started, the spiritual energy around exploded one after another, all blasting towards Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu shouted in a low voice, and directly activated the overload of the martial arts Saint Embryo, and the Zen word of the spring and autumn endless Zen. In addition to the surging medicine power he had taken before, and the Jialong Lingshu mobilizing the whole body's strength at the spine, Zhang Yu instantly reached an unprecedented peak state at this moment. He used both of his palms to punch, palm, block, or stir. He used all kinds of martial arts moves with the Wuxian Yun Gang to block Wang Yin's punches one by one. Boom 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 boom. Every move he made blocked the surging spiritual energy explosion. Zhang Yu was also certain in his heart, after Wang Yin's mental method was banned, the power of his punches has indeed decreased a lot. Zhang Yu tore through the opponent's punches all the way, and the whole person rushed in front of the opponent like a mad dragon. The eyes of both sides looked at each other through the netherworld blood shadow cover, and the strong fighting spirit seemed to collide in the air, erupting with a silent roar. 9 Sky Cloud Sky Power 11 consecutive hits. Wang Yin on the other side snorted in his heart, without a mental method, the long-range attack of the world's shaking fist is too attenuated. It turns out that it has to be close to have the greatest power. He made fists with both hands, and his mana boiled up. World Shaking Fist, Heaven Shaking Power. Chapter 259, Spark Teaching, 9 Heavens Fighting. Wang Yin's heaven-shaking stance was the most powerful one among the world's shaking fists. The secret of this was that in the fist, one could use his own mana to induce the mana in the enemy's body to surge, forming resonance, and ultimately causing both internal and external damage. In this way, using the opponent's mana to attack the opponent from the inside was not only incredibly powerful, but also hard to defend against, and was especially good at breaking all kinds of horizontal training techniques. The reason why he had not used the heaven-shaking stance in the previous battles was only for one reason. You can't kill him. How can you sell him at a high price if you kill him? It's not good to be too disabled, and it's a cost to treat him. This was different from Zhang Yu's state of being wholeheartedly focused on the battle at the moment. For Wang Yin, the battle in front of him was not a battle, but just a part of his job from beginning to end. The battle decision mainly depended on the balance of the company's profits, not the battle itself. After all, for him, this battle victory is undoubted, so the key to this battle is to win beautifully. to create publicity value, and to achieve higher profits. Now without the blessing of the mind method, the power of the heaven-shaking force cannot reach its peak, but it is just right to use it to deal with Zhang Yu. Wang Yin's fist was blasted out, wrapped in surging energy, and hit Zhang Yu's chest fiercely. In the crackling sound, the arrow round suddenly shattered, and the ground under the feet of both sides seemed to be squeezed by mountains, and it instantly sank under the terrifying impact force. And Wang Yin watched his fist squeeze Zhang Yu's chest muscles, sternum, and internal organs. Feeling the opponent's flesh and blood gradually sinking under his fist, he was surprised. This guy has attack but no defense, and has completely given up defense. At the same time, the violent martial arts energy slammed into Zhang Yu's chest with Wang Yin's punch, and crushed Zhang Yu's whole body like a rotten wood. Then Wang Yin found that Zhang Yu's body was empty, and there was not a trace of mana to resist. Without a trace of mana, it means that the heaven-shaking power cannot attract the enemy's mana and cannot exert its maximum damage. This guy knows the secret of the heaven-shaking power, so he simply gave up defense and didn't even leave a trace of mana. Humph, that old ghost Xinghuo told him. Right. Amid the explosions, accompanied by the fierce bombardment of the Genki, Zhang Yu's body suddenly exploded with layers of blood mist. Even if the heaven-shaking power is not exerted to its maximum power, this attack alone is enough to seriously injure you. Wang Yin sneered in his heart, and the opportunity you exchanged for your life in this way can't hurt me. What? Almost when Wang Yin hit Zhang Yu fiercely with a heaven-shaking power, a wisp of milky white mist suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Wuxian Yungang. But how could Wuxian Yungang cross the blood shadow and appear in front of him? The next moment, a palm suddenly broke through the blood shadows and grabbed in front of Wang Yin. And behind this palm was Zhang Yu's cold eyes. I got you. Feeling the hand that broke through the blood shadow and stretched out in front of him, Wang Yin could never have imagined that Zhang Yu, who had no way to deal with his nether blood shadow cover without Bai Zhenzhen's help just an hour and a half ago, could actually break his magic weapon in an instant. When Wang Yin was surprised, his move just now could actually break through my nether blood shadow cover, because Zhang Yu's full-strength burst of Wuxian Yungang made his moves disappear in the rolling clouds, and Wang Yin was unable to see the mystery. Or from the beginning of this battle, he didn't take Zhang Yu's attack to heart. However, just now, when Wang Yin was using the Shianqi force to hit Zhang Yu used the 11th level Zhuxiao Yunquangjin to release the 11 consecutive attacks accumulated in the Ganqi Quangqiao in one breath. At the moment of the move, the words of Xinghuo Zhenren flashed through Zhang Yu's mind again. Strong palm power should be pushed by palm techniques. Traction force is suitable for grappling techniques. On the contrary, if a palm is pushed horizontally, but the force is dragging, how can it exert the highest power? Your 9 sky cloud power can accumulate the power of your attack, but if you want to exert the greatest power, you must combine form and force. You must use your own energy to shape the most suitable form for different power bursts. All kinds of experience of the 11th level 9 sky cloud power bloomed in Zhang Yu's mind, and scenes of cultivation flashed in his sea of consciousness. Under the stimulation of great pressure, the crippled cattle body and mind ran wildly, leaving Zhang Yu's mind clear, and he actively commanded his body in magic power, and exquisitely controlled the details of each move. Accompanied by the surging Wuxian Yungang, in the rolling fog, the 11 consecutive attacks that Zhang Yu burst out at this moment completely turned into 11 figures composed of Wuxian Yungang, using palm techniques, fist techniques, grappling, hugging, different postures to meet the nether blood shadow cover. Zhang Yu's mind once again recalled the teachings of Xinghuo Zhenren. 9 skies cloud force contains several attacks in one move, so coordination is required. It's like 3 people attacking a big man at the same time. Is it better for all 3 to use the black tiger heart digging move and slap a big man together, or is it better for one person to push horizontally, one to pull the head, and one to trip the foot? Multiple attacks in an instant, different moves coordinated with each other, can cause amazing damage. On the battlefield between Zhang Yu and Wang Yin, 11 Ganqi figures exploded. The first 2 Ganqi figures were one on the left and one on the right. They used the Wuxian Yungang as a carrier in the dragon elephant collapsing mountain palm to burst out Zhang Yu's full-strength palm power and slammed hard on the netherworld blood cover. Watching the blood shadow blocking to the left and right, and the blood shadow in the middle becoming thinner, Zhang Yu thought to himself, what Xinghuo Zhenren said is indeed right. The one in charge of the nether blood shadow cover is just a primary spirit, with insufficient intelligence, and mainly plays a defense wherever it attacks. and after Wang Yin abandoned his cultivation, he couldn't control the nether blood shadow cover freely, so I can take the initiative to create flaws in this magic weapon. First, use the first 2 attacks to track the blood shadow to the left and right, and then only 9 remaining Genki figures attacked the center line at the same time. Some of them slapped the nether blood shadow cover with a palm, creating a gap. Some used grappling techniques to intercept the blood shadow's support first. Some Genki figures used the force to fight the force, and smashed the subsequent supporting blood shadows into each other with one move. Another figure of Genki shook the road ahead with a punch, creating a larger gap. In a row of 9 blows, various different methods cooperated with each other, as if there were 9 Zhang Yus trying their best to dig, support, and transport stones in front of an extremely solid rock layer. They opened up an extremely narrow, but extremely firm road ahead. When the 11 Genki figures each burst out with their own full-strength blows and gradually dissipated, Zhang Yu's palm had already passed through the netherworld blood shadow cover, through the short open gap, and grabbed Wang Yin's face. The 12th blow. Zhang Yu's own full-strength palm. Boom. Wang Yin's head seemed to be hit hard by a heavy artillery, and suddenly leaned back. Awesome. As Wang Yin's head tilted back by the palm strike, he could not help but feel a little admiration in his heart. He knew he could not outlast me, and that the longer the battle, the lower the chance of winning, so he gave up defense right away and launched this desperate attack. He even opened a flaw in my netherworld blood shadow cover. Zhang Yu, even if you bared your teeth at me and wanted to bite me back, I have to say it, you are such a good dog. At the same time, Wang Yin showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and he had already withstood the 12th blow from Zhang Yu, withstood this palm strike, and slowly retracted his head that was tilted back by the blow. No matter how many calculations you make, you can't break my skin and body. This is the absolute difference in strength. Wang Yin clenched his other hand slightly and was about to launch the second blow of the sky-shaking force. With this blow, he was sure that Zhang Yu would completely lose his fighting power. It's over, but in the next moment, Wang Yin's face changed again. He suddenly felt that the remaining fist force and energy of the heaven-shaking power he had just used was like encountering a black hole and was quickly absorbed. The power of heaven-shaking power flowed along Zhang Yu's body, was guided out of his body, and poured into the empty cavity of Wuxiang Yonggang, and then the 13th strike. Heaven-shaking power. It was a special effect that only Zhou or Yongquangjin had when it was cultivated to the 10th level. It could absorb the opponent's moves, pour them into the empty cavity, and release them again with the energy as the carrier. How much power could be absorbed depended on Zhang Yu's own cultivation. The stronger his own cultivation, the stronger the power he could absorb with the empty cavity. What? Feeling that the familiar energy suddenly slammed into his body and even began to arouse the agitation of his own mana, Wang Yin's face was full of disbelief. Heaven-shaking power? How could he possibly have the world-shaking fist? No, it's some kind of martial arts that uses the opponent's force to counterattack, and can even absorb moves. To this extent, is it a military-grade martial arts? Without time to think more, Wang Yin immediately used his power to suppress the surging magic power in his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Yu had already drilled in through the gap before the nether blood shadow cover closed again. Zhang Yu recalled the teachings of Master Xinghuo in his mind. The nether blood shadow cover has a defensive distance. This thing is like a glass cover, covering Wang Yin, instead of sticking to Wang Yin's skin for defense, otherwise his daily actions will be affected. In other words, as long as you open the gap and drill in to fight him in close combat, this magic weapon will not be able to defend you. He concluded, you have to remember that any magic weapon in this world has flaws. Only our own body and will can be tempered and adaptable, and are better than all magic weapons. Zhang Yu, who was lying on the operating table at the time, thought to himself, isn't it because we are too poor that we can only rely on ourselves? Chapter 260 Defeat Wang Yin. I told you, I got you. Looking at the stunned Wang Yin, Zhang Yu shouted, grabbed the other party's center of gravity, and threw him to the ground. Wang Yin, who was suppressing the mana in his body, was motionless and could only watch Zhang Yu's actions. Boom! With a tremor of the earth, Wang Yin's body sank instantly, and a big hole had been smashed on the ground. In the strong shock, Wang Yin's brain collided back and forth in his skull, making him feel dizzy. Zhang Yu recalled the teachings of Xinghuo's Hunren. The skin of the Dharmakaya is hard to be damaged by swords and is impervious to water and fire. Even if you practice for another year, I'm afraid you won't be able to break it, but in battle, You have to learn to avoid the strong and attack the weak. Don't think about breaking the skin right away. Instead, bypass the skin first and find an opportunity to use the shock force to shock Wang Yin's brain, then shock his whole body to cut off the connection between the flesh and skin. Do you understand? His skin is the Dharmakaya, not the real skin. It's like an electrical socket, plugged into his flesh. As long as you shock it repeatedly and violently, you will be able to make a poor contact. Amidst the loud noises of boom boom boom, Wang Yin seemed to have become a sledgehammer in Zhang Yu's hand, being smashed towards the ground by him again and again. In the violent shock, the brain-soaked and cerebrospinal fluid continued to shake as Wang Yin flew up and down and collided violently, causing a drastic change in intracranial pressure. At the same time, the original close connection between the skin Dharmakaya and the flesh and blood began to loosen in this shock. Boom! As Wang Yin's head was pierced into the ground again, creating waves of air, a bruise finally appeared between his eyebrows. Zhang Yu, who had been observing this scene carefully, focused his eyes and knew that his chance had come. Although it seemed that Zhang Yu was suppressing Wang Yin at the moment, he knew that his seriously injured body would not last long. On the contrary, Wang Yin looked embarrassed, but he had not been hurt too much. He was just temporarily controlled by himself. The spiritual roots in his body were constantly recovering his injuries, and the surging mana was gradually calming down. Under this situation, if Zhang Yu could not find a chance to win, defeat would only be a matter of time. But now the opportunity has come. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the appearance of bruises means that there is a problem with the connection between the skin and the flesh there, which is the flaw of the skin's law body in the shock. According to Master Zhang, it's like the socket is loose. As Zhang Yu's mind moved, the soul-wounding brick that Master Zhang put into his sea of consciousness jumped slightly. At the same time, Wang Yin felt dizzy, his bones rattled, as if they were about to fall apart, and his head and ears were buzzing, as if millions of mosquitoes were flapping their wings in his head. Finally, he felt that everything had stopped, and he was lying quietly on the ground. Then Wang Yin raised his head slightly, and saw a golden light in Zhang Yu's hand, smashing towards his forehead. With a loud bang, as the soul-wounding brick and Wang Yin's head collided fiercely, a vibration sound like a morning bell came from the collision point. Zhang Yu saw that there seemed to be countless lights and shadows flashing on the soul-wounding brick, and along the floor in the skin skeleton at the forehead. It poured into Wang Yin's mind. Golden City of the Spirit World, deposit 10,000 and get 10,000. Directly operated by the casino, super electronic entertainment, exciting, hot and realistic, golden teaching aids in the same city, score increase of hundreds in a month, free banned drugs for registration, sunshine project of the Heavenly Palace, mutual financial assistance among the people. Get rich together. In just a moment, Wang Yin's brain was occupied by a huge amount of junk information. Wave after wave of junk information was like a tsunami, constantly impacting his brain, making him lose consciousness for a while. Looking at the dense, countless flashes, pouring into Wang Yin's mind like a tidal wave, Zhang Yu was slightly shocked. Is this an advertisement? No, these are all fraudulent advertisements, right, and they look very much like fraudulent advertisements of the evil gut routine. Zhang Yu looked at the soul-damaging brick and thought to himself, it turns out that it is not a brick. Is this thing actually a hard drive? Zhang Yu thought a lot in his mind, but it was actually just a moment. Just when he raised the soul-damaging brick and was about to hit it again, Wang Yin roared wildly and punched Zhang Yu. In the close combat, Zhang Yu had nowhere to hide. He had already been severely injured and understood that he could not bear it. Let's fight to the death, so Zhang Yu chose to sacrifice one arm and continued to hit Wang Yin with a brick. Bang! Zhang Yu's left arm blocked Wang Yin's full-strength counterattack. Even though he tried his best to absorb this force with his empty cavity, the force still caused Zhang Yu's bones to break and his muscles to burst in the process of transmitting in his arm, and a large amount of blood spurted out, and the whole arm fell down weakly. Wang Yin was hit by the soul-wounding brick again, and his whole body twitched. He clenched his fists and wanted to continue to fight back, but what made him feel panicked was that he found it difficult to concentrate his brain. Seeing the soul-damaging brick about to fall again, Wang Yin glared at Zhang Yu and shouted in a low voice, Zhang Yu, don't you want the money? Have you forgotten the hundreds of millions of funds frozen in your and Bai Zhenzhen's accounts? There are still tens of millions left that haven't been paid to you. As long as you are willing to continue to admit your mistakes, you can continue to pawn, and I will double the money. Zhang Yu interrupted the other party and said coldly, the frozen money should have been our work reward. If you don't give it, I will take it back myself. Boom. With a loud noise, Wang Yin screamed, and felt that his brain was about to explode with a huge amount of information. He threatened furiously, Zhang Yu. You dare to hurt my soul. Oasis Group. Netherworld University. Netherworld Palace will not let you go. Zhang Yu raised the soul-damaging brick again, looked down at Wang Yin, and said coldly, fuck, you have never let me go, with a loud bang. Wang Yin's 7 orifices were bleeding, and as his brain was overloaded, his eyes could no longer see clearly. Wang Yin struggled and said, the ending of the first floor was decided by the immortals. You are defying the overall situation. Overall situation, Zhang Yu said calmly, if I follow the overall situation, I will be eaten. Boom. I will be eaten even if I endure it. Boom. Since Kung Fu is either eating people or being eaten, I will eat you first. Boom. At this moment, Wang Yin's head was slightly deformed, and his entire face was a bloody mess. Although his hands and feet were still twitching slightly, he had no movement and no words. The next moment, Master Xinghe appeared beside Zhang Yu. He swept his hand across, and the netherworld blood shadow cover was shattered by him. Thousands of blood shadows sighed in peace and finally dissipated into the atmosphere. Master Xinghe gently pinched Zhang Yu's raised arm. Child, that's enough. If you keep fighting, he will die. There are things like him everywhere, and it's not a pity to die. You don't have to be buried with him. In my opinion, you are much more precious than him. With a sound of violent breathing, Zhang Yu gradually calmed down. He looked up and found that the periphery of the battlefield had already turned into chaos. Countless Oasis Group employees wanted to rush in to save Wang Yin. But more people stood up and blocked the way of Oasis Group. The battle between the two sides ranged from the sky to the ground, like a chain reaction that would turn the entire Songyang city into a company battlefield. Zhang Yu said, are they all outsourced personnel? So many of them came. Zhang Yu thought to himself that Deng Bingding was quite capable, pulling so many people over. True Man Xinghe smiled and said, haha, I guess so, but this group of people also have another identity. They are local nobles in Songyang City, employees of other companies, and even employees of Oasis Group. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned. Are they Deng Bingding's outsourced support? Before that, True Man Xinghe said indifferently, whoever wins, they will help. If Wang Yin falls, everyone will understand that this is the arrangement from above and the result of the competition from above. Now most of the nobles in the entire first layer, especially those who were suppressed before, are rebelling against Oasis Group. Other companies and employees are also trying to fish in troubled waters. Zhang Yu looked at the powerful people who were fighting fiercely and asked, won't the righteous God stop them? Why should we stop them? True Man Xinghe said indifferently, appropriate wars can promote the real industry, prosper the medical market, and allow insurance companies to pay more money. By the way, reduce employment pressure and eliminate backward technology. For the Nether Palace, the problems of the first layer need to be solved through transformation and breeding farms, but for some people, the problems of the first layer may only require a few battles. Zhang Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. He looked at Wang Yin on the ground and said, what about him? What should we do next? It's not our turn. Xinghe Zhenren pulled him out and said, someone will naturally take him back. When you go to college in 9 months, I'm afraid you will have to meet him again. At that time, there won't be so many people who can help you. Xinghe Zhenren looked at Zhang Yu and said, for the next 9 months, you and Bai Zhenzhen will study with me together. On the street, Li Zulian invited the director of Xianian Group. Together, the director shook his head. I have a contract and it expires tomorrow. You go first. Li Zulian smiled slightly, and the next moment her figure flashed, and a silver light flashed with her long hair wherever she passed. And wherever Li Zulian passed, the employees of Oasis Group had fallen to the ground one by one without any injury and lost consciousness. In front of the mobile phone screen, Yu Xing'an looked at Xinghe Zhenren pulling Zhang Yu, and there was only one thought in his mind. It's over. The sky of the Jinden disciples has collapsed. Yu Xing'an covered his chest, feeling a sharp pain. Zhang Yu can at least take half of my training fee, but thinking of Zhang Yu's final rush into the netherworld blood shadow cover, smashing Wang Yin half to death with brick after brick, Yu Xing'an shook his head. No, he can probably take more than 80% of the training fee, and Bai Zhenzhen, if you count her, it's over. I'm afraid I won't get even 1% of the old man's inheritance. It will be as difficult as ascending to heaven to make some private money in the future. Yu Xing'an suddenly thought of something, picked up his phone, and quickly clicked on Zhang Yu's crowdfunding loan information. Zhang Yu won a lot this time, and he will definitely make a lot of money next time, but as long as I continue to borrow money and continue to lend him money, no matter how much he earns, I can get 1.3 times from him. But Yu Xinghan just clicked in excitedly, but found that the loan channel had been closed. Kidian Welfare Center provides free chapter cards and point coins, which are more than enough to follow the book, and can accumulate fan value normally. You can learn more about it. Chapter 261 Zhang Yu's Influence. Just when Zhang Yu and Wang Yin just started fighting. In the Divine Power Network, the gods of both sides were balancing each other and maintaining order at the scene. They seemed to be divided into two factions, sitting together in a huge conference room, and on the table in the middle of the conference room was the scene of the entire battlefield. In the center of the battlefield, Zhang Yu and Wang Yin were fighting. At the same time, the divine power was running back and forth between heaven and earth, constantly monitoring bank accounts, talismans, live broadcast channels. Someone at the scene just took out his mobile phone to secretly take a photo, and saw that the message of piracy fine had popped up on the phone. Wang Zichao snorted coldly, "Do you have the broadcasting rights? You dare to secretly film in front of so many righteous gods?" At this time, the righteous god Mu Gein standing opposite said, "Wang Zichao, do you still care about secretly filming? Have you thought about what to do if you lose?" Wang Zichao glanced at Mu Gein and said, "Old thing, last time I saw you speak for Yilink Xiao everywhere, I knew that you must have received benefits. You supported Oasis Group at that time, right?" Mu Gein immediately said angrily, "Don't slander me. Whoever I support is for the Heavenly Court and Kung Su. I support Oasis if it does well. I have a clear conscience in this regard. You should think about what to do after Zhang Yu loses." Wang Yin has been a shareholder of the company since he was born. He is a fifth-level believer. He is a talented person and a reform pioneer selected by the higher-ups. At this time, Wang Yin on the field had been pressed to the ground by Zhang Yu. As Zhang Yu pulled out the soul-wounding brick and smashed it hard, Mu Gein suddenly stopped talking and many righteous gods at the scene widened their eyes. How is it possible? Where did this poor man come from? In just 1.5 hours, he was able to defeat Wang Yin. Could it be a plot from above? Many of the righteous gods at the scene watched this scene. Even those who were well informed were all surprised at this moment, and then fell into deep contemplation. In their opinion, it was impossible for a student of Zhang Yu's level to defeat Wang Yin. There was only one possibility for Zhang Yu to defeat Wang Yin, that is, someone from above took action. At this moment, Zhang Yu immediately became mysterious in their eyes. At the same time, Wang Zichao's eyes moved, and he felt the fluctuation of divine power at the scene. Is Wang Yin unable to bear it and is going to use the semi-automatic talisman? Obviously at this juncture, the other party could not care about the previous promise. Just when Wang Zichao wanted to suppress the other party's talisman, he saw Mu Gein had jumped out, waved his hand, and completely blocked the divine power network on Wang Yin. Mu Gein shouted, "How dare Wang Yin break the contract under the eyes of so many of us gods? Based on his integrity, I think Oasis Group is still too radical. How to change the first floor should be considered in the long run." Wang Zichao chuckled and was about to make a few sarcastic remarks when he found that he had received Mu Gein's favor symbol. Looking at the number in the favor symbol, Wang Zichao couldn't help but stand in awe. The other party was worthy of being a senior and worthy of his learning. Deng Bingding raised his hand to stop the noise of the gods and said lightly, "Everyone, prepare to clean up the mess. The mess made by Oasis Group will eventually be cleaned up by us. By the way, it's time to clean up the first floor. This is the decree of the Wampa sect. Zian High School. It's still class time now." But because of the decisive battle between Zhang Yu and Wang Yin, both teachers and students seemed to be a little distracted from class. So in the martial arts class, the teacher simply broadcast a live broadcast and led the students to watch the live broadcast and comment on it. "Boss Wang is so rich. I heard that his subordinates have the highest overtime pay in Sogang. It would be great to work under him after graduation." Boss Wang's words make sense. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't know that her purchasing power is so strong and things are actually very cheap. He even wants to open a farm to feed mortals? I didn't expect him to be so rich and so kind. Li Milan listened to the whispers of her classmates around her, and there was no surprise on her face. After all, being rich means being handsome, powerful, and excellent in all aspects. This is also the concept she has been exposed to since she was a child. But she didn't know why. Looking at the two sides fighting on the screen at this moment, there was always a little hope, even though she knew that the hope was so slim. She couldn't help thinking about it. She wanted Zhang Yu to win. Why? Rich people have won over poor people. Isn't this as it should be? Why do I want poor people to win? Is it because, Li Milan murmured in her heart, in front of Wang Yin, I am not much different from Zhang Yu, just a poor man. Is this how it feels to be poor, powerless, no hope, no chance of winning, can only be slaughtered? Is being poor so painful? The classmates below were whispering, and the teacher above commented, you should watch this battle carefully. A rich man of Mr. Wang's level will only take action a few times in decades on the first floor. Students who have the conditions can watch it repeatedly after returning. After all, the battle is expected to be over soon, and Zhang Yu should be defeated soon. Your homework today is to write your impressions after returning and analyze the reasons for Zhang Yu's defeat. And Lian Xianji listened to the teacher's analysis, and his face became darker and darker, like a gambler who lost the bet. It's over, it's over, it's over this time. Zhang Yu won't be able to pay back the money after losing. At this moment, Zhang Yu on the screen had already grabbed Wang Yin and slammed him to the ground again and again. With the sound of collisions in the video again and again, and the strange sound of the soul-wounding brick hitting Wang Yin's head again and again, the whole classroom gradually quieted down. But everyone's eyes looking at the screen seemed to have changed from the past. It turned out that Wang Yin, a high-ranking upper-class rich man, could also be defeated by a person of the first level? Lian Xianji jumped up suddenly, only to feel that he was pushed hard by Zhang Yu on the road to immortality. In Songjiang High School, the students were also watching the live broadcast of the battle. When they saw Zhang Yu pick up the soul-wounding brick and hit Wang Yin's head again and again, they felt that the whole world seemed to shake. It seemed that it was not only hitting Wang Yin's head, but also hitting their hearts. Jin Xin looked at Wang Yin, who finally fell to the ground, motionless, and felt extremely shocked in his heart. Zhang Yu, the strongest high school student in the first layer evaluated by the complete college entrance examination system, can even defeat the academic masters above him. What does this show? Jin Shen slapped the square box in front of him and said excitedly, this shows that the college entrance examination system really covers multiple layers of kung fu. As long as we reach the strongest in the system, the people below us are no weaker than those above. The voice of Zhao Xiangxing came from the square box. Old Jin, be careful. Don't slap me to death. Jin Shen apologized repeatedly, and then comforted, Old Zhao, I will take you to the office in a while and help you fill out the transfer application form. You don't have to worry, the college entrance examination system is so perfect. Since the soul cultivators are also in this system, it means that this path is definitely feasible. If you study hard after you go to Mangshan High School, you may not be worse than regular high school students in the future. In Hongtou High School, many demon students listened to Wang Yin's propaganda, and the expressions on their faces were extremely complicated. Shuang Wenwu thought to himself, so that's why. No wonder so many breeding bases in the reserve are going to be closed, so the Oasis group is planning to stop breeding monsters and instead breed humans. In that case, will the first layer of monsters gradually die out in the future? Thinking of this, Shuang Wenwu's face darkened slightly. It was not until he saw Zhang Yu smash Wang Yin brick by brick, leaving him powerless to resist, that Shuang Wenwu breathed a sigh of relief. He looked down at his vibrating phone and saw a message from Anan. Anan, Wenwu, look. Zhang Yu won. Anan, can we keep our jobs now? Anan, without the influence of the Oasis group, the reserve will still breed monsters in the future, right? Deng Bingding's thoughts wandered in a vast network of divine power. Countless information flowed in front of her. There were messages on the internet. There were barrages in the video. There were various data on likes, plays, and reposts. There were even conversations collected by microphones on mobile phones, computers and other devices. Through this massive amount of information, she could feel the impact and trend of change on the entire Kungsa first floor. After the battle between Zhang Yu and Wang Yin, the rich people will completely divide up the Oasis group. Some families will rise, and some families will fall, and the students, the mortals who have not yet entered high school, have been inspired by Zhang Yu and threatened by Wang Yin, and have made up their minds to get into high school. The students who have already entered high school have also been inspired by Zhang Yu and want to study harder. Deng Bingding thought to himself, in the next few years, as long as we continue to promote Zhang Yu, I'm afraid it will inspire many students, right? This wandering god knew very well that with limited places, everyone would work harder. And there would not be more students who could get into high school and reach the second floor. Deng Bingding sighed in his heart, their efforts may not necessarily make them live better. But at least their efforts can make the first floor more prosperous and provide more excellent resources for the upper level. Thinking of this, Deng Bingding couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. The upper level really has a far-reaching plan, using the power of others to fight back, fighting and eliminating at the same time. It is easy to break the reform plan of the Nether Palace, and reorganize the first floor, and it can be quiet for many years. At the same time, Zhang Yu now does not know the impact of his battle on the first floor. He is lying quietly on the operating table, surrounded by more than a dozen doctors, who are constantly treating him. In the battle with Wang Yin just now, although Zhang Yu suppressed the opponent shortly after the fight started and won the final victory. But he himself knows that this process is full of dangers, and his body was also severely damaged by Wang Yin's full-strength attack. Not only is one arm twisted and necrotic, but the meridians, muscles, and bones all over the body are also severely damaged by Wang Yin's energy. When he finally defeated Wang Yin, Zhang Yu realized that he was actually almost at his limit. Fortunately, with the blessing of the Holy Embryo of Martial Arts, Zhang Yu's ability to heal his internal and external injuries increased greatly. Once he was no longer injured, he gradually began to recover. This strong vitality made the doctors who were treating him around him praise him. Xinghuo Zhenren, who was standing aside, was also observing Zhang Yu's condition, thinking to himself, he was injured so badly, but he is gradually recovering. Even without the doctor's treatment, most of his injuries will probably heal themselves gradually. Xinghuo Zhenren, who has countless actual combat experience, has naturally experienced various injuries of all sizes, and has an incomparable understanding of the human body. It is precisely because of this that he can now see how powerful Zhang Yu's physique is. He just built his foundation today, really. What a domineering physique. Is it really the legendary holy body of martial arts? How much medical expenses can this save? Chapter 262, The Crippled Ox Sacrifices Himself as the Castration Version? No treatment is needed for minor injuries, which means that you are not afraid of getting injured when practicing, and you can accept higher intensity practice and improve faster. In addition, it also means that you are not afraid of getting injured in actual combat. What is the value of not being afraid of getting injured in actual combat? This means that for the same overtime pay, Zhang Yu has a lower cost and can earn several times more than others, which makes it easier for him to make rapid progress on the path of immortality. What a practical holy body, Starfire Master thought to himself. Even if they have the same potential for immortality, Zhang Yu, who has such a physique, actually has a foundation far beyond his peers. The deeper the cultivation, the higher the realm, the higher the medical expenses, so Zhang Yu's physique is even more terrifying. Starfire Master thought of his own body of Dharma. Back then, he used to fight whenever he wanted, fighting couriers, takeaways, security guards. He dared to fight anyone, construction site battles, debt collection battles, stamp grabbing battles. He dared to participate in any battle. He would fight whoever made more money, and always rush to the most dangerous and profitable job. But as he builds his foundation, especially after reaching the golden core stage, Xinghuo Zhenren looks at his expensive Dharmakaya. The first thing he does before a battle is to consider whether this battle will damage his Dharmakaya. Is it necessary to change into a set of lazy clothes? Just like rich people often have multiple sets of Dharmakaya, which are divided into training clothes, combat clothes, etc. Poor people also have multiple sets of Dharmakaya, such as lazy clothes that are not afraid of damage but have weak performance, and expensive exam clothes that can exert peak strength. Otherwise, what if the expensive Dharmakaya is knocked or scratched? Even if it is maintained a few more times, it is all money. Xinghuo Zhenren thought to himself, if Zhang Yu can refine his own flesh and blood into Dharmakaya after the golden core stage, how powerful would that be? But he himself can't have the money to customize his own Dharmakaya. If he wants to achieve this step, he can only go the route of refining equipment himself, and then he has to consider the issue of changing his major. Xinghuo Zhenren looked at Zhang Yu on the operating table in front of him, and suddenly smiled, thinking to himself if he was thinking too far ahead. This disciple has not even entered college yet, and he has already started to consider changing his major for him. But on second thought, he felt that it was appropriate to consider it earlier. Which of the descendants of those powerful families above didn't plan their cultivation route since childhood? Often they had already chosen a university and major in the first year of high school, and decided on the masters and doctoral supervisors in the first year of college, and planned the future faction route. Zhang Yu is so talented, he should also make plans early and climb up step by step. so as not to be like me, who chose the wrong path and wasted his best years. When Master Zhang Yu thought of Zhang Yu's performance on the battlefield just now, he was slightly excited. In just 1.5 hours, he cultivated the 9 skies cloud sky force to this level. His martial arts aptitude is so high and strong that among the people I have seen in my life, I am afraid that only 1 or 2 can compare with him, and those people are all seeds of nascent soul or even God transformation. Looking at Zhang Yu on the operating table, Master Zhang Yu seemed to have seen that the other party had made rapid progress under his guidance, and in the future he would study for a doctorate, cast golden elixir, transform into nascent soul, stand on the podium of the 10 Schools League, and thank his Master Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked at the smiling Zhang Yu Zhenren in front of him and asked, "Senior?" Zhang Yu Zhenren came back to his senses, looked at Zhang Yu who had finished the treatment, put away his smile, and nodded majestically. "Is the injury healed?" Just when Zhang Yu Zhenren wanted to have a good talk with the other party, the Law Skeleton could see that there were continuous messages popping up. "Li Zulian, Dad, today's fight is so fierce, it's the best time to make money, why don't you come?" "Li Zulian, Dad? Where are you?" "Li Zulian, Dad? Overtime. Double salary now." Starfire Immortal sighed and said to Zhang Yu, "I have to work overtime first. I will come to you for guidance after I finish my overtime. You are tired today, so take a good rest first, but remember, if the gods talk to you about rewards in 2 days, you must call me over and I will help you talk. If they don't talk to you, then wait for me to take you to talk." After saying that, Starfire Immortal had already turned into a ray of fire and soared into the sky. With the vibration of countless mobile phones and the warning of the golden core field, he had already jumped into the battlefield with the sky full of flames. Watching Starfire Immortal leave, Zhang Yu was about to find Bai Zhenzhen when he felt a tightness behind him. A warm body had hugged him from behind. Bai Zhenzhen, who was hugging Zhang Yu from behind, said excitedly, "Yuzi. We won, the bank account is also unfrozen, Yuzi. We can be in the top 10 together." Zhang Yu turned around and looked up and down at Bai Zhenzhen's condition. "Ah Zhen, are you okay?" Bai Zhenzhen shook her head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the doctor gave me a discount, and I asked the gods to reimburse me. I didn't spend a penny." At this time, bursts of explosions came. Looking at the battlefield that was still expanding, Zhang Yu said tiredly, "Let's go back." After experiencing a day of continuous battles, breakthroughs, cultivation, and death battles, Zhang Yu now just wants to have a good rest. Bai Zhenzhen nodded again and again when she heard it. After finally defeating Wang Yin, she didn't want to continue to risk being involved in the rest of the battle. But on the way back to the apartment, the two soon found that there were conflicts along the way. From time to time, you can see company employees fighting, and even the subway has stopped running because the subway company has also participated in this company war. Zhang Yu had to activate his foundation building field. Foundation building monk Zhang Yu has entered within 100 meters of you. Please be polite and do not bump into him. The 2 monks who were chasing him from the front and back saw the message, their faces changed slightly, and they quickly left the street. The Oasis Group employees who were hiding were also shocked when they saw the message. And they quickly left their current location and looked for another place to hide. The outsourced personnel who were leading the search for Oasis Group employees were all in awe when they saw the message, and saluted Zhang Yu for a while, and only continued their actions after Zhang Yu left. Everyone respected Zhang Yu not only because of his own strong strength, but also because he defeated Wang Yin. Wang Yin is a nobleman from above. To beat him in front of so many people is to slap the above. How can Zhang Yu have a small background? Even if he has no background, he must be selected by the above. Otherwise, how can he win? He is powerful and has a strong background. I can't afford to offend him. I can't afford to offend him. With the opening of the foundation building field, Zhang Yu could feel that wherever he passed by, there was peace and tranquility. Even those who had already started fighting left after being reminded by their companions. Chi He, the general manager of Oasis Group, was the first to escape after Wang Yin's defeat. At this moment, a large group of pursuers followed him. Suddenly, he felt that the pursuers' offensive stopped. He was slightly stunned, looked at the vibrating mobile phone, and a strange look flashed across his face. Is it because Zhang Yu passed by? I was relieved because of his passing by. A bitter smile flashed across Chi He's face. Thinking back to the scene where the other party defeated Wang Yin, he was still full of disbelief and incomprehension until now, and finally left only regret and remorse in his heart. Oh, if I had known, I would have lent money to Zhang Yu, or I shouldn't have taken this mission and led the team to hunt them down. On the other side, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen took a shower and changed clothes as soon as they returned to the apartment. After all, they were tired from the day's work, and their bodies were still covered with blood, sweat, and various dirt. It was impossible to say that they didn't feel uncomfortable. Zhang Yu said, "Ah Zhen, didn't we agree that I would wash first? Why did you come in?" Bai Zhenzhen said impatiently, "I feel so uncomfortable, let's wash together and hurry up. We all know each other well, so what's there to hide? You are the only one who has too many things to do." At this moment, Fuji also woke up. "What are you two doing? Did you win?" Because of the attention of too many righteous gods before, Fuji took the initiative to hide herself, fell into deep sleep, and set a time for herself to wake up. Zhang Yu said, Finally, use the soul wounding brick too. After hearing the answers of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, Fuji said yes again and again. Bai Zhenzhen said, "But the money I borrowed before has to be repaid at 1.3 times, which is a considerable amount." Fuji said, "It's just paying off the debt. Which Kung Fu person hasn't owed a debt? As long as the three of us live a good life, that's better than anything else." When Zhang Yu came out after changing his clothes, he found that Bai Zhenzhen had already been lying on the sofa, sleeping soundly. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, Bai Zhenzhen has not slept for a long time. Especially in order to prepare for the foundation building exam, she has been under high pressure. Later, facing Wang Yin's oppression, it was even more difficult to relax for a moment. Now, after a series of battles, Wang Yin has finally been solved. Bai Zhenzhen, who suddenly relaxed, fell asleep unconsciously. Zhang Yu smiled at this scene and lay down on the sofa beside him to take a nap. But as he stopped practicing the mind method, a few seconds later, Zhang Yu opened his eyes and climbed up again. Feeling the chill brought by the power of the ritual, Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly and sighed, "I almost forgot about you after fighting so many battles. I really can't relax for a moment." However, after he started to practice the mental method again, Zhang Yu felt at ease. Or rather, after he stopped practicing the mental method, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, and even had a trace of guilt for being lazy. "Alice, I have become the person I once hated, but there is no way. Kung Fu is like this." Wang Yin's last words floated in Zhang Yu's mind, and he thought to himself, "I still have to become stronger and richer." While practicing the mental method, he also looked at the bloody formula on the back of the crippled cow in his visualization again. And unlike the feeling of reading this formula before, Zhang Yu found that he had a faint understanding in his heart when he read it again. This formula seems to be able to complete the Kanyushi body and mind formula. The Kanyushi body and mind formula I practiced turned out to be a castrated version. Those who voted for the monthly ticket at the beginning of the month should take a look at the top post in the book Friend Circle, and those who have been infected with nerve fillers should find the Sterilization King to register as soon as possible. Chapter 263, the complete version of the crippled ox's self-sacrifice technique. Immortals and Buddhas are pressing down on us, and all living beings are like grass. Bones are broken, tendons are shattered, blood is dried up, and marrow is dried up. Only when you die 9 times and do not regret sacrificing your life, can your soul return to the land of flesh. Zhang Yu read the bloody formula in his mind intermittently, and all kinds of insights emerged in his mind in an instant. The first time this bloody formula appeared was when Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen fought Wang Yin together. He fought to the last moment, and the crippled oxen she body and mind formula was also running to an unprecedented peak. But later, Zhang Yu read the formula one by one, but he could not comprehend it thoroughly and failed to understand the mystery. It was not until the second time he fought Wang Yin alone, after a life and death battle and constantly pushing his body to the limit he had never experienced before, that Zhang Yu gradually understood the mystery of this formula. It was like a thunderbolt flashing through his mind. The original crippled oxen she body and mind formula, the mystery of the formula, and Zhang Yu's feelings in the death battle were spliced and combined with each other, and finally turned into a more complete and mysterious crippled oxen she body and mind formula. Zhang Yu closed his eyes and started practicing the new Kanyushi mind and body skill. This update of the mind skill made Zhang Yu feel like he was slowly correcting his thoughts and changing his mind. This was originally a very difficult thing. But after a series of confrontations with Wang Yin, especially today's fierce battles, Zhang Yu's mentality and thoughts have changed a lot. At this moment, he converted the complete version of Kanyu, Shi mind and body skill to be a natural and smooth process. As Zhang Yu converted the old version of Kanyu, Shi mind and body skill into the complete version bit by bit, a roar came from the depths of his mind. Roar. The scars of the white bull that was struggling and crawling in the mud, which were covered with knife cuts, sharp thorns, fire and lightning, gradually disappeared. Even the limbs that were originally broken began to grow again after twisting. The blind eyes opened again, and the deaf ears became smart again. Roar. After another roar, accompanied by the boiling of the surrounding mud, the white bull, whose wounds had completely recovered, let out a long roar, stepped into the air with 4 feet, and stood on the mud sea. The endless mud sea below kept roaring and surging, as if it had turned into black hands to grab the white bull, but they were all suppressed by the white bull's shout. Looking at the white bull standing proudly in the air and suppressing the mud sea in his mind, Zhang Yu felt that his mind had completely sunk into his body, as if it had turned into pieces of flesh and blood on his body, controlling his body in an unprecedented way. Every piece of his flesh and blood, every bone, seemed to bear his thoughts and become alive. If Zhang Yu was injured before, his body would recover according to the instincts in his flesh and blood. At this moment, the alive body would recover according to his thoughts. The way to heal the wound, whether the immune system is turned on or off, how the broken bones thicken and grow. Zhang Yu can feel that his thoughts can control it. This is the activation of the body brought by the Kanyu Shi mind and body art. And Zhang Yu could feel that as the crippled ox-shed body and mind technique continued to improve, in the future external injuries would not leave scars, blood vessels would clean themselves, and even organs would be able to switch on and off at his command, and nerves would be able to rebuild according to his will. As long as this real crippled ox-shed body and mind technique continues to improve, my self-healing ability will be several times stronger than before. Even some serious injuries that were originally difficult to heal and require treatment will be able to heal themselves in the future. Feeling the true power of the crippled ox-shed body and mind technique, Zhang Yu's mind flashed a glimmer of enlightenment. The real crippled ox-shed body and mind technique was not created just to encourage disabled people to work. The so-called crippled ox-shed body means fighting to the last moment. Even if you are seriously injured and have broken limbs, you must resist, sacrifice yourself to fight again, and never surrender. And to be able to sacrifice yourself and battle again and again, you need a strong self-healing ability to survive. Otherwise, your body will be damaged after sacrificing yourself once, and you will have no strength to fight again. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. Although the crippled ox-shed body and mind technique I practiced before can enhance recovery ability, it is far from the complete version. Did the technique platform deliberately castrate this technique into an incomplete version? Zhang Yu recalled the crippled ox he had originally visualized, and thought to himself. Castration of the technique is like cutting off the limbs of the ox, blinding its eyes, and deafening its ears. At this moment, Fuji said, Zhang Yu, why do I feel that your temperament has changed just now? Have you learned a new technique? Hearing Zhang Yu talk about the power of the complete version of the crippled ox-shed body and mind technique, Fuji was slightly surprised and commented, according to what you said, this complete version of the crippled ox-shed body and mind technique seems to be close to a military grade technique. Even if it is not military grade, it should be a pre-military grade technique. You must never reveal the effects of this technique to outsiders. If someone asks you why you recover from your injuries so quickly in the future, you can say that you have a special physique. Fuji sighed and said, as for the platform castration of the technique, that's normal. But the complete version of this technique is close to military grade level, which means that if this powerful self-healing ability is promoted, won't it shake the medical market? If everyone can treat their own injuries, how can medical companies make money? All kinds of pills, medicines, and even body protection equipment and magic weapons will probably be greatly affected. Zhang Yu nodded slightly. Whether it was the amazing self-healing ability of the Kanyu mind and body technique or the platform castration action, he decided not to reveal the secret of this technique easily. Except for Azhen, I won't tell anyone else. I just don't know if Azhen can learn it. Zhang Yu recalled the process of his own understanding of the Kanyu Shi Shengsenju, and a wave of doubts arose in his heart. Since this technique has been castrated into an incomplete version, how can I comprehend it? Could it be that the creator of this technique, the great Saint Zhang Yu, hid the mystery of the complete version in it? Even if people practice the incomplete version, they still have the opportunity to comprehend the complete version, but no matter how Zhang Yu thought about it, he couldn't figure out how such an incredible thing was done. He turned and tried to search for the great Saint Zhang Yu on the internet, and found that there was very little information about the founder of this technique on the internet, and most of the information was workers scolding the founder of the great Saint Zhang Yu's Zhenzhen and the Kanyu Shishengxinju. Zhang Yu curiously asked Fuji, but it turned out that this senior evil god didn't know about the great Saint Zhang Yu. The one who can create a skill like the crippled Niushi body and mind skill should not be an ordinary person. But why does it feel like his information has been erased? It seems that the set of the great sages descended in the chain diagram is probably difficult to collect. Zhang Yu shook his head, knowing that it was useless to think about it now, so he temporarily suppressed his distracting thoughts and concentrated on practicing the complete version of the crippled Niushi body and mind skill. In a blink of an eye, a night passed. Crippled Niushi body and mind skill level 10 level 11, 3/110, Dao heart level 11, 0.3%, physical strength level 10.01 level 10.02. As the first ray of sunlight from the sky shone through the French window, Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Zhang Yu slowly stood up, and his whole body crackled and exploded, and he felt a brand new feeling. After this night of practice, the complete version of the crippled Niushi body and mind skill has been completely stabilized by Zhang Yu, and it can be operated at all times with his thoughts like the previous mental method. As long as he does not lose consciousness, he can practice it 24 hours a day. After his body was activated overnight, it was constantly adjusted with his thoughts, and its structure became more reasonable, more suitable for his practice and fighting, and even his physical strength was improved. Zhang Yu thought to himself, if I continue to practice and operate the Kanyushi mind and body art, my body will be constantly in an activated state, and it will adjust and grow according to my thoughts little by little, which will also be a long-term improvement and optimization for my body. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt more and more the power and dominance of this technique. Then Zhang Yu picked up the silent phone beside him. Since he defeated Wang Yin yesterday, the phone has been vibrating non-stop. There are almost people sending him messages all the time. There are congratulations, flattery, and friend requests. There are also people calling, jumping videos, borrowing money, urging repayment, adding him in the group, asking him to send red envelopes, sending selfies, sending pornographic pictures. It covers everything, and it makes Zhang Yu realize for the first time that he has so many friends in Kungsu. At first, Zhang Yu was still enjoying the rare spiritual massage, but later he couldn't watch it anymore, so he had to mute it. At this moment, Zhang Yu picked up his phone again, glanced at it, and saw rows of red dots, all of which were messages sent from various software. Too lazy to look at them one by one, Zhang Yu just randomly clicked on the messages sent by a few acquaintances. Zhenghan, brother, are you still short of money? Do you want me to lend you some more? It doesn't have to be 1.3 times, 1.1 times will do. Jin Shen, do you know Wang Yin's college entrance examination and competition results? I couldn't find it after searching everywhere. Li Mulan, you are not restricted by the contract of Oasis Group now, right? I want to ask you for something. I'll wait for you at the old place. He Dao, old classmate, Songgyang High School is proud of you. We know you must be very busy recently, so the school has asked for leave for you. The principal asked me to ask you when you are free, come back to give a speech to everyone, encourage the students in the third year of high school, and inspire the younger brothers and sisters in the second and first year of high school. Zhao Xiangxing, withdrawn Zhao Xiangxing, withdrawn Zhao Xiangxing, congratulations. May you continue to rise in the world and have a long and prosperous life. Shong Anan, thanks to you, I won't be laid off. Thank you on behalf of all the monsters in the reserve. Mo Xianai, leaving to work overtime, beautiful fight. In order to watch you smash that dead rich man's head, I recharged my video membership for the first time. I felt that you had a great sigh of relief for all the poor people. I just wanted to tell you this because I was excited. You must be very busy now, so you don't have to reply to me. Song Hailong, Xianayan Group wants to renew the endorsement contract with you. If you are interested, please contact me. Hong Talong Dong, really? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Oasis Capture, Reward Selection. Looking at the messages on his phone, Zhang Yu's mouth curled up unconsciously, and he felt that his mood suddenly improved. Bai Zhenzhen said, "What are you looking at? Why are you smiling so obscenely?" Zhang Yu said calmly, "Look at this beautiful world." But the next moment, Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows because he saw a lot of claims messages. "Damn," Zhang Yu said angrily, "the damage to the site of yesterday's battle is actually charged to me. Isn't it just smashing a few walls and crashing a few buildings? I have to pay 10 million? Are they crazy?" Bai Zhenzhen, who was eating breakfast on the other side, said, "It's the company behind the abandoned factory yesterday. Anyway, we are acting as an inspection team this time, and the compensation should be borne by the real guns. Yuzi, hurry up and eat, then contact Deng Yaoshan and tell her about this. Also, she just called and said that she wants to ask our opinions on the disposal of Oasis Group and the distribution of some things. Is this considered the distribution of spoils after the war?" Zhang Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he remembered what Xinghuo Zhenren said yesterday, so he sent a message to the other party. Xinghuo Zhenren replied, "You go to Oasis Group to discuss with her first and listen to her opinion, but don't agree to anything before I come." So Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen finished their breakfast and went out. As soon as he left the apartment, Zhang Yu was surprised to find that there were a large number of people standing outside the door of the apartment building. The cleanliness and tidiness of the surroundings of the apartment formed a sharp contrast with the burned cars, smoke and garbage debris on the street not far away. Zhang Yu remembered that he seemed to have never turned off the foundation building field. Because of the foundation building field, the apartment where he was last night became a safe zone and a refuge for many people on the surrounding streets. The people around him had obviously watched the live broadcast or video and recognized the identities of the two. In their awe-inspiring eyes, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen flashed and disappeared on the street with a series of air-breaking sounds and lightning. When Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen arrived at the Oasis building, they found that the entire building had been controlled by the Ministry of Guns, and there were patrolling patrol team members everywhere. All the way to the top floor, the two entered the office and saw Deng Bingding, who was sitting there. "You are here?" Deng Bingding flashed a trace of divine power fluctuations, and a figure had been separated and walked in front of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. She looked at the two of them and smiled. "You two have worked hard in stopping the Oasis Group on this trip. I already knew about the claim for the site. I'll send someone to contact them. You don't have to worry about it." Regarding the dispute between you two and the Oasis Group, in addition to the unfreezing of the funds in the account, the Oasis Group originally agreed to pay you 4 million per month for the next 9 months until the college entrance examination. That is a total, 36 million for each of you. I will also help you get it back. It will be deposited into your accounts in a week at most. Hearing Deng Bingding's words, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were both shocked and excited. Seeing the two people's happy expressions, Deng Bingding thought to himself, "After this operation is over, I should be able to get promoted. A position has been arranged for me in an area under the jurisdiction of Wanfa University. These two people are expected to enter Wanfa University in the future, and I may meet them again then. These two people, especially Zhang Yu, definitely have a strong background. It's just right to use the resources of the first layer to improve their favorability before leaving." Just by glancing at Zhang Yu's rise, Deng Bingding could feel that there must be support from a high-level person behind him. First, there was Zhang Pianpian's care, and then there was the amazing progress from the competition to the foundation building. That's not all. Before the battle with Wang Yin, it also provided Jiao Longling and Zhuxiao Yang Kuangjin. Especially this Nine Skies cloud power, which is not only a former military-grade skill, but also a continuation of the Wuji cloud hand that Zhang Yu learned. And finally there's the guidance of Xinghuo Zhenren. Everything is too coincidental. It's simply not a show, but it's okay. Getting along well with them should also be helpful for my future work after promotion. After thinking and weighing things in his mind like lightning, Deng Bingding looked at the two people with joy and said again, "The rewards for the previous actions have been sent out." Zhang Yu nodded slightly, knowing that the other party was talking about the interest-free loan and 3 foundation building skills. Deng Bingding continued, "However, because of the illegal operation of the Oasis Group, which caused huge losses to the two of you, we decided to let the Oasis Group compensate you." Zhang Yu's heart moved, knowing that the other party was looking for an excuse to reward them. Bai Zhenzhen's eyes also lit up, and she couldn't help but guess how much the compensation would be. Deng Bingding changed the subject and talked about another thing. "You may already know that the university uses spirit coins, and almost no one on the second floor will accept the currency on the first floor. And if you want to exchange, the upper limit of the exchange amount when you go to the second floor alone is 5 spirit coins. According to the current exchange rate, it is approximately 50.3918 million first floor currencies, so my advice to you is, the first floor currency is useless, and then try to spend the money as much as possible and exchange it for various materials that are useful to you. The same goes for the compensation from Oasis Group this time. I would suggest that you choose some materials that are unique to Oasis Group instead of taking money. For example, some cutting-edge products in the Oasis Group laboratory, some spare Dharma bodies left by Wang Yin. Zhang Yu couldn't help but be moved when he heard this, and asked, "Did Wang Yin leave any spare Dharma bodies behind?" Deng Bingding smiled slightly, and as her mind moved, divine power swept through the air, and a light curtain appeared in front of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. These are the 3 pieces of Dharmakaya that Wang Yin didn't have time to take away. You can each pick one as compensation from the Oasis Group. Oh, right, Deng Bingding reminded, the Jialong Lingshu and the Soul Injuring Brick are all materials from the God Department. Now that the operation is over, you still have to return them later. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly when he heard this, and thought it was a pity, and then focused his attention on the light screen in front of him. He found that the Dharmakaya that Wang Yin left behind were a pair of eye Dharmakaya, a set of calf tendon Dharmakaya, and a heart Dharmakaya. Deng Bingding introduced, all 3 sets are top-notch enterprise-level Dharmakaya. Zhang Yu nodded slightly. He knew that Dharmakaya were divided into teaching level, professional level, enterprise level, and military level. He and Bai Zhenzhen did not have the authority to use the military-level Dharmakaya, so the top-notch enterprise-level Dharmakaya was the most suitable for him. The Eyes Dharmakaya, the Time Remnant Demon Pupil, has powerful performance. It can connect to the spirit world smoothly without any lag, and can also break down visual images into 128 frames for slow playback. Wait, Zhang Yu asked curiously, what do you mean by connecting to the spirit world smoothly without any lag? Is there any lag? Deng Bingding said, as a matter of course, isn't lag very normal? For mortals, encountering problems that cannot be understood and seeing images that cannot be seen clearly is a kind of lag. This is the limitation of physical performance. The Eyes Dharmakaya naturally has performance limitations as well, especially in places where the spirit world is extremely developed, perhaps a spiritual fluctuation caused by the travel of a Yuanying strong man. You haven't seen it. It can be understood as the spiritual world special effects customized by the strong. The special effects of the Yuanying's engine may cause the low-performance Eyes Dharmakaya to lag. Not only can it not see clearly, but there will even be delays and freezes, and it needs to be restarted to run things again. Damn. Zhang Yu cursed in his heart. After going up, this poor man can't even see things smoothly, right? The special effects of rich people can make my eyes stuck. Can't even look straight. Deng Bingding introduced 2 other sets of Dharmakaya. The calf tendon Dharmakaya, the phaseless wind demon, can produce optical afterimages while accelerating like a jet. The heart Dharmakaya, the blood pump core, can be used as a second heart to enhance blood supply to the whole body, and the internal burning heart mode can allow the user to enter a superlimit state. Just as Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were extremely excited and thinking about which set of Dharmakaya to choose, the voice of Master Xinghuo rang in their ears. Sorry, I'm late. With a long flaming hair fluttering slightly, Master Xinghuo floated into the office. He glanced at the 3 sets of Dharmakaya in the light curtain, and then sent a voice to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. Zhang Yu, you choose the time residual demon pupil. Bai Zhenzhen, you choose the phaseless wind demon. Bai Zhenzhen had already liked the phaseless wind demon, but Zhang Yu had been hesitating between the time residual demon pupil and the blood pump core. After hearing Master Xinghuo's voice transmission, he immediately looked at the other party with a puzzled look, as if waiting for the other party's answer. Xinghuo explained patiently, the eye-related Dharmakaya is essential for learning and practicing on it. Otherwise, you will be half-blind and cannot even see the rankings and titles above other people's heads, and you will not be able to recognize people. The performance of the Time Remnant Demon pupil is very good. Enough for you to use until you graduate from college, and you will have no problem looking directly at the nascent soul. As for the blood pump core, this Dharmakaya requires at least 150 units of mana to maintain, which is too much of a burden for you. In addition, there is another reason. I hope that after you enter college, except for the eye-related Dharmakaya, you will not transplant other Dharmakaya for the time being. When Xinghuo was working overtime yesterday, he had been browsing Zhang Yu's information and repeatedly watching Zhang Yu's battles. With his rich experience, He kept thinking about which path was truly suitable for him. At this moment, he had the result of his thinking. True man Zhang Yu explained to Zhang Yu, you are different from others. You have a strong physique. It would be a pity if you just exchange it for mass-produced Dharmakaya. First, go to the civil engineering department to refine your physical body and earn spiritual merit, then switch to the refining equipment department and gradually refine your own physical body into Dharmakaya, or even a magic weapon. This is the most suitable way for you to become strong, and to take this path, you must use Dharmakaya as little as possible, otherwise, for every extra part of your Dharmakaya you use, you will have one more organ that is replaced, and this replaced organ will not be able to keep up with your physical refining progress. Even if you switch to the refining equipment department in the future, these replaced organs will not be of much value. Chapter 265, Time Remnant Demon Eye. When Zhang Zhenren decided to guide Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, he naturally learned about their intelligence and past. He knew that the two had a close relationship and a life and death friendship, and they would definitely help each other in the future. To be honest, Zhang Zhenren was a little envious of their life and death friendship. Zhang Zhenren was already over 350 years old. He had grown up all the way and naturally had many friends. But most of his friends in his early years failed to enter the Jinden realm, so when he reached his age, those friends had already died of old age for many years. As for friendships that could be entrusted with life and death, this was even more rare in today's Kung Fu. Seeing that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen could meet companions who practiced together and climbed up together in high school, Zhang Zhenren couldn't help but sigh. So when he considered Zhang Yu's practice route, he also considered the mutual help between Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. I just hear Zhang Zhenren continue to transmit the message to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen, when you enter Wanfa University, one of you will study civil engineering and the other will study security. In the future, one of you will be on a construction site and the other will be protecting it. You can also take care of each other on the construction site. When you have accumulated enough resources for cultivation, Zhang Yu, you will switch to the equipment refining department, and you can go in the direction of military Dharma skeletons. Bai Zhenzhen, you are good at actual combat, you can learn military operations. When the time comes, Zhang Yu, you can help Bai Zhenzhen refine Dharma skeletons, and Bai Zhenzhen, you can help him try out and promote Dharma skeletons. Listening to Zhang Zhenren's message, Zhang Yu thought to himself, change from civil engineering department to equipment refining department? This is somewhat similar to the suggestion my sister gave me. As for his body that he had practiced for a long time, Zhang Yu did not want to give up easily. At this moment, he had already vaguely agreed with a suggestion given by Zhang Zhenren. But after you go back, you can ask Fuji again. Next time I talk to my sister, I'll ask her for help. Although he agreed with Zhang Zhenren's suggestion, Zhang Yu still decided to ask a few more trustworthy people for reference. After all, Zhang Yu felt that he could not be too cautious about choosing a university major and the path of future development. After all, this was related to the path of immortal cultivation for decades or even hundreds of years in the future, so he had to be careful. At this moment, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen chose Shi Ken Mo Tong and Wu Xiang Fengmo under the advice of Zhang Zhenren. But just after choosing these two pieces of Dharma bones, Zhang Zhenren said to Deng Bingding, Deng Yaoshan, these two pieces of Dharma bones were originally left by Wang Yin, and they are his compensation to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, but don't we have any rewards for those who have made contributions in our divine department, especially Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, who have gone through life and death several times in order to fight Wang Yin? Don't you have any rewards? You can't bully my two disciples, and Bai Zhenzhen didn't get any rewards from you before. I won't ask you what supplies you want. Just give them a few foundation building exercises. Deng Bingding heard this and thought to herself that Zhang Yu, this kid, really protected these two, and he got to the point as soon as he mentioned it, the foundation building exercises. She thought to herself that Zhang Zhenren was like this, and she didn't know whether it was the instructions from above or the behavior of actively improving his favorability like her. But on second thought, Deng Bingding felt that maybe it was both. After all, Zhang Yu was already old. If he didn't seize this opportunity with Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, he would probably end his life on this level. While talking to Deng Bingding, Master Zhang Yu also explained to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, with your mana, it is enough for each of you to equip one Dharmakaya. You won't be able to use more Dharmakaya rewards. As for the money on the first floor, or the medicines, magic weapons, equipment and the like, They are all aimed at the key refining stage market, and have limited effect on you who have already established your foundation. It would be more practical to get some foundation establishment stage exercises that you can practice now. Master Zhang Yu reminded the two of them seriously. High school is only the beginning of the immortal path. Although your current grades are extremely good, you must not be proud and arrogant. You must know that college is the real way to embark on the immortal path. In the next 9 months, you must not slack off. You must seize every minute to continue practicing and prepare for college, and there are very few foundation establishment stage exercises on the first floor platform. After all, these exercises are sold by spirit coins on it, and there is not much market below. It's rare that you have the path of a righteous god now. It's very cost-effective to ask them for some foundation establishment stage exercises, which will be of great help to your practice in the next 9 months. And the copyright issue is not difficult for a true god to handle. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and felt that what Zhang Yu said made sense. But at the same time, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen also felt worried. It was because they found that Zhang Liaodeng was getting better and better to them, and more like a kind elder, like a teacher who cared about them. If the previous guidance could be said to be for the recruitment of people for Wanfa University and to fight against the Oasis group, then what was it for now? Looking at Zhang Yu in front of him, Zhang Yu thought of Zhou Chechen, who had also cared about him, and Wang Yin, who spent a lot of money on him. Fuck. Isn't there another one? Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Yu who was still asking Deng Bingding for benefits for them, and felt a little panicked. Don't be like this, Zhang Liaodeng, you're scaring me like this. After staying in Kungsu for a long time, Zhang Yu is really not used to someone speaking for him and fighting for his interests like this. He would rather the other party ask him directly for a fee. Because with his short 2 years of experience in Kungsu, free things are often more expensive. At the same time, after some requests from Zhang Yu, in addition to the 2 Dharma bones, Time Remnant Demon Eye and Formless Wind Demon, Deng Bingding also awarded the foundation building period exercises. Among them, Zhang Yu was rewarded with another foundation building period exercise in addition to the previous 3 foundation building period exercises, which was a breathing method called Biwokigan. Bai Zhenzhen had not been awarded a foundation building period exercise before, and this time she was directly awarded 2 foundation building period exercises, namely the foundation building period versions of Thunder Strike True Body and Cold Soul Ice Heart Art. After awarding the exercises, Deng Bingding stretched out his hand to Zhang Yu, smiled slightly and said, "My friend, it's time to return the soul-injuring brick to me, right?" Zhang Yu reluctantly returned it. Deng Bingding went on to say, "There is also the removal of the Jiaolong Lingshu and the implantation of the Shikan Demon Eye. Do you want to do it now? Your original spine is still kept with me." Although Zhang Yu was reluctant to part with the Jiaolong Lingshu in his body, he still nodded and said, "Let's do it now. It's destined to be replaced anyway, so it's better to do it earlier and adapt earlier." So, under the guidance of Deng Bingding, Zhang Yu and the others went to the Fathe operating room of Oasis Group. On the way, Zhang Yu commented, "Bai Zhenzhen, your 2 skills, one for cultivating the physical body and the other for cultivating the heart of Tao, are both of good quality. As long as you get another set of foundation building skills for cultivating mana, it will be enough for the time being. Zhang Yu, your set of Biwokigan." Deng Bingding picked it well. It is exactly the breathing method of the foundation building period that you lack, which can help you improve your mana. Among expert level skills, the quality of Biwokigan is also good, especially its wide range of collecting spiritual energy. It is best used for cultivation on spiritual veins, and it is also a good match with your Ki Si spiritual roots. After listening to Zhang Yu comments, Zhang Yu thought to himself, suitable for cultivation on spiritual veins? This is not a pure skill for rich people. How can I afford it? Suddenly, Zhang Yu thought of the message sent by Director Hong to long before. His eyes moved, and he thought to himself, it seems, it's not without a chance, although I don't have much money, but I have a lot of seeds. I never thought that when I was refining Qi, I had to sell myself to earn money for cultivation. After I reached the foundation building stage, I still had to sell myself to earn money for cultivation. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. Council really turned people into ghosts. Then Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were taken to the operating room of Oasis Group to prepare for the Dharmakaya transplant. True man Zhang Yu followed in and made a request to the doctors performing the Dharma skeleton surgery. Don't use a semi-permanent Dharma skeleton for Zhang Yu's eyes. Use a detachable one so that he can replace his eyeball and time remnant demon pupil every day. True man Zhang Yu explained to Zhang Yu on the side. The eyes are also a part of your body, and are the best material for refining Dharma skeleton in the future. Your body will inevitably undergo drastic progress and changes with your future training. If you replace this time remnant demon pupil with your original eye and never use it again, it won't be long before this eye can adapt to your body and it will be difficult to match it. So after the surgery, unless it's an important occasion, you can use one original eye and the other eye with a time remnant demon pupil, rotating every 12 hours. This way, you can always nourish your eyes with qi and blood, so that your two original eyes can always adapt to the changes in your body. Oasis Group's technology in Dharma skeleton surgery was apparently very mature. About an hour later, the Jialong Lingshu in Zhang Yu's body was replaced with the original spine. His eyes were also transformed. Although they looked the same as before, the eyeballs could be disassembled and replaced by pressing inwards twice. Zhang Yu felt the flow of mana in his body again. About 100 units of mana were applied to the time remnant demon eye. It's like the mana limit was deducted by 100 units, the total amount of mana is still too low. I can't install more magic bodies. Zhang Yu looked in the mirror beside him. His eyes still looked the same as before, but as his mind moved, a trace of blood appeared in the pupil of his right eye. Then Zhang Yu felt that the world in front of him slowed down. No, it's not that the world has slowed down, Zhang Yu thought to himself, it's that the time remnant demon eye has improved my perception and acceptance of the picture. I can receive more picture information per second. In terms of physical sensation, it's like the world has slowed down. This is the time remnant ability. Chapter 266, Help from Master Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu waved his palms at high speed in front of him. When he used his original left eye to look, he saw a shadow of his palm moving at high speed. When he used the time residual demon eye in his right eye to look, he found that he could see the palm moving at high speed clearly. Even every line on the palm was so clear, as if the palm had slowed down. Especially as Zhang Yu's attention continued to focus, the feeling of the world slowing down became more and more obvious. At the same time, Zhang Yu could also feel that the time residual demon eye was further absorbing the mana in his body to maintain operation. Zhang Yu secretly estimated in his heart, the stronger the slowing effect, the more mana is consumed. Under the extreme slowing down, the whole world seems to slow down 10 times in my eyes, and with my current mana, combined with the process of the Qi spirit root constantly recovering mana, it can probably last for an hour. Zhang Yu nodded slightly. At this time, the residual ability was very similar to the full concentration of the Xian Wu refining heart art, but it was more controllable, and things could be seen more clearly. The slowing down was greater, and the duration was far longer. As his mind moved, the whole person had withdrawn from the time-depleted effect, and the world in his eyes returned to normal speed again. Then Zhang Yu waved his hands and feet again, and he felt a sense of weakness all over his body. This is because with the removal of the Jialong Lingshu, the effect of temporarily increasing the physical strength by 1 level is gone. After moving his hands and feet, Zhang Yu thought to himself, anyway, it's just temporary strength, it's better to go earlier and get used to it earlier. On the other side, Bai Zhenzhen also completed the operation. She moved her body and shot out with a gust of wind and lightning. She appeared in every corner of the room as if teleporting, leaving a trail of afterimages. Bai Zhenzhen smiled and said, Yuzi. This thing is so useful. But the next moment, Bai Zhenzhen stopped with a cry, no, my magic power is about to be drained, and my bones and muscles can't stand it anymore. Zhang Yu said, Zhen, now the money is enough, you can find a time to prepare for foundation building. Bai Zhenzhen nodded with some anticipation. As long as she bought the heavenly spirit root and had the cover of the heavenly spirit root, she could use the true spirit root to build the foundation. Xinghuo Zhenren, who was standing by, gave the two some instructions on how to use the Dharma skeleton, and then left together. When they walked out of the gate of Oasis building, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen thanked Xinghuo Zhenren for a while, and together proposed the idea of transferring money, wanting to give a sum of money to thank Xinghuo Zhenren for his help. You want to pay me? Starfire Master looked at Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, and suddenly a flash of enlightenment flashed through his mind. He smiled and said, You two little devils, are you worried that I have ulterior motives and want to sign a contract with you, or exploit you like Wang Yin, so you want to test me? Looking at the changing expressions of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, Starfire Master continued, Haha, you are quite cautious. I hope you will keep it up in the future, but don't worry, I don't have that idea for the time being. Even if I had it originally. I don't have it now. Starfire Master explained, after all, you two are not using him. With your potential, you will definitely shine in the future when you enter university. Even if I tie you up with chains and sign an exploitative contract with you, it will only make the big guys who want to invest in you in the future dissatisfied. Then I will become a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh, and an obstacle that they must deal with before they want to invest in you. It's like greedily occupying too many shares in a highly promising startup company and refusing to let go, and finally getting caught in your own trap and being solved by the big guys. Zhang Yu smiled and said, besides, I am only giving you some pointers, not spending money on you. If you can recognize me as your master, remember to mention my name when you become famous in the future. I will be satisfied. After hearing Zhang Yu's explanation, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen looked at each other and bowed together, saying, Master. Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction. I came here in my spare time, and now I have to go back to work overtime. You should study the foundation building exercise as you have obtained first, and I will start to instruct you in 2 days. After taking a look at Zhang Yu's leaving back, Bai Zhenzhen turned to look at Zhang Yu and asked, Yuzi, what should we do next? Zhang Yu thought for a while and said, pay back the money first. After you pay it back, I will help you build your foundation. So in the next few days, Zhang Yu took the time to pay back the money at 1.3 times the amount according to the details of the loan. And as the subsequent remuneration of 36 million from Oasis Group was deposited into the accounts of the two people, Zhang Yu became more confident in repaying the loan. In addition to the 1.3 times loan this time, he and Bai Zhenzhen also paid off all the previous loans from various platforms in one go, and there was no more debt. After paying off nearly 80 million in total, Zhang Yu's account was almost empty. However, the money in Bai Zhenzhen's account was still sufficient for her to buy the heavenly spiritual root. So after the heavenly spiritual root arrived, it took more than 40 minutes, and Bai Zhenzhen's mana surged, and there were bursts of strange noises from the muscles in her body. Finally, accompanied by the crazy restlessness of the spirit, she finally stepped into the foundation. As Bai Zhenzhen stepped into the foundation, a green mark appeared on her lower abdomen, slowly blooming like a green lotus. At the same time, the spiritual root in Bai Zhenzhen's danshan quickly transformed from a seed into a delicate and beautiful green lotus, and completely merged with her. Bai Zhenzhen frowned and said uncomfortably, I feel, my true spiritual roots seem to be evolving again, she said uncertainly. Maybe this evolution will turn into divine spiritual roots. Zhang Yu was shocked when he heard this, and Fuji said in a panic, why is it so sudden? Can you suppress it? Bai Zhenzhen took a deep breath, her face flushed, and her aura appeared and disappeared. After a long time, the green lotus that had already bloomed gradually closed up. Bai Zhenzhen then let out a long breath and said, I can still suppress it. Fuji sighed, you are born with spiritual roots, and you can still evolve. You are already the object of strict supervision by the 10 major sects and the 8 righteous gods. If you turn it into a divine spiritual root, the consequences are really unpredictable. Zhang Yu asked with concern, Zhen, can you hold on? Bai Zhenzhen smiled, patted her belly and said, isn't it just holding back the spiritual roots? It's not like I haven't held it back before. It's nothing. The next day, in a training ground in the city center, Starfire looked at the two people who had arrived, and suddenly his body was covered with flames, as if a sea of fire was about to engulf the two people. Seeing the two people's expressions become extremely solemn in an instant, their originally confident and high-spirited temperament was also suppressed. Starfire thought to himself, to achieve such results in high school, it is inevitable to be confident and proud, even if they are always flattered by these guys in the next 9 months. It is not impossible to become arrogant and self-willed. If you enter university with this mentality, you may be defeated by the geniuses above, and then be trampled on, and you may never recover. Instead of being hit when you go there, let me hit you and give you a shot in advance. As they spoke, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen only felt that the temperature in the air was getting higher and higher, and every breath they took seemed to burn their lungs. True man Zhang Yu then said quietly, those who build foundation on the first level are indeed remarkable people, but after going to the second level, it's not that great anymore. After you enter Wanfa University, you will definitely be selected into the foundation building class. By then, your classmates will definitely be students from all levels who have completed the foundation building stage in high school, unlike you who lack the resources to continue to improve after building the foundation on the first level. They can still continue to make rapid progress with the resources above after completing the foundation in high school, so after you enter the foundation building class at the university, you may find that you have become a student in the middle or lower levels, or even the lowest level. You will inevitably encounter setbacks, repeated insults, and discrimination from people on the first level by people above. Listening to true man Xinghuo's words, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen gradually calmed down. The impetuous atmosphere that had arisen in the past few days due to all kinds of gains, flattery, and praise seemed to have dissipated a lot at this moment. Master Xinghuo nodded slightly and continued, I tell you this not to ask you to accept your fate, but to adjust your mindset and don't be discouraged after you go up. You are very talented, and every effort you make is useful. Don't let your past efforts go to waste. After teaching the two a lesson, Master Xinghuo began to truly guide them. He just said, the conditions on the first floor are limited, and there are not many things that are helpful for building the foundation. I thought about it. In the next 9 months, you continue to practice the exercises, and I will mainly use the most primitive methods to increase the efficiency of your improvement of Dao heart, magic power and physical strength. After all, I haven't been involved in undergraduate education for a long time, and I don't know what the current process for freshmen is, but in any case, as long as you lay a solid foundation in the next 9 months and continuously improve the basic data, it will definitely make your university practice easier. Zhang Yu asked puzzledly, what do you mean by primitive methods? True man Xinghuo showed a hint of a grin, and said, for example, for Dao heart training, you will face the impact of my martial arts thoughts directly to temper your will. Of course, this is just the beginning. Once you are used to it enough, I will start to sneak attack you from time to time. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were shocked. Ah, you? Sneak attack us? True man Xinghuo smiled slightly, and the martial arts thoughts like a raging fire had swept out, rushing towards Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen like a storm. Seeing Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen sweating profusely and their faces changing wildly, Xinghuo Zhenren said calmly, stay tense and cautious at all times, and be prepared to face a life and death battle at all times. In this state, it can accelerate your improvement of Dao heart. Although this method is very primitive, the conditions are simple, so it is just right to use it on you. Chapter 267 Zhang Yu's Spiritual Vein Pass. Zhang Yu felt a martial arts thought that was like a substance rushing at him, wanting to burn his skin, internal organs, bones, soul, consciousness, everything about him into ashes. In just a moment of contact, Zhang Yu felt like he was dying. The gap between the two sides was really too big. At the same time, the voice of Starfire exploded in his ears. Use your mind method and use your will to resist my martial arts thought. Zhang Yu used all his strength to operate the Kenyushi mind and body art. With the roar of the white bull in his mind, waves of fighting spirit surged from his heart. The past scenes of fighting hard, resisting desperately, and fighting to the death with Wang Yin kept emerging from Zhang Yu's mind. On the other side, looking at the two people who gritted their teeth and persisted under the impact of his martial arts thought, Starfire nodded slightly and temporarily retracted his martial arts thought. Rest for 30 seconds, then continue. 30 seconds later, the violent thought was released from Starfire again. This time, what Zhang Yu felt was no longer a raging fire, but an overwhelming pressure, as if the air had become 1,000 times heavier, as if it was going to crush his bones and force him to kneel down. Starfire said coldly, hold on, don't kneel. This was different from the kind look of Elder Chunjin before. After guiding Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen in training, Starfire was full of majesty, just like a general on the battlefield. Every command and every reminder seemed irresistible. In the following time, Starfire repeatedly attacked the two with martial arts ideas, forcing Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen to use their mental skills to resist with all their strength. And each time Starfire released martial arts ideas, they were different. Sometimes Zhang Yu felt like he was being burned by fire, sometimes like he was being squeezed by the air, sometimes like he was being pierced by thousands of swords, and sometimes like his mind was frozen. Various martial arts thoughts came to him, and Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How many mental methods does this old dang know? He can switch between various mental methods so naturally. Isn't he schizophrenic? In the process of training his Dao heart and mental method, Zhang Yu felt like a long sword, and the martial arts thoughts of Xinghuo Zhenren were like a whetstone. The long sword became sharper and more tempered through repeated sharpening. Zhang Yu could clearly feel that such training was indeed several times stronger than the effect of practicing mental methods alone at ordinary times. Dao heart level 11, 0.3%, 0.5%, Kani Ushi Mind and Body Art Level 11, 3/110, 35/110, Zhang Zhenren looked at the two people who were pale and already a little shaky, and stopped releasing his martial arts thoughts. He just said calmly, "Okay, you have almost reached your limit today. If you hold on any longer, you will be exhausted, but you must continue to use your mind skills, especially remember the feeling of resisting pressure just now. Keep this feeling and maintain this tension, so that you can improve your Dao heart more efficiently." As Zhang Zhenren left, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen suddenly sat down on the ground, feeling that their bodies had not been exercised much, but they felt exhausted. In the following days, Zhang Zhenren would call Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen to teach them from time to time. The way he taught Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen was just as he said, very primitive, but very effective. If Zhang Yu said it, it was a very cost-effective exercise method for the poor. But this cost-effectiveness was also based on Zhang Zhenren. Zhang Yu thought to himself, if Zhang Zhenren charged, I don't know how much it would cost. Anyway, Zhen and I definitely can't afford it. Zhang Yu remembered the kindness of this Zhang Zhenren, who was willing to take the time to teach them for free. He thought to himself, thank you, Lao Deng. When I climb up, I will make your name known in Kung Fu. Under the guidance of Zhang Zhenren, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's Dao heart and physical strength are steadily improving every day, far exceeding the efficiency of practicing alone. As for mana, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen have other arrangements. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen came to the reserve that day, and the two of them passed through the gate directly by scanning their faces one after the other. They came to the foot of a mountain with a familiar road, and it seemed that they had been here many times. The mountain in front of them was one of the important spiritual vein nodes of the reserve. It was a place that was out of reach for Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen at the beginning, and they dared not even think about it. But at this moment, they can not only breathe freely in the reserve, but also go into the mountains to practice. However, before entering the mountain every time, Zhang Yu has some tasks to complete and needs to deliver according to the requirements of Hong Talongdong. Looking at Zhang Yu who walked into the toilet next to him, Bai Zhenzhen waited outside the toilet and began to breathe. But after waiting for a long time, Bai Zhenzhen finally couldn't help but urge, "Are you done?" she said with some dissatisfaction. "Why are you taking longer each time?" "I've been waiting for almost half an hour," Zhang Yu's somewhat annoyed voice came from inside. "It will be done soon. Why are you rushing? Think about whose dedication time and time again allowed you to enter the spiritual veins for cultivation." Bai Zhenzhen rolled her eyes and suggested, "Then can you bring it over after you're done at home next time?" Zhang Yu said, "Do you think I don't want to? Hongta company requires fresh ones." After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Bai Zhenzhen thought to herself, Yuzi is really, he hasn't stopped taking root after building his foundation. After building the foundation, the physical strength will be further improved in all aspects. Would the evil root also grow bigger and bigger? With further nourishment, it will become stronger and stronger. In the future, he will continue to refine his body and continue to raise this thing. I don't know how much nutrition, how much blood and energy, and how much spiritual power will be consumed on it. I don't know how much time and energy will be wasted on it. It's simply a malignant tumor on the road to immortality, but then again, this thing also has its merits. At least it can allow us to join the queue and practice in the spirit vein. After we get up there, we both become poor again. Maybe it can be used as our reserve fund at a critical moment. Bai Zhenzhen thought about it and came up with a compromise. How about making it detachable for Yuzi? Just like his eyes, install it when needed and lock it up at other times? In this way, we don't have to worry about the tumor consuming too much nutrition and blood, and dragging down Yuzi's body training progress. We are parents and children. If he can't make up his mind, should I just help him? Bai Zhenzhen believed that Zhang Yu would understand her. After all, I see that every time Yuzi finishes, there is a hint of helplessness and regret on his face. He must want to solve this problem in his heart, but he just can't make up his mind. Just when Bai Zhenzhen was secretly planning how to help his brother, Zhang Yu had slowly walked out of the toilet. It's done, let's go. Zhang Yu waved his hand, and with a hint of pride, he led Bai Zhenzhen through the entrance of the spirit vein. The spiritual energy rushed in, and the spiritual roots in the two people's bodies trembled, and they felt an extremely comfortable feeling all over their bodies. Zhang Yu felt that every time he entered the spiritual vein to breathe, his key high spiritual root and Biwokigan could really show their strengths, and he was no longer as stuffy as before. Yes, stuffy. Since entering the foundation building, Zhang Yu felt a kind of stuffiness every day, feeling that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was so thin, and the air was so unfresh. The spiritual vein is still good, but when he thought about the time he had just spent in order to come in, Zhang Yu also had some self-reflection in his heart. It's indeed a waste of time, but it can't be blamed on me. I have tried my best. Looking at Bai Zhenzhen beside him, Zhang Yu suddenly blushed and turned his head away. Bai Zhenzhen, who was taking a deep breath, raised her eyebrows. Feeling Zhang Yu's gaze, she asked in confusion, "Just tell me if you have something to say." Zhang Yu stammered, "Actually, that? I thought of a way to be faster." Bai Zhenzhen asked curiously, "What is it?" "Well," Zhang Yu turned his head with a blushing face, and finally took a deep breath and said, "No, nothing." As Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen walked all the way to the depths of the spiritual vein, Fuji felt bitter in her heart. "Why don't you two ask me how I feel? Do you think it's okay for me to accompany Zhang Yu like this? Fuck, you should pay me for watching. Damn it, if I ask to follow Bai Zhenzhen, it will definitely arouse Zhang Yu's suspicion and think that I'm up to something. Well, just treat it as watching Animal World." After Zhang Yu came to the depths of the spiritual vein, he began to practice the newly practiced Bawokigan. This breathing method in the foundation building period can form a vortex with mana. With continuous breathing, the range of spiritual energy collection will continue to increase until its own limit. At this moment, after cooperating with the Qi spiritual root, Zhang Yu's spiritual energy collection range was directly increased to a distance of 100 meters around. At this moment, Zhang Yu was like a huge loophole, madly attracting the spiritual energy in the spiritual veins to continue to flow in. Zhang Yu thought to himself, although this Bawokigan cannot be operated all the time like the Great Sun Qi, but using this method to practice in the spiritual veins for a few hours every time, it is equivalent to several days of hard work in the Great Sun Qi, and the efficiency is still higher, especially since I haven't pushed this Bawokigan to the highest level yet. The efficiency of refining mana in the future will definitely be even higher. Mana 200.5 Bawokigan level 10, 1/100, finally level 10. Zhang Yu sensed the Bawokigan that had reached level 10, and he could feel a stream of cyclone surrounding him, madly devouring the spiritual energy around him. After level 10, the vortex of mana will be revealed, which can further increase the range of spiritual energy collection. With my Qi high spiritual root, the range of my spiritual root collection has now increased to 150 meters, and not long after Bai Zhenzhen and Zhang Yu entered the entrance of the spiritual vein. With the whistling of the flying sword and the surging of the fighting spiritual roots, a team of fully armed security forces had already boarded the flying boat and surrounded the toilet that Zhang Yu had just used. Several staff members in protective clothing walked into the toilet, and after a while came out holding a huge armored box, and under the solemn gaze of the surrounding security team members, they moved the armored box onto the flying boat. Just when Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were immersed in the practice of the foundation building period, they devoted themselves to the lessons of consolidating the foundation and improving the Dao heart, mana, and physical strength. On the other hand, there were some waves in the handling of the Oasis group. On this day, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen had just received the guidance of Xinghuo Zhenren when they received a call from the patrol captain Yunni. Yunni said, "When you were fighting Chai and his group, didn't a mysterious master suddenly attack Bai Zhenzhen? After checking, it has been confirmed that the master you killed in the law enforcement operation was Zhou Yang from the Zhou family." Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's faces changed slightly when they heard the news. They all knew that there was an evil god behind the Zhou family. Yunni continued, "The patrol team will thoroughly investigate the Zhou family. After all, you two are the parties involved. I just want to ask for your opinions," Zhang Yu said directly. "Do you want to thoroughly investigate the Zhou family? Can Zhen and I go together?" Chapter 268 Zhou Family Evil God, the sprint before the college entrance examination. Inside the Zhou family mansion, there were patrol members coming and going everywhere. The entire mansion was searched from top to bottom. The Zhou family members who were taken away one by one were pale and heartbroken. "Zhou Yang is crazy. It has nothing to do with us. We are not colluding with the Oasis group. Where is your captain?" "I know your captain." Zhang Yu stood aside, watching the Zhou family members who were taken away one by one. At this moment, he felt emotional and a little nervous. "I wonder if the patrol team will find out the evil god behind the Zhou family, and whether it will implicate Zhen and me. I don't know if it was because Zhou Yang had the evil god too well." After a search, the patrol team failed to find any information about the evil god, but found a secret hiding place of Zhouyang instead. Arriving deep in the sewer system of Songyang City, Yunli looked at the underground fortifications in front of her and introduced, "This is the place that Zhouyang secretly sponsored and built. If it weren't for the thorough investigation of all his personal belongings this time, we really wouldn't have found this." With a bang, the underground fortifications in front of her had been violently opened by the patrol team. Everyone swarmed in and began to conduct a thorough investigation inside. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen followed Yunli all the way to the deepest part, and saw countless coils, antiques, chains and other things circling back and forth, and in the center was a hard drive. Seeing this, Fuji immediately sent a voice message to Zhang Yu's mind, "It's a ritual. Or a ritual that can suppress the evil god. This guy Zhouyang actually suppressed his evil god here. This damn dog is so brave." At the same time, Yunli on the side circled around the hard drive and said, "This seems to be a ritual." Fuji reminded, "Zhang Yu, touch this hard drive. I will try to eat this evil god. If we let these guys from the patrol team take my colleague away, what if this guy knows our existence? Then it will be troublesome." Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen first used the power of the ritual detection in their bodies to check if there were any cameras around. After confirming the location and viewing angle of the surrounding cameras, the two looked at each other, and the next moment Bai Zhenzhen pointed to a camera in the corner and said, "What is that?" It seems to have moved. Just when everyone turned to look, Zhang Yu had already activated the Time Remnant ability of the Time Remnant Demon Eye, and the whole world seemed to slow down for him. The expressions, eyes, and movements of everyone around him were all reflected clearly in Zhang Yu's eyes. The camera's angle of view was also taken into account. Zhang Yu took advantage of the blind spot when everyone turned around, and at an angle that the camera could not capture, he gently stretched out his palm and pressed on the hard drive. With Zhang Yu's skills at the foundation building stage, and with the help of the Time Remnant Demon Eye, when Yunli and others turned around, they did not find anything unusual. Yunli said excitedly, "That should be the camera installed by Zhouyang. Immediately have someone download the records in it and see if there is anything useful." At the same time, Fuji's somewhat weak voice came into Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's minds, "I force this guy to come to me. Next, I will slowly suppress him, and then digest it. I may have to sleep for a while." After saying these words, Fuji's voice completely disappeared without a trace, and there was no response. Zhang Yu thought to himself, after Fuji wakes up this time, the feather book will be able to open a new chapter, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but look forward to it, but he didn't know how long Fuji would sleep this time. He thought to himself, this time, the evil god was forcibly pulled over, and it might take a little longer to digest than the last time. Next, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen followed the patrol team to continue the search. Yunli had confirmed Zhouyang's identity as a cult believer from some ritual traces. But what Yunli regretted was that the cameras on the scene only recorded surveillance footage for up to 7 days, and nothing useful was found from it. And the existence of the evil god was not found in the entire base. Yunli suspected that the other party had left long ago. Zhang Yu looked at Zhouyang and did not leave any information about himself and Bai Zhenzhen. He was slightly relieved and thought that he didn't have to try every means to destroy the evidence. The Zhou family's affairs came to an end for the time being. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen waited for Fuji to wake up while continuing to practice. In the training ground in the city center, with a sound of crackling, Zhang Zhenren's fingertips gently pressed on Zhang Yu's chest, and the latter flew out instantly. At the same time, Zhang Zhenren's other hand had already flicked Bai Zhenzhen's palm, and she flew hundreds of meters away. Seeing that the two people's movement slowed down, Zhang Zhenren frowned and said, "Don't stop, speed up." Bai Zhenzhen's figure flashed, and with the activation of the Wuxiang Wind Demon, the whole person was already stepping on the wind and rushed towards Zhang Zhenren again. Zhang Zhenren reminded, "Don't stop the body training method, always use your strength to the end. After the college entrance examination, you will go to the second level, and at this moment, those geniuses above are now widening the gap with you every day. You must seize every second to slightly shorten the gap between you and those geniuses above." At this moment, Zhang Zhenren was not conducting actual combat training with the two, but using himself as a training equipment to temper the physical strength of the two. He was like an endless ocean, bringing great pressure to the two of them, and as the two of them practiced their body refining techniques, he frantically increased the resistance, increasing the load and effect of their body refining. Zhang Yu felt that the other party repeatedly hit the weak points of his body, repeatedly increasing the burden of his body, refining and the effect of his training, just like a big iron hammer, repeatedly beating his muscles and bones all over his body, removing impurities, and making him more and more refined and stronger. Endless Zen of Spring and Autumn Level 18, 98/180, Physical Strength Level 10.52. Starfire looked at the two people lying on the ground gasping for breath, and thought to himself, what a terrifying speed of progress, especially Zhang Yu. If he continues to practice Endless Zen of Spring and Autumn, he will be able to reach level 20 before graduating from high school, right? The comprehension of this kind of practice is simply incredible. Even if he is not the legendary martial arts saint body, I am afraid he is not far away. I really look forward to his future when he enters the golden elixir or even the nascent soul. Thinking of this, Starfire sighed again, but with my remaining lifespan, I am afraid I will not live to see the day when they rise completely, but at least the seeds I have planted in them in the past 9 months should be able to take root and sprout one day in the future. If Starfire said that his guidance to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen was selfless and only out of pure appreciation, he himself would not believe it. It was just different from the funds invested in using him, which were bound by a contract. In the eyes of Master Zhang Yu, what he invested in Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen was something called human feelings to maintain their relationship. These days, there are fewer and fewer people in Kungsa who still cherish the old friendship. Master Zhang Yu thought to himself, it's very different from when I was young. Today's Kungsu, today's cultivators, almost only care about interests, not feelings. People who still talk about the old ways are either dead or eliminated, just like old guys like me. But Zhang Yu may be an exception, although I won't live to see them rise. I hope that my investment in them can help Zulian and Xinghan in the future. Time passed quickly as Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen continued to practice, and there was only half a year left before the college entrance examination. In the apartment one day, Zhang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and the Kanyushi body and mind art in his mind roared. Kanyushi body and mind art level 20 Dao heart level 11, 43.8%. Zhang Yu felt that his thoughts at this moment seemed to penetrate into every cell in his body, and his flesh and blood became more active than ever before. Finally reached level 20, he looked at his hands and thought, after level 20, even if my hands and feet are broken, I feel that my thoughts can remain in the broken limbs. This effect of level 20 can be called active residue. Even the flesh and blood that fall off my body can retain my thoughts for a few minutes. As long as I pick it up again within these few minutes, it can grow back again. And as my Dao heart level continues to increase, the effect of the Kanyushi Mind and Body Sutra should get better and better. Feeling that his self-healing ability is becoming stronger and stronger, Zhang Yu also flashed a satisfied smile in his heart. After all, this means that he is less and less afraid of getting injured and less need to go to the hospital. At this time, the doorbell rang. Zhang Yu opened the door of the apartment, looked at Li Mulan standing outside, and said, "You are here." After leading Li Mulan in, Zhang Yu asked, "Are you sure you don't want the money?" Before, when the donation was 1.3 times, Li Mulan lent Zhang Yu 5 million. But later when Zhang Yu repaid the money, Li Mulan returned it, saying that he didn't want the money, but something else. After Zhang Yu confirmed it again and again, he realized that the other party wanted his seeds just like Hongta Group. Although the money from the first floor is useless to bring to the second floor, 5 million can still be exchanged for some resources. For Zhang Yu, these 5 million are definitely more useful and valuable than his seeds. After all, he knows very well that his strength has nothing to do with blood, but is a kind of strength in soul and will. But for Li Mulan, an old friend, Zhang Yu kindly reminded him, "This thing. I don't think it's useful. You should think about it carefully." Li Mulan bit her lip and insisted, "I want this." Zhang Yu nodded, "Okay, wait a minute." Li Mulan looked at Zhang Yu, who turned and left. After waiting for a long time, he found that the other party did not come back. At this moment, the phone vibrated, and Li Mulan opened it to see. "Li Jingzhen, did you get the feather juice?" "Li Jingzhen, remember to confirm it with your own eyes. Hongta has not produced any results for a long time. I suspect that Zhang Yu may have given a fake." Chapter 269 Zhang Yu's sister contact. Looking at the message on the phone, Li Mulan knew that this was a message from her brother using the company's dedicated line. Li Mulan knew that one of the purposes of the wealthy families in various places who constantly cultivated their descendants to ascend to the second floor was to continue to connect with the second floor companies, master more trade-related resources, information and even the right to speak, and make more profits in the trade between the first and second floors. After Bai Zhenzhen finished the college entrance examination and ascended to the second floor, he had obviously joined the Li family above and connected with the company. After he went to the second floor, he was still concerned about Zhang Yu's affairs. He even used the very rare opportunity to communicate using the company's dedicated line at this moment. Li Mulong could feel that someone above was probably also paying attention to Zhang Yu. At this moment, looking at the message sent by the other party, Li Mulong thought to himself, "Are you sure it's real?" Li Mulong felt that what the other party said made sense. As a popular figure in the first floor of Kungsu, Zhang Yu's various data and samples are naturally hot and precious, and are what countless forces want to obtain. I heard that many wealthy families in Xiandu traveled thousands of miles to Songgang just to seek the true seeds to optimize their own blood. Although many people have sought various data and samples from Zhang Yu, no one has researched any valuable products from them for so long. There are only a bunch of nutritional supplements, health products, and beauty products under the name of Zhang Yu. After research, the Li family found that they were all scams. Li Mulong thought to himself, Zhang Yu should be producing seeds now, right? I'll go and take a look. At worst he'll find out and kick me out. Anyway, he didn't say I can't see it. Li Mulong thought about such important goods and felt that he should confirm it with his own eyes to be assured. After all, it is related to so many fields and markets such as medicine, genes, blood, and physical transformation. It also involves the family, and even my future development. Even if Zhang Yu blames me for not trusting him, I should confirm it. Thinking of this, Li Mulong couldn't bear it anymore. So he stood up and looked in the direction where Zhang Yu had just left, which was the second floor of the apartment. There was a treasure worth a fortune there. After a moment, Li Mulong was delighted. It's the real thing. As Li Mulong was watching, Zhang Yu seemed to sense something, and his eyes subconsciously swept towards the door. A trace of surprise flashed across his face, and his body tensed. Li Mulong was shocked and said in his heart, the rare treasure is about to fall to the ground. At this moment, Li Mulong thought a lot in his mind. If it falls to the ground, will it be contaminated? If we give up this time, will the quality of production next time be worse, affecting the research results? Will Zhang Yu be angry and give a fake next time? And in front of him, is a rare treasure that can't be more real. When Li Mulong came to her senses, she had already opened the door, knelt on one knee, and stretched out her hands. In the quiet air, the two looked at each other for a while. Zhang Yu was angry. You are fucking, Li Mulong said with some shame. I'm sorry, it's not that I don't trust you, Zhang Yu. Is this a question of trust or not? At the same time, Li Mulong thought to herself, such a hot, strong vitality. Seeing Zhang Yu stand up angrily, Li Mulong turned his back and said, I want this. Whenever Zhang Yu felt that he had understood the people of Kungsu very well, he found that the people here could always break the bottom line in his heart again. Seeing Li Mulong's look of guarding a secret treasure, Zhang Yu sighed and waved his hand helplessly. At least take a measuring cup. Don't forget to wash your hands. Li Mulong shook her head and said, no, I sealed it with my energy. Then she smiled faintly and said, and in the past 2 years, I have long overcome the flaws in my heart, poor or rich. Now in my eyes, they can be transformed at any time, and I can easily take over anything on you, and I will no longer be shaken. Zhang Yu opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Li Mulong continued, Zhang Yu, I'm sorry this time. I will apologize to you next time. She couldn't wait to transport the things back. She apologized to Zhang Yu and left in a hurry. Looking at the other person's back, Zhang Yu put on his pants silently and cursed in his heart. People in Kungsu don't care about their face as long as they can make money and become stronger. Huh? Zhang Yu looked at the door handle and said angrily, I said I locked the door. Did you break my door lock and rush in? At this moment, the phone vibrated again. Zhang Yu picked it up and saw that it was a message from Song Hailong about the endorsement activity. Zhang Yu renewed his contract as the spokesperson of Xianyan Group during this period. He planned to make more money before leaving the first floor, at least to collect 50 million, so that he could exchange 5 spirit coins when he went to the second floor. Zhang Yu thought to himself, I can use the extra money to bring more supplies up to the first floor. It must be very expensive to eat up there. I can bring more synthetic food with a long shelf life to save some money at the beginning. Time passed quickly. On this day, Xinghuo taught Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen new things. Xinghuo changed his face into a face made of flesh and blood. He looked like a handsome middle-aged man with a handsome and elegant demeanor. As his facial muscles changed, he soon changed from a handsome man to an ordinary-looking young man. I only heard Zhang Yu said to Zhang Yu, controlling muscles, changing appearance and body shape. You should have learned this, although this technique is not difficult, whether in actual combat or in daily practice. Sometimes it can be effective when it is unexpected. Zhang Yu sighed. When I was refining ki and building my foundation, I relied on this skill of changing my face and body to fight against many people many times, and I was in and out of the security team 9 times, and finally succeeded in cash on delivery. Zhang Yu began to instruct Zhang Yu in detail on the key points and tricks of changing his face and body. When you see someone on the road, you can change into the other person's appearance in 1 second, so vividly that it is difficult for people to distinguish. Then this skill is almost practiced. As for Bai Zhenzhen, Zhang Yu put forward requirements in another direction. Zhen, you are very fast, but it is too risky to fight. It's okay to meet someone who is not faster than you, but once you meet an opponent who is faster than you, you may be killed instantly. In fact, fast speed is not only suitable for close combat, but also for long-range combat. After all, if you run fast enough, you can fight and run at the same time, which will reduce your risk of injury. You should first learn the most basic hidden weapon skills to lay a good foundation, and then go deeper when you go to the upper level. So under the guidance of Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen first learned a key refining stage skill because of the simple conditions and began to contact hidden weapons. In the apartment, Zhang Yu twisted his body, and his bones creaked, like a big dragon, running through his muscles all over his body. Endless Spring in Autumn Zen Level 20 Physical Strength Level 10.73 Finally, the Endless Spring in Autumn Zen, as a physical training method, has also reached Level 20, but relying on this physical training method alone, it took more than 3 months to practice to this point. Then I'm afraid it will take me 3 or 4 years to raise my physical strength to the foundation building limit of Level 20, considering that the physical strength of each subsequent level is getting stronger and stronger. It is also getting more and more difficult to practice, and more nutrition is needed. This time may be longer. The immortal resources of the first level are still too limited. Zhang Yu sighed and began to feel the effect of the 20th level of Endless Spring and Autumn Zen. After this method reached level 20, Zhang Yu could use the immortality magic power condensed by Endless Spring and Autumn Zen to temporarily enter a state of suspended death, or hibernation. After entering this state, my ability to digest drugs, metabolize drug toxins, and even recover from physical injuries will be greatly increased. Zhang Yu thought to himself, my self-healing ability is really getting stronger and stronger. A moment later, with the sound of the alarm clock, it was time to talk with Zhang Pian. As soon as Zhang Yu walked out of the practice room, he saw Bai Zhenzhen operating the screen in the living room. A few minutes later, with the screen flashing, Zhang Pian's figure emerged from it. I saw a halo rising behind Zhang Pian's head on the screen, which looked silver and shining, like a bright moon. A line of words even appeared above her head. Wanfa University Talisman Department Foundation Establishment Realm Number 49. Bai Zhenzhen was surprised and asked, Mom, what's that on your head? Zhang Pian explained, I broke into the top 100 in the department not long ago, so I chose to start displaying my ranking above my head. You have to remember that ranking is very important in college. Whether you are a student, a teacher, or a school leader, everyone is ranked in a different ranking. The higher the ranking, the more rankings you occupy, and the higher your value. There is only one possibility for people who don't have a ranking displayed on their heads. That is, their ranking is too low, and showing it would be a humiliation to themselves. Such people are weeds in college, and they are not taken seriously wherever they go. Chapter 270 Happy Time Flies. Listening to what Zhang Pian said, Bai Zhenzhen nodded and said, I understand this. It's just like the poor students in Songjiang High School. When they get to university, they all look at the rankings, right? Those with high rankings can insult those with low rankings, and the lower the ranking, the more they are the scum of society. Bai Zhenzhen's eyes lit up and said, University is a world where rankings are supreme. Zhang Pian smiled and said, you understand quickly. After you enter university, you must also improve your ranking as soon as possible. Then Zhang Pian pointed to the halo behind his head and explained, as for this halo, it is the symbol of the Students' Union Cadres. It belongs to the spiritual fluctuations unique to the Student Union. You can also think of it as a special effect. You can see it directly through the screen now, but only those who have the I-Dharma body can see it when you go up there. By the way, do you have the I-Dharma body? Zhang Yu said, I have it. Zhen plans to buy a basic model as a backup and bring it with me when the time comes. So then Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen told Zhang Pianpian about what they had gained during this period of time and the guidance of Master Zheng Huo. After listening to this, Zhang Pianpian nodded slightly. Zheng Huo Zhenren's guidance to you is very good, and the choice of major is indeed reasonable. I think you can indeed take this path. Then the two sides had another exchange. Mainly Zhang Pianpian reminded them of the preparations they should make before going to college, and taught them some rules of college. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, there are only 3 months left before the college entrance examination. On this day, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen had just arrived at the training ground in the city center when they felt a murderous intent like a substance sweeping over them, madly attacking their sea of consciousness. Then the two of them were blown away by an explosion. At the same time, the voice of Zheng Huo Zhenren reached their ears. Starting today, I will sneak attack you anytime and anywhere, especially Zhang Yu. Zheng Huo Zhenren glanced at Zhang Yu, who had already climbed up and jumped up, and said lightly, you are so good at taking a beating, I really feel sorry for your talent if I don't use some heavy hands. Zhang Yu's face darkened, and for a moment he didn't know whether he should cry or laugh because there was such a giant who worked hard to guide him. At this moment, Zhang Yu's phone vibrated slightly, and a line of information popped up. Foundation building cultivator Yu Xinghan has entered within 100 meters of you. Welcome to follow Yu Xinghan on major platforms, and live practice at 10 o'clock every night. Zhang Yu looked up and found that the person who came was Yu Xinghan, who had obtained the foundation building qualification certificate after taking the foundation building exam for the second time and completed the foundation building a month ago, and Li Zulian, the daughter of Zheng Huo Zhenren. Zheng Huo Zhenren said, Xinghan, you and Zhang Yu practice today. Zulian, you come to guide Bai Zhenzhen. I will attack any of you at any time. Zheng Huo Zhenren looked at the few people and thought to himself, practice together for a while, and cultivate feelings by the way. Yu Xinghan walked in front of Zhang Yu and looked at Zhang Yu with a complicated look. He thought, it was obviously me first. I was the first to be accepted as a disciple by Lao Deng, but now I am called to be a sparring partner for Zhang Yu. It is obviously impossible to say that Yu Xinghan has no envy or jealousy about this. But he also understood that people with good grades deserve preferential treatment in this world. If he were Zheng Huo Zhenren, he would definitely value Zhang Yu more. All I can do is rely on my own efforts to keep catching up with him. Maybe if he shoots once now, he can make more money than if I shoot 10 times, then I will shoot 20 times. 30 times. Rely on hard work to catch up with him. The next moment, Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan had already collided with each other under the guidance of Zheng Huo Zhenren, hindering each other's muscle movement and improving their respective body training effects. Starfire Master nodded slightly while watching this scene, thinking, Zhang Yu and Xinghan will enter Wanfa University together, and they are both foundation building cultivators in the Department of Civil Engineering. They will probably practice and work together in the next few years. Let them get familiar with the feeling of practicing together now. When they go to the second floor, they can continue to practice together and become each other's practice equipment, saving money and improving efficiency. Then, even if I'm not with them, they can help each other and improve together. At this time, Starfire Master frowned. Yu Xinghan, why are you always looking at Zulian? Zhang Yu, you should also focus. There was a bang in the air, and a martial arts thought that was as real as substance had swept over the two people, suppressing their minds and shocking them. They used their mental skills to resist. Starfire Master turned his head and glanced at Li Zulian and Bai Zhenzhen who were practicing together, and thought to himself, these two guys keep selling goods to Hongta, and their firepower is still so strong. 1 month before the college entrance examination. In the protected area, a gust of winds and clouds surged over the spiritual vein, and a huge amount of spiritual energy formed a substance visible to the naked eye, turning into a huge tornado in the sky, falling towards the depths of the spiritual vein like connecting the sky and the earth. Zhang Yu sat cross-legged at the landing point of the spiritual vein, and the huge vortex of mana around him kept swallowing and spitting out the spiritual energy that fell from the sky, incorporating it into the flow of mana in the body, and finally refined it into his own mana in the Danshan. Biwokigan level 20 mana 261.9. Zhang Yu thought to himself, although the total time of breathing is not long, every time I breathe in the spiritual vein, the growth of mana is still very rapid, and Biwokigan has finally reached level 20. This time, the crippled ox sacrifice art, spring and autumn endless zen, and Biwokigan have all reached the foundation building limit. As long as I practice step by step, It will not be a problem to temper my Tao heart, mana, and physical strength to the upper limit of the foundation building in the future, but Zhang Yu knew that relying on these 3 techniques to practice slowly was not his style at all. Moreover, after reaching the 2nd floor, he might have to face Wang Yin's hostility. In order to better compete with the geniuses above, he must become stronger and practice faster. It's a pity that there are no useful foundation building techniques on the 1st floor. I have to find a way to do this after entering university. Thinking that he would take the college entrance examination in a month, and then ascend to the 2nd floor and start university life, Zhang Yu felt both excited, nervous, and uneasy. And why hasn't Fuji woken up yet? It's been more than half a year. How long will she sleep this time? Shaking his head and temporarily suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, Zhang Yu began to feel the effect of the 20th level Biwokigen. The 20th level Biwokigen can speed up the operation of the mana vortex as the breathing continues, and improve the efficiency of spiritual inspiration and mana refining. According to Zhang Yu's estimation, this acceleration will reach its limit after 1 hour of continuous breathing, which can increase the breathing efficiency by 30%. Not bad, Zhang Yu nodded secretly. In this way, his mana will be much higher when he goes to university. But from now on, every time you come to the spiritual vein, you can start renting for a longer time. At this time, Bai Zhenzhen's voice came, Yuzi, it's almost time, let's go. The figures of the 2 shot out, and the bodies of the foundation building level set off a gust of wind, and in a blink of an eye they arrived at the ticket gate of the reserve. Anan greeted them, have you finished practicing? Because of Zhang Yu's help, Anan became the toll mascot of the ticket gate. Not only did his salary increase, but his working hours were also reduced a lot. Looking at the other party's increasingly fluffy tail and fatter head, Zhang Yu waved his hand and said, well, see you tomorrow. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's figures faced the sunset, shooting on the highway and rushing towards home. Zhao Xiangxing's voice came from the mobile phone, laughing and crying, I'm doing well recently. After all, I've become a soul cultivator. I don't need food expenses. It's just the internet fee and electricity fee. The next moment, Zhao Xiangxing suddenly disconnected. Seeing the message that the other user's service had been shut down, Zhang Yu sighed helplessly, recharged the other party with 100 yuan, and then teased, old Zhao, what kind of network do you usually use? The network fee is a bit high. Zhao Xiangxing said helplessly, soul cultivators are charged for commercial use of the network, and there will be a step-by-step price increase, and the network fee is easy to spend quickly. But I can already work, and I will pay you back when I make money. After chatting with the other party for a few words, Zhang Yu put away his mobile phone, and felt a weight behind him. It turned out that Bai Zhenzhen jumped on his back and hugged his neck. Yuzi, I haven't ridden you for a long time. Let me ride you today. Listening to the other party's words, Zhang Yu could feel that Bai Zhenzhen was a little different today. Bai Zhenzhen leaned on Zhang Yu's vest, listened to the powerful sound of Zhang Yu's muscles bursting out, and smiled and said, Yuzi, 3 years ago I could never have thought that I could really be in the top 10. Zhang Yu nodded and said, yeah, who could have thought of it? The past 6 months or so can be said to be the most fulfilling and comfortable days for Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen since they entered high school. There is no oppression from rich people, no pressure from opponents, just step by step, to improve themselves, with the help of many people, feel that they are getting closer and closer to their goals. Zhang Yu even feels that even in Kung Su, he feels a little bit of happiness. At this moment, watching the sunset in front of him, watching Songyang City dyed with a layer of gold, Zhang Yu said with emotion, everyone is getting better and better, we will get better and better too, not just to get into the top 10, in the future, we will also take masters and doctoral exams, break through to the golden core and the nascent soul together, and enter the One sect together. Bai Zhenzhen couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, as if she had thought of the bright future of the two of them climbing Kung Su together, and an unprecedented warmth rose in her heart. Back in the apartment, the two had dinner together, and Bai Zhenzhen suddenly received news that the eye-shaped skeleton she ordered had arrived. When Bai Zhenzhen came to the express station across the street to receive the goods, she received a call from Zhang Yu. Well, I'm picking it up. Has your order arrived too? Okay, I'll bring it up for you. Hello, where's the person? Bai Zhenzhen looked at her phone in surprise. The network signal was obviously normal, so why couldn't she hear the other party's voice? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. Yuzi and I are the best in the world. Just as Bai Zhenzhen was looking at her phone in surprise, suddenly, there was a violent tremor on the ground, as if a giant beast had hit the ground hard, shaking Bai Zhenzhen, who was standing on the ground. A wave of terrifying threat surged into her heart, making her hair stand on end, and the thunder and lightning power subconsciously surged out, turning into lightning that swept her body. The next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, a strong wind blew in, blowing Bai Zhenzhen's long hair. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the loud noise, and saw that the dozen-story apartment building was suddenly pierced by a dazzling flame. In the violent explosion, the entire building collapsed and shattered in an instant, and even raised a sky full of smoke and dust, completely engulfing Bai Zhenzhen's figure. In the violent tremor like a major earthquake, Bai Zhenzhen only felt that the ground under her feet seemed to be undulating like waves. What happened? Watching the entire apartment collapse, Bai Zhenzhen's brain seemed to become blank at this moment. Ew! She flashed and tried to rush towards the collapsed building, but the next moment the second wave of explosion suddenly rose, and the shock wave visible to the naked eye swept over. With a simultaneous operation of muscles and magic power, lightning shot up into the sky. Bai Zhenzhen resisted the shock wave, tried to open her eyes wide, and looked at the direction of the explosion with her eyes wide open. With the roar of the shock wave, the smoke and dust in the sky were completely blown away, revealing the apartment building that had turned into ruin. Bai Zhenzhen, who was watching this scene, felt a sudden twitch in her heart, and the feeling of suffocation continued to surge from her body. At this moment, two voices came from the side. A male voice said, "The ruins have been searched, and there are no living bodies." Another female voice said, "Why is the other one outside the building?" "Forget it, I'll do it, you deal with the ruins and bury it later." Bai Zhenzhen turned her head and saw a man and a woman slowly walking towards her direction. The woman had white hair, and her limbs, chest and abdomen were all made of some kind of jade dharma skeleton, with runes flashing inside. Bai Zhenzhen's eyes narrowed slightly. The multiple dharma skeletons on the other person's body alone showed that the other person had at least been building a foundation for many years. And the words coming from the other person's mouth also made Bai Zhenzhen instantly understand that the explosion of the building was not accidental, but someone wanted to deal with them. "Hey," Bai Zhenzhen stared at the two people with her eyes fixed. "What do you mean by no living body just now?" The other party obviously did not mean to answer. But looking at the ruins of the collapsed building in front of her, the answer seemed obvious. "Yuzi, Bai Zhenzhen clenched her fists, and felt that the whole world seemed to have become gray. She murmured in her heart, "I had already sunk into the bottomless darkness, and it was Yuzi who accompanied me and climbed out with me. It's not easy to get to this point. Yuzi, who is the best friend in the world and makes me call him dad every day. If it weren't for accompanying me, he could have entered Wanfa University with his sister 2 years ago." Zhang Yu's figure kept appearing in Bai Zhenzhen's mind. Every word he said seemed to flash in her mind. "Zhen, let's take the top 10 exam together. This is your spiritual route, so let's call it the true spiritual route. Sister, is it really impossible to take Zhen with you? If I stay, do you think Zhen and I can take the normal path and get into the top 10? Just like you, sister, we will take the master's and doctoral exams in the future, break through to the golden core, break through to the nascent soul, and enter the Wanfa sect together." Bai Zhenzhen's body gradually trembled, the blue lotus mark on her lower abdomen kept flashing, and the true spiritual root in her danchan turned into blue lotus and slowly unfolded. "The 3 years I spent with Zhang Yu were the happiest 3 years of my life. He is my best in the world." At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen's heart rose with a strong emotion that she had never experienced since she was born. A kind of emotion that surpassed her desire to survive, to get into the top 10, to get the foundation building certificate. An extreme emotion that she had never experienced before, surpassing all the thoughts she had since she was born, poured out from her mind like a flood. "I want to kill you all." Facing Bai Zhenzhen's murderous eyes, the man and woman on the opposite side didn't care. As a foundation building cultivator who has stayed on the first floor for many years, even if they abandon the absolute advantages in Dao heart, mana, and Dharma skeleton, relying on the physical strength of level 20 alone is enough for them to crush Bai Zhenzhen, who has just entered the foundation building stage for less than a year. And today, they came here only because of a commission from the Oasis group. to kill Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. Although this commission has certain risks, for them who have been wasting time on the first floor for a long time and are about to exhaust their foundation building lifespan, any opportunity to go up is enough to make them take risks. After all, they don't have many years to live. With a bang, accompanied by the emergence of waves of air, the female cultivator has already shot towards Bai Zhenzhen's position. But in the next moment, her face suddenly changed wildly. As the shadows of green lotus unfolded behind Bai Zhenzhen, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to be out of control and rushed towards Bai Zhenzhen. Even the existence of the two men and women at the peak of foundation building could not collect any spiritual energy at this moment. The female cultivator screamed in her heart, "This, is it a divine root? Divine roots, which surpass human roots, earth roots, and heavenly roots, are strictly controlled by the 10 major sects. They are absolutely not allowed to appear in the folks. Many cultivators call them military-grade powers. In the cognition of a majority of cultivators, in the same realm, unless they also have military-grade powers, the chance of winning is 0. The female cultivator gritted her teeth and used all her magic power. Go all out. Kill her together. In her opinion, the time for Bai Zhenzhen to break through the foundation building is too short, and the two of them may not have no chance if they join forces. But the next moment, she noticed that the male cultivator flashed and disappeared into the night sky, and ran away directly. Fuck, just when she hesitated for a few seconds, hesitating whether to run or fight. The figure of Bai Zhenzhen in front of her had dissipated in the air like a puff of smoke. The next moment, thunder sword light flashed in the air, slashing fiercely at the female cultivator's body. After dodging several lightning swords, the female monk's face became more and more ugly. She couldn't sense the other party, couldn't touch the other party, and even the ranged counterattacks around her didn't seem to touch the other party. The other party seemed to be in a different space from her. Only the other party could attack her, but she couldn't attack the other party. Divine root, the expression on the female monk's face became more and more ugly. After only a few seconds of fighting, she had already begun to retreat. However, at this moment, beams of light fell from the sky, surrounding the area of 1,000 meters like a prison cell. More than 10 minutes later, with the arrival of rescue vehicles, the ruins were gradually dug up, and bodies were carried out one after another. The man in charge of the on-site rescue work looked at the real person Zhang Yu beside him and said carefully, "Real person, please accept my condolences." Real person Zhang Yu said lightly, "Do you think he's dead?" After the past 8 months of guidance, real person Zhang Yu dared to say that he was the one in the world who knew Zhang Yu's body best besides Zhang Yu. He knew Zhang Yu better than any of his past teachers, classmates, Bai Zhenzhen and Yu Xinghan. He believed that this body, which had extraordinary resistance to blows and terrifying self-healing power, would never die easily. Hearing the question from Zhang Yu's Henren, the man was slightly stunned, looking at the ruins in front of him and thinking, how can he not die? Even if he doesn't die, he is mostly useless. God knows how much money it will cost to treat him. His potential in the immortal way is completely destroyed. Alice, I have to encounter such a thing 1 month before the college entrance examination. Thinking of this, the man's face was filled with regret. At this moment, Zhang Yu's Henren took a step forward, and the next moment, the surging martial arts energy burst out, instantly lifting the ruins layer by layer, revealing a large number of corpses. Zhang Yu's Henren walked into it, and a moment later he came out holding a bloody human figure. There were bursts of voices coming from all around. Is that Zhang Yu? Oh, what a pity. At this moment, Zhang Yu's Henren said lightly, the person is not dead yet, let the doctor come. Looking at Zhang Yu in front of him, Zhang Yu's Henren, who was extremely familiar with various martial arts techniques, narrowed his eyes slightly, and he had already made a judgment. He thought to himself, is it the suspended death state of Chunkia Wu Jingzhen? This kid really pushed this body refining technique to level 20. It's only been 8 months since he got this technique. At the same time, although he did not carefully examine the other's body, Zhang Yu's Henren could vaguely feel the undying will in the other's heart, like a blazing fire, conveying a will to live. He thought to himself, it seems that in this crisis, Zhang Yu has made a breakthrough in his mental method. Even though his body was seriously injured, his consciousness was unclear, and he entered the suspended death state of spring and autumn endless Zen, he was still able to keep his mental method running, as if it were instinct. This is a higher level than the previous one pointed and two pointed, always running the mental method. So, in the doubtful, strange, and puzzled eyes of the crowd, Several doctors came to Zhang Yu under the order of Master Zhang Yu. Multiple comminuted fractures throughout the body, spinal fracture and dislocation. More than 80% of the muscles on the body surface are severely squeezed, cranial brain injury, renal failure. But, at first, they also thought that Zhang Yu in front of them had no breath of life, but after a round of examination, the doctors gradually showed a trace of surprise on their faces. It seems, he's still alive. Try some medicine. The wound is healing on its own. The medicine is taking effect so quickly. What an amazing vitality. Under the shocked gazes of many doctors, the wounds on Zhang Yu's body began to heal quickly. The strands of flesh and blood seemed to have their own thoughts, automatically closing and interweaving together, continuously accelerating the healing of the wounds. Chapter 272. Go to the second floor of Kung Su. A few days later. In the hospital. Zhang Yu suddenly sat up from the bed, and then looked at the spotless ward in front of him in a daze. Beside the bed, the voice of Zhang Zhenren came over. I thought you would wake up today, but it turned out to be earlier than I expected. Zhang Yu turned his head suddenly, looked at Zhang Zhenren beside him, and murmured, "I." The next moment, he rubbed his head and felt a sharp pain in his brain. Hiss! Countless images emerged in Zhang Yu's mind, and he gradually remembered what happened. The explosion, and then the building suddenly collapsed. I wanted to jump from the window to the building next to me, but someone pushed me back. Then the sky was full of building materials pressing down. Zhang Yu remembered that he relied on Wuxiang Yonggang and Zhuxiao Yongquangjin to resist, and after being buried in the end, he took the initiative to enter the suspended death state of Chunqia Wuzhenzen, and tried to maintain the Kanyu body and mind art. He didn't think about anything, just felt that he was in a dark world of consciousness, maintaining the growth of flesh and blood. The next moment, Zhang Yu reacted suddenly. Where is Azhen? How is Azhen? Zhang Zhenren looked at Zhang Yu with a complicated look and said, "Don't worry, she is fine." Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Did the righteous gods arrive? Did they catch the people who attacked me?" He said with murderous intent. "Who attacked me? I want them to pay compensation until they die." Zhang Zhenren said, "Two foundation building cultivators who are about to die of old age. They blocked the network near the apartment building and used this guy's data to make the righteous gods temporarily think that everything is normal in the area." Zhang Yu asked, "Have they been caught?" Zhang Zhenren said lightly, "The people committed suicide before being caught, and all their property was cleaned up before committing suicide. Obviously, they had already prepared for the failure of the mission. As for the person behind them, according to the clues Deng Bingding has found so far, it may be Wang Yin of Oasis Group." Zhang Yu's eyes condensed. "It's him again," Zhang Zhenren said lightly, "but his action this time violated a taboo, especially since you have already negotiated the conditions with Wanfa University and are the agreed talents. This kind of action before the college entrance examination is too bad. The bodies and souls of hundreds of relevant personnel have been disposed of, and the Oasis Group above has also paid a large fine. Wang Yin should not dare to use this method to deal with you in the future," Zhang Yu said coldly. "Will he use other means?" Zhang Zhenren said, "Normal academic competition and business competition, of course no one will care." Zhang Zhenren thought in his heart, "But, is it really just Wang Yin? In order to deal with Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, he is willing to pay such a high price. Did Wang Yin also realize the potential of the two? In order to get rid of the confidant in advance, or is it that someone in the Nether University, or even the Nether Palace, has realized Zhang Yu's extraordinariness like me? So they want to kill this future genius student of Wanfa University in advance." Zhang Zhenren could not be sure, so he could only put this guess in his heart for the time being. Anyway, Zhang Yu will go to Wanfa University in the next month. Once he enters Wanfa University, he will not have to worry about the pressure of Nether University. As for the remaining month, he decided to accompany Zhang Yu for a while, both to protect him and to further guide him in the last time. At this moment, Zhang Yu looked at his mobile phone and said, "Why can't I get through to Azhen's phone?" True man Zhang Ho was silent for a moment, and finally said, "Azhen awakened his divine root during the battle with the two foundation building masters. It is precisely because of the appearance of the divine root that the righteous gods arrived early." Hearing this, Zhang Yu's face changed suddenly, and he thought to himself, "Damn it. Azhen usually holds back his true spiritual root and doesn't allow it to evolve. He must have been forced by those two guys to release his true spiritual root." Zhang Yu looked at true man Zhang Ho anxiously and asked, "What happened to Azhen later?" Looking at the change in Zhang Yu's expression, True man Zhang Yu estimated in his heart the secret of Bai Zhenzhen's spiritual root, and he was afraid that Zhang Yu in front of him had already known it. Whenever he thought of this, true man Zhang Yu was a little emotional. I didn't expect that the two disciples I coached would surprise me more than the other. I thought Zhang Yu's physique, which was suspected to be a martial arts saint body, was already a rare genius in my lifetime, but I didn't expect Bai Zhenzhen to be even more terrifying. She was born with an evolving spiritual root, and it evolved into a divine spiritual root. Her talent is even better than Zhang Yu. However, true man Zhang Yu knew that now was not the time to talk about this. After hearing Zhang Yu's question, he replied, "She was taken away by the righteous God, but you don't have to worry." According to Deng Bingding, Bai Zhenzhen is currently fine. Instead, she is protected by the seven emotions god of Xianjian University. In the future, she should be enrolled in Xianjian University and become a disciple of the seven emotions god. True man Zhang Yu explained, the seven emotions god is a sword immortal who has always wanted to find a successor for the extreme emotion sword Dao. It is said that he admired Bai Zhenzhen very much during the foundation building exam. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned when he heard this, and thought to himself, Deng Bingding seemed to have said that during the initial Dao heart test, a certain big shot was quite satisfied with Zhen's performance in the illusion, so he gave Zhen, who was not the first at the time, an interest-free loan. Could it be the seven emotions god? This divine sword immortal, can he see the content of the foundation building exam? Zhang Yu thought of the previous conditions given by the 10 greats, and it was also Xianjian University that gave Zhen the best admission conditions. Zhang Yu's Henren then comforted him, even if it is a divine root, Zhen has already built a foundation. If the divine root is forcibly taken out, it will be useless. Now that he is being trained by the divine god of Xianjian University, it is actually a good thing. Zhang Yu nodded slightly. Although he was still a little worried, he knew that he could not change anything at the moment. She's still on the first floor, right? Can I go find her? Starfire shook his head. After the college entrance exam, she will go to the second floor. But her current security level is extremely high, and no one can see her. But don't worry, as long as you both go to the second floor and go to college in the future, there will always be a chance for you to meet. Seeing Zhang Yu's slightly relieved look, Starfire sighed in his heart. Although, after the foundation of the divine root is established, it will be useless if it is taken out, but there is a way to refine the root into a Dharma body. But Starfire was not sure whether the seven emotions god would do this, so he didn't want to say it out to make Zhang Yu more worried. In addition, he thought of another problem. Alice, I didn't expect that I missed it. Bai Zhenzhen's aptitude is far superior to Zhang Yu's. Now that she has divine roots and has become a disciple of the god of transformation, if the god of seven emotions really wants to train her, I'm afraid that after entering university, the gap between Bai Zhenzhen and Zhang Yu's cultivation will quickly widen, and the distance between the two sides in ranking, wealth, and status will become farther and farther. Looking at Zhang Yu in front of him, Zhang Yu's Henren thought to himself, even if they are close friends in high school, I'm afraid that their feelings will gradually deteriorate in the end. Zhang Yu's Henren has seen too many similar things, but he knows that it's useless to say anything to Zhang Yu at this moment. In the end, all this can only be slowly felt and gradually digested by the person involved. At this time, Zhang Yu climbed up from the hospital bed, twisting his body, doing the movements of spring and autumn endless Zen, and said, Master, I feel that my body is almost well now. Can I start training directly? At this moment, Zhang Yu's eyes were full of fighting spirit, as if burning with endless desire for strength and cultivation. Zhang Yu's Henren nodded and said, You are almost well now. Let's go. Don't exercise here and affect other patients. In the next month, in addition to the breathing exercises in the spiritual veins, Zhang Yu's Henren almost worked day and night to guide Zhang Yu to practice hard every day. Especially when he felt Zhang Yu's hunger for immortality and cultivation, Zhang Yu's Henren's guidance became more and more diligent. Zhang and would participate from time to time and receive Zhang Yu's Henren's hellish training together. At the same time, in a spiritual vein on the first floor, Bai Zhenzhen, who was breathing, suddenly opened her eyes, looked at Deng Bingding in front of her and said, Deng Yaoshan, could you please bring the news to Zhang Yu? Deng Bingding smiled slightly. No problem, what news do you want to bring? Looking at Bai Zhenzhen in front of him, Deng Bingding sighed in his heart. It turns out to be an evolutionary spiritual root. Now it is already a divine spiritual root. Will it be able to evolve to an immortal spiritual root in the future? Isn't that the real seed of the sect? It seems that Zhang Yu is probably just used as a cover. Isn't this Bai Zhenzhen the talent that the higher-ups really intend to cultivate? Thinking of this, Deng Bingding admired the foresight of the higher-ups more and more. This move is hidden too deeply, if it weren't for the Netherworld University's accidental success this time. Could it be? Netherworld University is also taking advantage of Wang Yin's incident to make a fuss about it. In fact, the target is not Zhang Yu. But they want to kill Bai Zhenzhen as soon as possible. Deng Bingding couldn't be sure in his heart, but he felt that Bai Zhenzhen in front of him was becoming more and more important and mysterious. Compared to her, Zhang Yu is like an ordinary student, but their relationship seems pretty good right now. I should make friends with both sides. In the training ground, Zhang Yu lay on the ground with twisted limbs, enduring the pain while straightening his broken limbs one by one. At this moment, a message came from his mobile phone. It was sent by Deng Bingding. Did Zhen ask her to tell me? Bai Zhenzhen, Yuzi, I'm fine. You should study hard for the college entrance examination, and I will find a way to find you when you get there. Zhang Yu, who was looking at the phone, was determined in his heart. The voice of Xinghuo Zhenren came. Have you rested enough? How long do you want to lie down? Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and stood up. Go on. A month passed quickly. With the end of the college entrance examination, Zhang Yu and others also completed 3 years of high school. On this day, on the flying boat heading to the ascension platform, Zhang Yu looked at Songyang City, which was getting smaller and smaller under his feet, and the past 3 years seemed to flash through his mind. At this moment, Yu Xinghan patted his shoulder and said, Brother, what do you think about us going to Xianjian University after we go up? With Sister Zhen protecting us, will it be easier? Zhang Yu had also thought about this question, and at this moment he shook his head and said, forget it. What Xianjian University teaches is not something you and I are good at. Going there will only hinder Zhen. Zhang Yu knew that his current savings were all for the route of Wanfa University. Going to Xianjian would definitely slow down the efficiency of improving his strength. He thought to himself, strength is the most important thing in this world. What's the point of meeting Zhen without sufficient strength? Without sufficient strength, you can't even protect yourself. Li Milan walked over and asked, Zhang Yu, you are also choosing Wanfa University, right? Which department are you going to enter? Zhang Yu replied casually, Civil Engineering Department. Li Milan was slightly startled. Civil Engineering Department. At this moment, a scream came, and Zhang Yu turned back suddenly, only to see Shuang Wenwu being pressed to the ground, and several people were kneeling on the black bear. What do you have in your ass, kid? Are you smuggling contraband? Stop pinching, Shuang Wenwu said with a red face. You are pinching my hemorrhoids that recurred 2 days ago? At the same time, a groaning sounded from Zhang Yu's mind. How long have I slept? Chapter 273, Fuji upgrades and passes level 2. Hearing Fuji's voice in his mind, Zhang Yu was startled at first, then happy, and thought to himself, you finally woke up. Fuji seemed to have heard Zhang Yu's inner voice directly, and replied, yeah, I'm awake, but it seems that I slept a little too long. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned when he heard it, and then thought to himself, can you feel my thoughts? Fuji smiled and said, relax, it's not mind reading, it's just that now I can communicate with believers spiritually. Not only can my voice be transmitted into your mind, but the voice you want to convey to me can also be sensed by me. Don't use your mobile phone to type to communicate with me in public in the future. After all, I have gained a lot this time. I have recovered from a level 1 lower evil god to the status of a level 2 evil god. The 8 departments also call this level of evil gods wandering evil shadows. Zhang Yu tried to transmit his voice in his heart and asked, why did you sleep for so long this time? Fuji said, isn't it because the process of capturing my colleagues was too hasty that time? It took me a lot of effort to catch him, and I fought him for a long time before I finally defeated him. Then I digested and recovered at the same time, and it took me a long time to wake up, but I finally recovered to the status of a level 2 evil god. Now I don't have to sleep all the time to hide from the righteous gods. In most cases, I don't have to worry about being discovered. Zhang Yu nodded slightly, and then asked a key question, can it increase my potential again? Fuji didn't say anything, but Zhang Yu felt an evil force surging from the black bead that Fuji turned into, along his arms, shoulders, neck, and finally rushed into a sea of consciousness. The next moment, Zhang Yu felt a slight pain in his palm. He opened his palm and saw a transparent symbol generated in it. Zhang Yu thought to himself, it's similar to the first appearance of the feather book, and the symbols that appeared when it was upgraded and the chain diagram was opened later. But it has become more complicated. However, this time the transparent symbol was not filled up quickly like the last time the chain diagram was upgraded. Instead, it was like when the feather book first appeared, slowly filling up with black. Zhang Yu estimated in his mind, it will take about 3 or 4 days to be completely filled. I guess by then, I can open a new page of the feather book. After improving Zhang Yu's potential, Fuji asked, "Where's Bai Zhenzhen?" I helped her improve. "Speaking of which, why are you on the flying boat? Where are you going?" So Zhang Yu told Fuji about what happened when she was sleeping. Hearing that Bai Zhenzhen had awakened her divine roots and was taken to Xianjian University to worship under the 7 emotions god, Fuji was shocked. She thought to herself, Xianjian University, is Zhen going to be refined into a flying sword with divine spiritual roots? Alice, I had long advised Zhang Yu to dig out the true spiritual roots for his own use. Now someone has intercepted me, and my investment has been wasted, but it may not be a flying sword with divine spiritual roots. After all, her spiritual roots can evolve. If I were an investor, I would definitely cultivate her to immortal spiritual roots, and then refine her and the roots in an instant, and if I accept a disciple with divine spiritual roots, I can also support my reputation. Maybe other poor people with natural spiritual roots will also appear with me. Damn it, it's even more of a loss when I think about it this way. Although Fuji was not familiar with the details of the 7 emotions god, could there be any good people among the gods of Kung Fu? It would be better to make a vow to her, Fuji, than to believe in the god of God. But even though she lamented in her heart and felt that she had lost a lot, she didn't dare to say more about her guess in front of Zhang Yu. After all, in her opinion, it would be useless even if Zhang Yu knew, and it would affect his practice. Fortunately, the last time I analyzed with him the matter of Wang Yin's self-destruction of his foundation building cultivation, I only told him that after the foundation was built, the spiritual roots would be disconnected and destroyed, but I didn't tell him that both the person and the roots would be killed in the same pot. Master Xinghuo didn't say much. It seems that he also understands that this matter should not be said more. The thoughts in his mind flashed through in an instant, and Fuji had already smiled and said, "Good news, very good news. Zhen is so lucky that she was favored by the old monster Huishan. Her cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds in the future. Zhang Yu, you have to catch up as well, otherwise, you won't be able to enter his circle in the future. When you send congratulatory text messages during the New Year and other holidays, people won't reply to you." Zhang Yu curled his lips and thought to himself, Zhen is not such a person, and there is no need for her and me to send holiday greetings. Just let me know if there is anything. Zhang Yu thought to himself, when we were on the first floor, Xianjian University did not allow anyone to contact Zhen for safety reasons, but after reaching the second floor, I should be able to contact her. After all, Zhen also said that she would come to me then. At this moment, Shang Wenwu's loud shout came from the front. How long are you going to suppress me? You are discriminating against the demon race? The staff member who was pressing on him sneered, and his muscles changed, revealing a leopard pattern. Then he heard the other party say, discrimination against the demon race? I am a demon race myself, how can I discriminate against the demon race? Let me tell you, I discriminate against all of you first-level people. After saying that, he pointed to his eyes, then pointed to the people present, and warned, remember, I will keep watching you from now on. You'd better not have any crooked thoughts, otherwise, as long as you take anything you shouldn't bring through the customs, you will definitely be caught by me. Along with this noise, Li Mulan, Jin Shen, Song Hailong and others around were watching this scene silently. Some people took the top 10 exams, some took the 36th Colonel exam, some took the 72nd Colonel exam, and some planned to enter junior college and take the flying boat to the ascension platform together. But now standing in front of the staff, they are all the same identity first-level people. Of course, except for soul cultivators like Zhao Xiangxing, because he and other soul cultivators are in the checked baggage box. Yu Xinghan, who was standing aside, watched this scene, clenched his fists tightly, and a hint of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. Zhang Yu patted his shoulder and comforted him, Hanzi, don't get excited. Did Lao Deng say it? The people up there are like this. They look at the people coming down here like they are beggars. We just have to be patient and work hard up there for a while. Wait until we can pretend to be second-level people and look like locals enough that people won't recognize us as first-level people, and then we won't be discriminated against in the future. Yu Xinghan said, I know everything you said, I'm not excited, I'm afraid. He touched his stomach and said, "Do you think I should take out all the synthetic food hidden in my rectum?" "Fuck you." Zhang Yu quickly moved several meters away from him. "Don't take me with you if you want to die." "Did your master tell you that there is a limit on the amount of food you can carry?" Yu Xinghan said helplessly. "I just want to bring more so I can save more when I get up there, and take more steps on the immortal path in the future." "Didn't you hear what master said? A cup of water up there is equivalent to many days' living expenses down there, and I've hidden it in my rectum. Even if they find out, I'll just say that I like to eat raw without unpacking the food." When Yu Xinghan said this, he still shook his head unconfidently. "Forget it, I'll take it out and eat now." Not long after Yu Xinghan left, Li Mulan came over again and waved to Zhang Yu. "Do you want to eat? I heard that the food provided on the flying boat is all second-floor dining style. Let's go try it together." Zhang Yu asked, "Is it expensive? Can I use first-floor currency?" Li Mulan said, "I've checked it out. Although it is a second-floor dining style, they use first-floor ingredients and use first-floor currency." Zhang Yu felt relieved when he heard this, and followed Li Mulan to the restaurant of the flying boat, but he was a little stunned when he saw the menu. Double combination of dosage capsules, 3 kinds of medicine. Looking up at the needle, even Zhang Yu, who had eaten many famous dishes of Kung Fu, was a little surprised at this moment. "These are all medicines, where do the vegetables come from?" At this moment, Li Zulian walked to their site and sat down, and said casually, "The food industry on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors has long been squeezed out by the pharmaceutical industry. Most people rely on medicine for food, and only rich people are willing to eat vegetables. Oasis doesn't sell much food here. After all, most people eat to quickly replenish physical strength, energy, magic power, and nutrition, improve concentration and excitement, and complete work and studies. The poor can only eat some cement to suppress their excessive digestion." Li Mulan nodded when she heard it. In comparison, ordinary food is not competitive compared to medicine, and it is common sense to be eliminated. Li Zulian smiled slightly when she heard it, and glanced at her. "I heard that you are going to apply for pharmacology at Wanfa University? It seems that you have already studied the situation on the 2nd floor?" "Yes, your Li family also has predecessors on the 2nd floor, Fuji asked in surprise. "Li Zulian is going to the 2nd floor with you," Zhang Yu explained to Fuji in his heart. It seems that Li Zulian already had a job up there. She took the initiative to apply to go to the 1st floor in order to accompany Master Xinghao to train disciples. Fuji thought to herself. It seems that Li Zulian is doing well. She can arrange herself up and down like this. Or did Master Xinghao leave some connections behind, and she inherited them all? Li Zulian asked Zhang Yu. "Where is Yu Xinghan? Why can't I find him?" Zhang Yu said helplessly. "He went to the toilet." At this time, a voice came from the broadcast of the flying boat, saying that they were about to arrive at the ascension platform and would start to handle customs registration, currency exchange and other services. Zhang Yu and Li Mulan quickly ate their meal, followed Li Zulian to the designated location to start queuing, got off the flying boat together, and came to the ascension platform. The ascension platform is a huge palace floating in the clouds. When you step into it, you have already stepped into the scope of the 2nd floor. After completing the formalities, everyone will continue to take different flying boats to different cities on the 2nd floor, according to different destinations. Chapter 274 Bai Zhenzhen, I will support you. Next, Zhang Yu exchanged currencies. He saw that in addition to the spirit coins, there were also various currencies such as Kaiyongjian coins, Baiyun coins, Xianfa coins, Kaiking coins, etc. What are these currencies? Zhang Yu certainly would not waste the opportunity to ask since he had someone as experienced as Li Zulian by his side. Hearing Zhang Yu's question, Li Zulian said, "My father has told you about the nature of spirit coins, right?" Zhang Yu nodded. He knew that the so-called spirit coins were a kind of currency that combined mana with spiritual inspiration and was filled into the spirit world network. Only cultivators above the level of transformation of spirits, with the assistance of the righteous gods, could refine such currencies by exerting great mana. Each spirit coin corresponds to a mana and spiritual inspiration, which is equivalent to anchoring a portion of energy. All spirit coins, in essence, exist in the spirit world network, corresponding to a piece of information in the spirit world network. In daily transactions, they are directly transferred and remitted through the network. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the so-called spirit coins are a kind of network currency that can only be refined by high-level practitioners and righteous gods, and are anchored to the basic energy of Kung Fu. This thing is used in daily life, A bit like the digital currency on Earth in the previous life, but it has actual value in itself. Although ordinary people cannot refine spirit coins, they can lend their own mana through the spirit world network and eventually get some spirit coins. The memories in Zhang Yu's mind flashed away, and Li Zulian in front of him replied, spirit coins are the most widely used currency, but there are also some strong people above the level of transformation who will create their own currency for some special transactions, or investment and financing. Look at this 7 emotions coin. It was created by Bai Zhenzhen's teacher, the 7 emotions god. The value of the currency has skyrocketed more than 10 times since it was issued that year. The Kaiyongjian coin was issued by the Kaiyongjian god of Helhong University, and the value of the currency has fallen to less than 1% of the original. In short, the water here is very deep. You just need to understand it, and you only need to contact spirit coins at ordinary times. According to the upper limit of the exchange, Zhang Yu exchanged more than 50 million first-level currency in his account into 5 spirit coins. In addition to the more than 50 million prepared in advance, he bought various supplies with all the remaining cash on the first level and put it in the suitcase. Looking at the empty first-level account with only a few thousand yuan left, Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. After exchanging the currency, the next step is a series of tedious but indispensable procedures. In addition to registering information, there are also bank accounts, communication accounts, and network accounts on the second level, and many of them cost money. Fortunately, Zhang Yu just exchanged 5 spirit coins. Li Zulian reminded on the side, remember to turn up the traffic and check the post payment. It's very troublesome to disconnect the network on the second level. The communication account is 0.003 spirit coins per month. The network traffic is selected as a package of 0.005 spirit coins per month. The traffic rights are charged with 0.001 spirit coins. And there is also 0.05 medical insurance fee per year. Although Zhang Yu's self-healing ability is very strong now, Xinghuo Zhenren reminded him that this self-healing ability only allows him to spend less on medical insurance and reduce the annual medical insurance expenses, rather than not buying medical insurance. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Yu saw that the 5 spirit coins in his account turned into 4.941 spirit coins. Zhang Yu cursed in his heart, if converted into the currency of the first level, wouldn't it be equivalent to hundreds of thousands? It's gone already. Li Zulian looked at Zhang Yu's painful expression and reminded him, don't convert all day long when you come to the second level. Earning spirit coins and spending spirit coins, the purchasing power and average income of both sides, are different. There is no point in converting them. As various registration tasks were completed, everyone boarded different flying boats from the Ascension platform. Jin Shen waved to Zhang Yu, we are leaving, you should study hard at Wanfa University. Shang Wenwu said, see you later. After saying goodbye to everyone one by one, Zhang Yu, using and others boarded the flying boat to Wanfa University. About 10 minutes later, the flying boat crashed into a cloud, and the broadcast came with a notice that it was about to arrive at the second floor Wanfa University. The next moment, Zhang Yu only felt that his body seemed to have penetrated a thin layer of something. As the clouds around the flying boat dissipated, another world had appeared in front of him. The second floor of Kungsu. Endless mountains, rivers, and seas, lush forests. Looking at the beautiful natural scenery in front of him, Zhang Yu exclaimed, the ecological environment on the second floor is very good. Li Zulian heard Zhang Yu's sigh, drew a big circle towards the jungle below, and then said, these are all private property, and have nothing to do with us, and we can't get in. That, Li Zulian pointed to a giant building standing in the mountains in the distance, and said, that building is where we are going. The second floor campus of Wanfa University, each floor is 10 square kilometers, and after hundreds of urban transformations, there are currently a total of 666 floors. In addition to teachers, students, there are also related service personnel and citizens, and there are about 10 million people living inside. Fuji smiled and said, each layer is 10 square kilometers, and 666 layers add up to 6,660 square kilometers, which sounds about the same as the area of a large city on one layer. But this three-dimensional city is squeezed in a three-dimensional space of more than 3 kilometers in length and width. Each layer is more than 10 meters high and 2 or 3 meters low. There are almost no animals and plants inside except for steel and concrete. Most areas cannot see the sun. Some native people inside may never see the natural environment in their lives. It is to save space to the greatest extent and protect private property outside. But this is all good, Zhang Yu. This university town is built up layer by layer, urban transformation is carried out year by year, and the civil engineering department is thriving. You will have plenty of work to do in the future. Zhang Yu curled his lips and replied in his heart, otherwise, why did Zhang Zhenren let me apply for the civil engineering department? Although it is a bit hard, it can really make money. Before switching to the refiner major, I would marry a construction site first. At this moment, Li Zulian instructed again, by the way, remember to turn on the eyes Dharmakaya. After entering the second floor and connecting to the spiritual world network, you can use the eyes Dharmakaya for anything. It is much more convenient than a mobile phone. Zhang Yu narrowed his right eye slightly, and the time remnant demon pupil had begun to connect to the spiritual world network. As he entered the newly applied account and password, the next moment, the whole world changed dramatically. First, huge loan ads filled his vision. This was a full-screen ad. Then, as Zhang Yu shook his head and vision, the picture in front of him had jumped to a shopping website. Guess you like black silk Dharmakaya. This is a move ad. When Zhang Yu subconsciously closed his eyes, the option to block ads appeared on his retina. 0.001 spirit coins per month. This is a closed ad. Spirit coins 0.001. Looking at the clear vision that had been restored, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, it's better not to pretend to be a Dharmakaya. But the next moment, he changed his mind, because he found that outside the flying boat, there were densely packed warning banners of private property and no entry. The forest that originally looked natural was divided into closed areas one after another by various warning banners and dense lights. Li Zulian said on the side, see it? The second floor is like this jungle, with many invisible lines. Once crossed, you will be struck by thunder. But if you can't even see the lines, you won't even know how you died. Fortunately, you don't have to worry about these when you're on the flying boat, but once you get off the flying boat, even the poorest students often have to mortgage their eyes and install a Dharma body for themselves first. At this moment, using it on the side wondered, are the warnings here all in black and white? Is it the style of the second floor? Li Zulian and Zhang Yu looked at him strangely. After a moment, Yu Xinghan said angrily, are you kidding me? This second-hand eye Dharma body can only see black and white? Isn't the performance too poor? Li Zulian patted Yu Xinghan and Zhang Yu on the shoulders. Pack your luggage, we will be there soon. After sending you safely to Wanfa University, I will be able to do my own things. Zhang Yu just returned to his seat and packed his luggage, and found that a message appeared on his retina. Bai Zhenzhen, the owner of the divine root of Xianjian University, a disciple of the seven emotions god, and a foundation-building cultivator, has added you as a friend. Zhen, this guy, can he really communicate when he reaches the second floor? Zhang Yu smiled and clicked the pass button. The next moment, another projected communication request came over. Zhang Yu's fingers passed through the air, past the pass button that appeared on his retina, and then a tall and slender figure appeared in front of him. Bai Zhenzhen's figure appeared in front of Zhang Yu. Yuzi, you are finally here. Before Zhang Yu could ask anything, Bai Zhenzhen said again, they gave me living expenses. I will transfer some to you. You should take it quickly. If it is not enough, ask me for more later. Alice, the transfer limit is 5 spirit coins. You can take it first. The other party transferred 5 spirit coins to you. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned when he saw this notice. Thousands of words finally converged into one sentence. Zhen, you must listen to the words of the god at Xianjian University. The transfer of 5 spirit coins has been received. Bai Zhenzhen rolled her eyes and said, how can I not be obedient? She is my biological mother now. The so-called extreme emotion swordsmanship is to incorporate emotion into the sword. Only when you are extreme in emotion can you be extreme in sword. So I decided to integrate my admiration for the 7 emotions god into the extreme emotion swordsmanship, all in order to repay the god for his kindness to me. She raised her hand and swore, if necessary, I don't mind dying for her. Looking at this scene, Zhang Yu thought to himself, if she licks it like this, the 7 emotions god should not be looking at her, right? Bai Zhenzhen continued, Yuzi, to make a long story short, I'm going to class again soon, and I'll be very busy next. If you have anything, just leave me a message. As long as I earn spirit coins here, I will try to transfer more to you. And remember to send me the address when you get there, and I'll send you some good things. Listening to what Bai Zhenzhen said, Zhang Yu felt warm in his heart, and felt that he had not raised his daughter in vain. Bai Zhenzhen patted her chest and said, don't worry, son. Mom is now very successful, and I will support you in the future." As she said that, she opened her arms and smiled. "Come on, son, give Mom a hug." Zhang Yu opened his arms and hugged Bai Zhenzhen's projection. "Take care of yourself." Bai Zhenzhen nodded and said, "Don't worry, I can take care of myself. When I have the chance, I will come to Wanfa University to find you. Don't worry about the money I give you. I have more opportunities to make money here than you do. I will try to find opportunities to call you every month in the future." Zhang Yu always felt weird when he heard this, as if he was eating gigolo rice. "Alice, how can the support of a good brother be called gigolo rice?" At the same time, along with a hug, Zhang Yu felt Bai Zhenzhen's soft body, and he thought to himself, "This immortal technology is really terrible. The projection can actually feel touch?" But the next moment, Zhang Yu saw the puzzled Li Mulan under Bai Zhenzhen's projection, and immediately realized that he was hugging Li Mulan, who was covered by Bai Zhenzhen's projection. Li Mulan asked in confusion, "Zhang Yu?" Zhang Yu suddenly loosened his hands and stepped back. Bai Zhenzhen asked in confusion, "Yuzi, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, nothing." Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, looked at Bai Zhenzhen, and said awkwardly, "I'm just a little excited to see you." Chapter 275, Agreement with Bai Zhenzhen. Fuji couldn't see the projection on Zhang Yu's retina, but she could hear what Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen said, and saw Zhang Yu holding Li Mulan. He was talking to Bai Zhenzhen while holding Li Mulan. "This kid, he really has some qualifications for the Hehuan sect. Maybe I should have persuaded him to apply for Hehuan University. In that case, practicing the Hehuan Dao and sucking Bai Zhenzhen dry, it would be a great way to the sky." Fuji shook her head in her heart. "Alice, it's useless to think about it now. Bai Zhenzhen is going to be taken care of by others. Zhang Yu should just work on the construction site honestly." At the same time, Bai Zhenzhen turned her head to one side, as if listening to what others were saying, and then said, "Yuzi, let's stop here today. I have to go to class." Zhang Yu nodded. "You go. By the way, if you have time, contact him every day." Bai Zhenzhen's heart moved, knowing that Zhang Yu was a little worried about her being alone after all, and wanted to talk to him every day to confirm her condition. "You are kind-hearted. I can take a break at 2 a.m. every day. I will contact you then." After that, Bai Zhenzhen smiled brightly and waved to Zhang Yu. "Let's go." With a swish, Bai Zhenzhen's projection disappeared, and Li Mulan appeared in front of Zhang Yu. Looking at Li Mulan with a face full of question marks, Zhang Yu tapped his fingers in his heart, swept across the buttons projected in the air, and began to adjust the settings of the Time Remnant Demon Eye. "Really? Why do you have to make the projection so real?" "We have to increase the transparency of the projection by 50%, otherwise we can't tell the real from the fake." Just as Zhang Yu was setting up the eye magic body, Li Mulan asked curiously, "Zhang Yu, were you talking to someone just now?" "Yeah." Zhang Yu smiled awkwardly and explained, "I was just talking to Zhen." Li Mulan, "So, just now it was Bai Zhenzhen's projection that was shown on me, and you thought I was her?" "No, when you were hugging her, you hugged me by the way." Zhang Yu felt more and more weird after listening, but it seemed that what the other party said was true, so he could only nod on the end. "Yeah." After getting Zhang Yu's affirmative answer, Li Mulan felt a surge in his heart, an emotion he had never had before. This emotion was so strange that she couldn't understand what was wrong with her at first. She just thought in her heart, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's relationship is really good. They were good friends in high school. Even if one of them has become a disciple of the Seven Emotions God, their relationship has not deteriorated. Both of them added each other as friends as soon as they reached the second floor. Do they have to hug each other across the spiritual world network? When she mentioned Bai Zhenzhen, Li Mulan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. When she first met Bai Zhenzhen, she was the descendant of a wealthy family in Songjiang City, a daughter of an aristocrat, while Bai Zhenzhen was just a poor man with a lot of debts. But 3 years later, after entering university, Bai Zhenzhen became a disciple of the god, a holder of the god spirit root, a noble lady of the heavenly sword, and a high school foundation. And she, Li Mulan, is now just a key refining college student from a small place. No matter the background, wealth, cultivation, grades. At this moment, she already needs to look up to the other party. This kind of transformation between rich and poor and rich, made Li Mulan deeply feel that the so-called poor or rich is never absolute. Looking at Li Mulan, who was lost in thought, Zhang Yu asked, "Do you want to see me for something?" Li Mulan came back to her senses and said, "We are about to get off the boat. I came to ask you what your spiritual world account is and to add you as a friend. After all, after arriving at Wanfa University, we are in different departments, and you are in the foundation building class. It may be difficult to contact each other without adding a friend, so that to added each other as friends and prepared to line up to get off the boat. On the way, Zhang Yu's retina appeared again. Zhao Xiangxing from Fengdu Information Vocational and Technical College applied to add you as a friend. Approved. Zhao Xiangxing, Zhang Yu, I have already registered and just moved into the Ghost King banner in Fengdu. Zhao Xiangxing, I have joined a group, all of them are from our Songyang city, you can join in too. The other party invited you to join the group chat. Happy Songyang people. Zhang Yu went in and found that not only Zhao Xiangxing, Jin Shen, and Shang Wenwu, who he had added as friends, were there, but also a bunch of Songyang city graduates that he was familiar with or unfamiliar with. Chu Kim from King Kong University, newcomers, remember to change your name, university name plus real name. Those who don't change their name will be kicked out after 24 hours. Chukil? Did he get into King Kong University? Zhang Yu still remembered that he was one of the opponents he defeated in the martial arts competition. Later, he seemed to have been lying on a stretcher until the end of the competition. But thinking about it, as a frequent visitor to the top 10 in various competitions in Songyang City, it is reasonable for him to be admitted to the top 10. Then Zhang Yu changed his nickname in the group to Zhang Yu from Wanfa University. After a while, the group suddenly became lively. Li Jingchen from Wanfa University, fireworks, welcome to the group, applause. Mo Xianai from Fengdu University, welcome to Zhang Yu. Chu Kim from King Kong University, welcome to Zhang Yu. Shuang Wenwu from Xianai Ao University, welcome to Zhang Yu. Hu Yanteo from Xianai Ao University, welcome to Zhang Yu. Lian Xianji from Hehun University, welcome to Zhang Yu. Seeing Lian Xianji's name, Zhang Yu's face showed a strange color. Lian Xianji is a good picker of schools. Lanling of Shan University, Lao Zhou, let's welcome the big guy together at Zhou Chechen of Xianhai University. Zhang Yu thought, these two guys are actually in this group, and Zhou Chechen. It seems that the great changes in the Zhou family have not involved him who has come to college? Or has it been involved? But he didn't collude with the evil god, so he was let off. At the same time, Zhou Chechen's avatar had unknowingly turned gray. After a round of greetings with everyone in the group, they asked Zhang Yu to invite using an over. Instantly, the group was flooded with compliments again, but this time it was mainly graduates from Bailong High School. While casually scanning the group chat, Zhang Yu also lined up with Li Mulan, Yuzing Han, and Li Zulian, and gradually got off the flying boat. At this moment, the flying boat was parked at the airport inside the university city. After passing through the airport gate, it was considered to have truly entered the university city of Wanfa University. This is the 600th floor of the university town, about 10 meters high. The streets are very narrow, and there are various buildings crowded together on both sides of the street. There are no roadways along the way, and most of the people coming and going are moving fast. At the same time, Zhang Yu saw two worlds at the same time. In his left native eye, the city in front of him was wrapped in steel and concrete, and the whole world seemed to be composed of only gray and white, revealing a dead air. In Zhang Yu's right eye, the whole world is colorful, with signs, advertisements, and slogans projected from the spiritual world network everywhere. The merchants on both sides of the street are very noisy, with various medicines, teaching materials, law bones. Countless goods are eager to rush out of the store and haunt the eyes of passers-by. And every pedestrian has various names on his head, and colorful special effects are flashing on his body, clothes, back, etc. In addition, Zhang Yu can also see huge road signs suspended in the air, marking the directions of different areas and floors. From time to time, notifications of a certain foundation building cultivator approaching would appear on his retina, forcing Zhang Yu to choose to ignore notifications from foundation building cultivators and highlight notifications from giant cultivators and above. At the same time, Yuzing Han, who was standing by, covered his eyes and said, "Fuck. It's so laggy. The whole world is lagging, let's go quickly, I'm too laggy here." Li Zulian rolled her eyes, slapped Yuzing Han on the back of his head, and said, "You kid. How much money did you swallow? You bought such a broken second-hand product? Change it when you have a chance." As they spoke, Zhang Yu and the others had already followed Li Zulian forward and came to the place marked with a Yuan magnetic channel. This Yuan magnetic channel was like a huge pipe that connected different floors of the university town. Zhang Yu watched pedestrians walking on the road 1 second, and then walking up the wall along the channel the next second, and then walking to the upper or lower floors. Li Zulian reminded, there is an enhanced electromagnetic field in the Yuan magnetic channel. If you convert the thunder magic power, you can walk freely along the wall of the channel. By the way, you all subscribe to the monthly transportation fee, right? Otherwise, you can't use the Yuan magnetic channel. Converting special magic power is what Zhang Yu started to learn in the first year of high school. At this moment, listening to Li Zulian's reminder, he, using Han, and Li Mulong slightly converted their magic power. As soon as they stepped into the Yuan magnetic channel, they felt a force dragging their bodies and sucking them heavily onto the wall of the channel. Or at this moment, the original wall became the ground under their feet. At first, Zhang Yu could still feel that he was walking on the wall, but after walking for a while, especially seeing various shops, vending machines and advertisements on both sides of the channel, he gradually felt that it was not much different from walking on the road normally. Li Zulian casually said, although this university town has a total area of more than 6,600 square kilometers with 666 floors. They are all concentrated in the three-dimensional space of this university town, with a height of no more than 10 kilometers and a length and width of more than 3 kilometers. The high utilization of three-dimensional space makes the straight-line distance between various locations here very close. The monks rely on their own high speed to move back and forth in the magnetic channel, which is the most flexible and fastest method. Of course, in addition to the magnetic channel, there is also a central anti-gravity channel that can reach each floor more quickly, but that will charge extra transportation fees, and it is generally not used unless there is an emergency. I'll take you there the first time, and you can walk by yourself in the future. Remember to make good use of navigation, and with a continuous change of the magnetic channel, Zhang Yu walked, sometimes with his head up and his feet down, sometimes with his head down and his feet up, and sometimes with his head and feet parallel. In addition, there is no sky or earth as a reference in this university town, and Zhang Yu walked in it. Unconsciously, he felt as if the space and gravity were constantly reversed and confused, making him gradually unable to tell which side was the direction of the sky and which side was the direction of the earth. Watching countless monks going up and down in this complex passage, Zhang Yu felt like he was looking at an extremely huge beehive. After a period of high-speed movement, Zhang Yu finally arrived at his destination. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.